I remember the first time. And I remember the first time. First time. First time. First time. First time. And I remember the first time. And I remember the first time.
And we only meet once in a while anyway.
It's gonna be lonely not being able to see you anymore. It's been great hanging out with you.
Why she run from me? Now you wanna come back and now you love on me. But I'm confused why you think you deserve some trust from me. And your heart is painted black. Girl, it's ugly. Fuck your company. Why she run from me? Now you wanna come back and now you love on me. But I'm confused why you think you deserve some trust from me. And your heart is painted black. Girl, it's ugly. Fuck your company. And I remember the first time you had me in your hold. Now you corrupted the safe phone and will never know. Yeah, Vincent that is darkness. Watch all his friends turn to foes. Yeah, tried to troubleshoot me, but I cannot be screwed. Trying to sell me a dream, trying to sell me a home. While you tell me a lie, do you think I'm a joke? Swear I'm not a bad guy, but this path my only road. Never been hate in my heart, but you burned it in my soul. Cannot control myself, and I cannot begin to tell the kinds of things you tell yourself. And why you put me in this hell. And I cannot control myself, and I cannot begin to tell the kinds of things you tell yourself. And why you put me in this hell. It's over. It's over. It's over. It's over. And I remember the first time. And I remember the first time.
Here, you gotta leave now.
Don't get mad at me. Sorry if you feel that I abandoned you for a while.
And I remember the first time you had me in your home. That you corrupted the safe phone. It would never load. Yeah, guessing that it's darkness. Watch all his friends turn to foes. Yeah, try to troubleshoot me, but I cannot be screwed. Trying to sell me a dream, trying to sell me a home. While you tell me a lie, do you think I'm a joke? Swear I'm not a bad guy, but this past my only road. Never been hating my heart, but burned it in my soul. From me, now you wanna come back and now you love on me. But I'm confused why you think you deserve some trust from me. And your heart is painted black. Girl, it's ugly. Fuck your company. Why she run from me? Now you wanna come back and now you love on me. But I'm confused why you think you deserve some trust from me. And your heart is painted black. Girl, it's ugly. Fuck your company. Why she run from me? Why she run from me? And now you love on me. Now you love on me. Want some trust from me? Want some trust from me? But your heart's ugly. But your heart's ugly. Why you run from me? Why you run from me? And now you love on me. Now you love on me. But your heart's ugly. But your heart's ugly. Fuck your company. Fuck your company. And I remember the first time. And I remember the first time.
You guys should be able to hear me now.
First time.
Stupid OBS updated.
First time.
Wait.
And I remember the first time. And I remember the first time.
And we only meet once in a while anyway.
Discord. How y'all doing though? One sec. What screen am I on? Solo, right? Yeah, what's up? What's poppin'? Greetings and salutations. Let me just comment OPS L. Yeah, I feel it. Oh, yeah, hop in Discord. Hop in Discord. Just give me one moment. I don't know what other things can I use that's not OBS or like OBS Streamlabs. Or is there any alternatives that are good? I heard something called XSplit. Oh my god, I don't know what this is. I don't know. Leave me alone. I hate when stop popping up shit in my face. Yeah. Okay. This should show up on my thing soon. Should I refresh it? Refresh it. Refresh it. Okay. What's up? How y'all boys doing? I didn't read it yet. So chill. I didn't read it yet.
That's fine. I'm eating right now anyway, so I'll eat while you do your little thing.
Okay. Oh, it's a little thing. It's not a big thing.
I mean, all right, bro.
It's a little
Got
tight.
it. Hello, everybody. Hello. Hello,
What's up,
chat.
y'all?
All right, let's see what's going on. I see Gear Fifth Luffy. I see Nigga God Nika. Oh, this looks doesn't this looks kind of familiar. Was there ever a walk spread kind of like this?
Yeah,
This
it
Zoro
was.
this Zoro and Sanji pose looks familiar, but maybe I made that up. All right, no way in hell this is a lie. He never killed Vivi's dad. Oh, this isn't finding out. Sabo wouldn't do something like this in a million years. The chapter's called Luffy's Dream. Hold on, what that mean? Is it the thing they laughed that Ace laughed about? Sabo wouldn't do something like this in a million years. I'm with you there. The Revolution Army is against the world nobles, not regular kings. Why not? Fuck all them kings. No, I'm kidding. I actually like Cobra. Find this lazing? My bad, chat. Okay, I'm with you there. Revolution Army declares war on Celestial Dragons. King Cobra of Arabasta assassinated by Revolutionary Chief of Staff Sabo. His daughter, Princess Vivi, is missing. Set course for Alabasta right now. Like I've been saying, what good is that gonna do? The man's dead. Besides, Vivi was last seen at Mary Joyce. I don't want to say this anymore. I don't say at this point. Then let's go there. Huh? What? Are we heading to? Do they know he's in there? Caribou? Bro, what? Did he sneak on the ship again the same method? Or do they know he's there? Because I'm not letting this slide. With Luffy there, he should be like, what the fuck? There's some maliciousness coming from that barrel and slap him into the ocean. That's not moving me. But I wonder if I missed something from before because I know he spoke. There's somebody he needs to get information to, but all right, that's not moving me. I don't like that. Wait, no. You moron. That's the den of the enemy. You want to take on Navy HQ? Damn straight. What's wrong with Zoro? You chicken? Simmer down. I'm just saying we don't have any leads. Oh, BB chat. Where are you? How are you feeling? Please be safe. Sanji over there. He freaking out. Vivi's dad is dead, but he was so nice to us. Even to us pirates. Yeah, he was the best king around. Ugh, I'm torn between worrying about Vivi and worrying about how she's taking all this. I feel like those are the same thing. But seems like this year's revelry was quite tumultuous. This is the same bro we met in Dressrosa, right? I never known anyone to be discontent with the way Alabasta is ruled. And if I remember correctly, this sparked like other kingdoms to have uprisings. They're like, hold on, they're taking out regular kings. It's time to uprise. That's intriguing in its own right. What's up, year? Okay. I can't take it anymore. Vivi, where are you? That's it. We're gonna save her. Let's do it. All of you, knock it off. Luffy, remember what you said about Ace that one time? Ace had look at his face. He's like no, I know exactly what that face is. Don't you use me against me, nigga. I hate when people do that to me. Then I gotta be consistent and shit. That's exactly what that was. You trusted him to make his own way up until the point where he actually needed help. So why underestimate Vivi? She could hold her own. It's Vivi Ace. Come on, dude. Well, I feel you. I got his point. I like that Zoro's a voice or reason for these type of things, where he tries to get them to think a little more rationally because they're all very emotionalist. But I understand though. I'd be worried too. If the opportunity presents itself, we can pitch in then. But we, in the meantime, have faith in quick belly aching. Humph, you can't stop us from worrying. You're an Oni. No, an Onigashima. A green mom. You're a green Kaido. Crap. This is like when they left Alabasta, literally, remember? When Robin joined? And they call him like Marty Mo, Ma said blah blah. Luffy was like, son told you, and Usopp's like, that's not an insult. Then he's like, Yon told you. Four sword style. I like that was funny. Shut it forth. And they started fighting in the back. There were a lot of developments while we were in Wano, and things seemed to be escalating fast. The abolishment of the warlords drove those elite pirates back to the seas. As a result, the Cross Guild was founded, and Buggy the bombastic clown became an emperor. There has to be something up. Look at Luffy, he's sick. He said, Buggy? It cannot be in the same tier as me. It's not moving me. That's what he said. Ace Dowd, is that what I'm talking about? Shit. How fucking long has Caribou been hanging with the Straw Hats? I have since the beginning of the post time. Didn't Frankie? Oh, for Frankie found him because he peeked his head out. Though I remember that. Let's go, Lord Bucky. Luffy, there are other familiar names in here. Would you like to hear the news about them? Nah, I'll leave it up to you. Just tell me if there's anything big to keep an eye on. Okay, I'll do that. I wouldn't want to overload you with information. She said, you stupid ass nigga. Sabo's innocent. Definitely. He had a real strict upbringing. He just wants to make sure no one else has their freedoms taken the way he did. I want to see the world and write a book about it. She. I'm going to turn. Okay, my turn. I'm going to. The three of us swore an oath. Me, him, and Ace. And I said, huh? What'd you just say? What? Yo, you're too much. Hey, are you serious? Wow, that sounds great. It's perfect. Chopper, I think someone needs to check his head. Robin is speechless. Whoa, says Luffy. Come on, there's no way anyone can do that. But I'll have a shot if I become king of the pirates. I don't even know how you come up with this stuff. Huh? I never mentioned any of this to you before. Nope, but it wouldn't have made much of a difference. Since it's impossible, that means I only told Shanks, Ace, Sabo, and I guess that's it. Oh, it's not even Rayleigh, eh? Interesting. So how did they react? They all laughed, and Shanks had some tears rolling down his face. She. That's what I want at the end of my dream. He wants some sloppy toppy. I'm kidding. I don't know what he said. Wow. Well, I joined this crew willingly, so I can't exactly say it's not my problem. I sure picked the troublesome captain. She. That's awesome, Luffy. Your dream's amazing. It sure sounds like you. I'll tell you why this is. I'm cool with him having like a second part to his dream that he never mentioned, but I'll tell you what about this is bothering me personally after. Since you're gonna be a pirate king, even to make that possible, we'd better find the last road poneglyph. Then it's off the laugh tail. You make it sound so easy, Frankie. It's been a long time since that poneglyph was last seen. We don't even have any clue on where to look. Wasn't the only clue that we knew about didn't Kid say something about some dude with the flame scar or something? I think that's something we know. And now I remember Shanks told Rayleigh. Oh, Shanks told Rayleigh, but that doesn't mean Luffy told Rayleigh. Now I'm going to reveal all the world's secrets, Oda. So you were just capping, huh? Yep. That's you know where I'm going with that then. Navy HQ, the New World. We've accepted a transmission. It's from the Flame Emperor Sabo to the Kamabaka Kingdom. Where's it coming from? We have to pinpoint the origin. He's not using a white transponder snail to jam his call. He must be desperate. I doubt he'll speak for long. We've traced his location. Where is he? Lulusia Kingdom. Lulusia. Really now. That's one of the 8 nations that rebelled a few days ago. It would be an ideal place for Sabo to seek refuge. I see. He's an unlucky man. No, this is fate. Kamabaka Kingdom. Sabo-kun, I know I've caused you a lot of trouble. Sabo, we're so glad to hear you're safe. Dragon-san, I wasn't the one who killed Cobra. No, of course not. Perish the thought. I totally had faith in you. We knew you were innocent, Sabo-kun. Listen, I love how things are just posing. I love. Listen, with wine in his hand, them zims her hand. Listen, when I was in Mary Joie, I saw something unbelievable. Lulusia Kingdom, the New World. The sky's getting dark. Are those clouds? It's almost like something's huge is up there. You heathens will regret this. King of Lulusia Seki, Princess Komane. Oh, I remember her. Isn't that the Rocky Port incident chick? That was on one of the ships that got kidnapped, and she was like stomping on the bad guys after Helmeppo and Kobe saved them. Is that her? Make sure they leave a few for me, Papa. I'll never forget these dirty plebs. Never know how to say that. Your Majesty. No, I mean Lord Seki. Please confess to your crimes. We don't want to kill you. It happened in the throne at Pangaea Castle. Cut the signal to the surveillance division transponder snails. What? I thought that there was no king of the world, but the empty throne wasn't empty. I saw. As far as the surveillance division is concerned, what's up there? A shadow? No one detected anything abnormal today. Papa, I'm scared. No information was intercepted. As for Lulusia, that country never existed. So did Emu somehow nuke the entire fucking island? Just got rid of it? Great cleansing? Looks like, yeah. So saying it, but hold on. I don't know if I'm supposed to say that literally. Are they saying it never existed in the sense that now that it's gone, don't bring it up? We're removing it for history, or does this power somehow also remove things from from reality and plane of existence. I know I'm stretching that, but I just want to be thorough. We have reports of sea quakes off the southeastern shore. Sabakun, please aware of tsunamis. A few days later, aboard a southern sunny. I'm scared and it's freezing. Watch out for icebergs. Furl the sails. The wind is too strong and we're close to making land, Nami. All right. Brr, feels like we entered an island's climate zone. I guess the next one's a winter island. Aren't you looking? By the way, if I was a pirate, we're not going to any winter islands. We're skipping all of them. Every single one's getting skipped. I go somewhere and I feel a cold draft, Nami. Go the other way. Aren't you looking? Dashing Chopper. He actually just looks. I actually fuck with the hat. He looks cool. Stop hating on Chopper. Verily. Tama gave me this hat to shoot from the snow. Hey Nami, what in the world is that? What is that thing? It's like a warm eddy. I don't get it. I don't know what that warm eddy is. Is that a weather phenomenon? I actually don't know what that is. Never heard of that word, but never heard that before. An eddy current? Go ahead.
I have no idea.
Okay.
I have no idea. Hold on, I have to read. Like, I thought I was saying like Yeti, like the monster. Hold on. Am I dumb?
Warm eddy. Oh nope. Warm eddy current. A warm core eddy forms when the edge of the Gulf Stream moves into the colder water and separates into a warm core clockwise flow. This eddy drifts towards the coast and is usually dissipated in a few months as it collides with the shallow continent's shelf. Okay. Woo! Science in one piece. I'm kidding. An eddy current, but it's going upwards. It must mean a warm mass of water is being forced up at this point from somewhere. Oh, looks like there's an afro. A rapid temperature change is dangerous. We gotta run, Jinbei. We'll be swallowed up. Leave it to me. Wait, someone's trapped in the water. For real? How can anyone be alive in there? Is it a mermaid? No, he's right. I can definitely hear a lady in distress. Think a body of water? Are you guys serious? Even if someone is in there, what are we supposed to do? I'll cut it. You better not leave a scratch on the lady. What you do? Bird dance. He really cut it. Hey guys, what's all the commotion? Amigasa hat Chopper here reporting for duty. He's so cute, man. Stop hating on him. Oh, the wind's too strong. Oh, Chopper, why did you come out? You got blown away. Chopper, Luffy, you're getting blown away too. Whoosh. A kid popped out. Oh, that's Bonnie. What the fuck? One of the worst generations to glutton jewelry. Wow. Jewelry, Bonnie, Bounty, 320 million. Boo! Trash! Booty! That was an interesting chapter. There's probably there's a lot to talk about. That was pretty good. Interesting. In its own right. You guys anything in general you want to say before I go off?
I think if this proves anything overall, I think the pacing for these past few chapters have been really, really good. And I feel like this is like the correct balance of being on the Straw Hats, but then showing like shit going on in the other, like around the world. But I do feel like every chapter there's a lot of good, but there's always one or two things I'm just like, all right, bro, you got it. Like last week was the what's her name being the previous pirate empress. The week before was Mihawk, like Marine Hunter. But overall, they're like good chapters.
Yeah. Alan, you there?
Oh yeah, I'm here.
How'd you? Your general thoughts? You guys in the chat too. What are your general thoughts?
I enjoyed it. As far as your question earlier about Emu erasing the island, I think it's just about them erasing it from history. I don't think he can like erase it from reality.
Okay.
I took it as like a God Valley thing. I think he did the same thing in God Valley. Like they just destroyed it and like we're gonna pretend the shit never existed.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Luffy did promise Caribou a ride off Wano and Udon, so they know. Okay, I didn't know. I didn't recall that. Yes. Oh shit. Not Rocky Port though. Yes. Ancient weapon. The Sky one makes sense. Oh, you think they're using the ancient weapon?
Yeah, I think
Uranus.
I think this is 1,000% Uranus. Remember now we talked about the ancient weapons, and I was like, there's one for each thing.
Yeah.
I think for sure this does it, and I don't know why. I was thinking about today. I don't know why I forgot this, but it makes even more sense because Poseidon's the domain of the sea. Uranus is literally the personification of the sky, and then Pluton, even though he's not Gaia, which is Earth, he's the underworld, and Hades is the underworld, but like Pluton and the Roman counterpart, he is far more incorporated with like the Earth itself, with like its riches and stuff. So it makes sense that in this world, One Piece, where island like land is like islands and like they're mainly sea, that like a ship would also constitute as the land or Pluton, which is like the ship. Especially when we have things like Moria's ship being an actual island.
Okay.
So I think this is for sure Uranus.
Okay, that's true. You're stretching it because God Valley and O'Hara never existed, but people still remember them. Okay, so then yeah. So I just wanted both just in case there was some weird shenanigans with the power to rewrite history. You never know. I honestly find that in Eastern storytelling, that's a lot of times with these stories, when you get to the end, you start to get really like kind of crazy powers. That's That's the only reason why I kind of brought it up as a possibility, because even with Luffy's like Toon Force, Looney Tune type of powers, it bothered a lot of people. And I'm like, I actually am okay with this because it's kind of in line with zaniness and wackiness that's always been a part of One Piece. Is over the top, it's eccentric, and all those things. And I don't mind that kind of thing. So I was wondering if we were just starting to really transition to that phase. That's only why I brought up the possibility. That wasn't my belief. I was just being thorough, I guess. You think he has all fiction?
I got you.
All fiction's crazy. This is I do have an interesting.
Let me just catch up to the comments. What if your log post forces you to dock? Okay. Fuck, I'll be mad. I'm staying on the ship in the heat. Chopper got the coat on. Fork. You know what? He is the reindeer. He's supposed to be the one that's probably that's his natural environment. That's actually a good point. But we'll get to that. The funny thing is the attack did Jack all to Saba because he had no hockey. He can just moonwalk or flat on the island. I'm guessing he should be okay, but what would probably do damage to him, maybe it's psychologically that maybe he couldn't save anybody, just himself, and everyone is in the water blown the fuck back, right? And as a revolutionary or somebody who wants to aid other people, I can see that really bothering him. So maybe that's the thing. I do think he did survive. I do. Been missing those moments of them goofing around with each other. Great chapter. Pretty sure that's a 30 weapon. Good interactions. Curious if Sabo will survive. We are late though, so I reveal it. Emo on his China gotta burn them books. Oh, nope, I'm with Naya. This only was all fiction, I think. So to know rewriting history back when he revealed the time travel fruit was limited, but power just going forward, not backwards. I think it's Oda said no to. Okay, that's actually a fair point. That makes sense, actually. Okay, I do want to say, for whatever reason, Ancient Weapon did not appear in my head. I don't know why. I just assumed Emo just was able to do that. Like, that was the power that he had, they had. But I agree. I think that makes more sense to me. But what was your interesting idea, Miles? Talk about it.
Yeah, because I mean, I did too. At first, I thought it was Emo, but then I remember they said like there's a thing in the actual sky that they're looking at. So like that to me signaled that there was an actual like weapon above them that shot down that like those rains of lightning and shit. But to me, I thought the dialogue was weird with Sabo because he's like, I saw that thing on the thing, which to me recognized like he saw some level of power from Emu because it's literally like making it seem like Sabo literally saw some like type of god, which is why I also thought like she did like the raining down thing, but then with the weapons. So I think though, I wouldn't say this proves it, but I think I'm confident when saying I think every ancient weapon does have like a natural like pilot or user. So with Poseidon, it was Shirahoshi. We don't know about Pluton yet. Crocodile. We don't know how the ship would work. It's arguably maybe
Crocodile.
Even though I think you and me both would like Crocodile, I think if there is a pilot, I think it would obviously be Vivi based off the connection. And then with this, it's possible that Emu's the only person that can use Uranus.
Going off that, I have some like not completely the same.
Black Adam was in the
what do you think that Dofi knows about Emu, or at least knows about Uranus?
I wouldn't put it past Dofi knowing about Emu or the throne not being empty. That I think he knows for some reason. I don't know if he knows about the ancient weapon though.
I feel like the ancient weapon being under their control would be more common knowledge to them than Emu existing.
But Doflamingo specifically knowing that wouldn't shock me because he's a celestial.
Yeah.
Already knows. That's my point. That's something that I can see him knowing, or maybe to some degree we do not. And I don't remember what it was exactly. Maybe they didn't explain it. I mean, if I'm wrong, just correct me. But he was holding something over their heads. that to the
Yeah,
point that he
that's
was
what
able
I'm.
to bend the world government to his will to put out a false newspaper about him resigning. So he knows something so big and so grand that they would be willing to comply with a demand that he has to trick the entire world, so to speak. I said the dress
Yeah, that's
rehearsal,
why I
I guess,
wonder if he
because
knows
the
if he
CP0
knows
agents
either
told him.
Emu.
Yeah. So, yeah. The revolution thought that they were shutting down the corrupt government, not this Illuminati shit. I don't think Sengoku Kong knows about Emu. I wouldn't put it past the top ranking Marines not knowing either. Actually, I don't think they know. I think Emu is
Yeah,
the
I think
tightest
only
and
the
well
five
kept
elders
secret.
do.
Yeah, so do I. I think anyone actually like. Yeah, because Sabo telling them that the throne's not empty now will probably make Dragon have to move or think about something. So
Yeah.
yeah, Nofi knows something. Remember his Impel Down speech? He's got a lot of speeches. I don't. What did he say specifically in Impel Down? I don't remember.
Crocodile better than me.
I heard that. He didn't say that, but I heard it. Nofi just said it would be the Celestial Dragons tear it down as opposed to Emu. Okay, well. Let's go through some things here that I found interesting. So let's go. I was on Twitter. I saw the other chapter that I was thinking about. So I was right. It was like 5 of them. It wasn't it's like the remake of that cover story. I'm looking on Twitter here. I don't think this is important, but I'll just bring it up in case you guys care in the chat. Have you seen that they're saying that this is significant or it connects to Dofi because there were 16 holy rays of light that fell down to destroy that island, similar to his 16 god threads. I don't know if that's I didn't even count them. I'm to count them right now. I don't know. 1, 2,
If that's the case,
3,
probably.
4, 5, 6,
Yeah.
7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. I counted 16. I don't know if that's significant though. I don't know. To me, that could kind of be a coincidence. Honestly, they just kind of just drew some stuff there. I don't know. Maybe he counted 16 though.
I saw that. I saw that, and like I saw the 16 threads or whatever, and then I saw somebody else point out the fact that one of the celestial dragons shot somebody 16 times with a gun, and so I don't really know exactly what's going on there, but it's weird.
Okay.
I could be wrong, but when Dofi did first use 16 holy, didn't he have like a little bit of a speech before he used that against Luffy?
Maybe, I don't know.
That's a good check.
You gotta go to the end of Dressrosa for that.
Yeah, that's like 778, I think. Something like that. Now, what I will say I did find really, really weird about this chapter, though, is when they like learn about the Cross Guild. I feel like that was kind of brushed off a little too much. I feel like you can make the argument with Luffy with his like thing of like these guys are just doing whatever he's not caring. But I feel like not like Zoro not saying something about Mihawk or like Robin really going into like Crocodile. Like I feel like there's like a little bit of character interactions that we just missed out on that I feel like we should have had. Personally,
I can agree with that. That makes. I hear you.
So that bothered me.
Unless you were just keeping that info talk so they want to target him, the Uranus might be like the Brainiac ability to minimize the size of island planets, keeping them in the collection, because Pluton thing is to destroy islands. That's
Some
a good point.
Krypton shit? Some Brainiac shit?
Candor in a bottle. The empty throne is probably a secret that could tear down all faith in the government if it got leaked. Dofi confirmed Emu D Rider. I saw a theory that the 3 weapons combined together to something that can destroy the planet. Essentially, Poseidon is Shirahoshi controlling the Sea Kings to pull Pluton, and Uranus is a giant laser weapon that can be put on the ship. Though this chapter kind of debunks that if it was that was Uranus, since Emu has to move it somewhere to destroy islands. They probably love the number 16. The 3 ancient weapons can combine like a Megazord Gundam. Their favorite NFL player is Joe Montana. I didn't understand that reference. I don't watch football like that. I'm Canadian. Okay, I like basketball and soccer. All right, so here's what I want to say. Damn, Emu got the Phantom Zone fruit. I don't know. I do think the point of Pluton's thing is to erase entire islands. That makes sense to me, but that doesn't mean that each weapon isn't strong enough that that its power couldn't kind of waste away islands, whether that's from cannon fire or I guess Sea Kings coming up and bashing it, or I guess, or a laser beam or whatnot. But do you think that I'm trying to? I don't know if the translations here are tripping me up a little bit, but it looks like for whatever reason, do you think it was Emu that was just going to blow that island away anyways for some reason? And Sabo happened to just be there, so I was like, "Oh, lucky, two birds with one stone." Or did they target it specifically because Sabo was there?
No, they were already. It looks like they were already about to blow it up because they said the kingdom rebelled a few days ago, and then they said it's just fate or something like that. So yeah, I think they were already about to blow it up.
Okay.
Yeah. It's See, it's so weird because I want to know the nature of like I guess the shape of Pluton and stuff, and I guess like the manner in which it can be used. Like, does it have like a recharge thing? Like, is it just it's super slow to travel?
Yes. After you use hyper beam, you gotta wait one turn.
Yeah, like it's super slow.
I don't know.
I don't know.
You kind of changed the trajectory of my thoughts when you brought up the ancient weapon. I was not thinking about that. So now like my entire thoughts when I was reading it just got flipped on its head because I really wasn't thinking about the ancient weapons at all. I don't know why though. It wasn't coming to me. I thought it was a devil fruit power or something. But I think it makes sense that there was something they moved through the sky that's powerful, and they have their hands on one of the three maybe. So what I want to ask you guys in chat this. Let me ask you guys this, because this is the problem that I kind of have with the H. Not a problem, but something that I ask myself a lot of the times. We know for whatever reason, maybe there's a way to make the machines or the whatever inactive. I don't know if it works for the Sea Kings or Poseidon. It's a little different maybe. So Poseidon might be the outlier here, but if you guys remember, Iceberg gave Cutty Flam, aka Frankie, the blueprints of the Pluton, as if it was something you could just build, recreate with
Yeah.
the materials on Earth. So my question is Uranus similar in that sense? Could you build that? Is there just one in the world? Like, I always wonder the concept of like if someone takes the Wano version of Pluton, and I have the icebergs like whatever, couldn't there be two Plutons? Isn't that technically, unless there's some, maybe just one specific part that must be put in it for it to be I don't know. Like I'm trying to wonder if there's a weird way for multiple ancient weapons to exist, because that's the biggest outlier to me. Because I'll never forget that Frankie ended up. I know he burned them, but he burned the blueprints that the government wanted for the ancient ship. What do you guys think?
Yes. I think I'm still kind of the vein of like the Void Century was more of like, it was such an age of like all this tech and stuff. So I think probably some of these weapons were probably a lot more commonplace, and these are just kind of like the remnants of it. So maybe it's also a thing of, I think I said with Pluton, like maybe there's a specific type of material that's needed in crafting it. Like the only thing I could think off the top of my head would be something like sea stone, and that's why it's super rare to find. So it'd be super hard to build with. And Wano, that is like a birthplace of having all the sea stone, and Pluton being there supposedly, I feel like that connection makes relative sense. So that may be why Pluton doesn't really exist. Like there's not multiple of them. I don't know. And that kind of goes back to the shape of fucking Uranus, because I feel like whenever I think of Uranus now and seeing this, I just think of like a way bigger, better Arc Maxim. But then I feel like, is that too copy and paste of two of them being ships, even though one's sky and one's on the water, and we already have the Arc Maxim? Because I think it makes sense with the Arc Maxim, maybe it were designs based off of something like the Uranus. But then I wonder if like having two ship style like ancient weapons would be too copy and paste. But based off this image, I really don't know what else image like Oda would make it into. Unless it's like a flying island.
Ooh, that's interesting. You never know if those blueprints would have been successful, though. The point is that, I guess my grander point is that they exist. Like, it's recreatable. But I think Miles probably a point that probably makes sense. It wouldn't be crazy if these were something that maybe in ancient times ran amok, and kind of only their remnants or one of each kind of remain. I don't know. I would argue, but Poseidon's just the outlier because then Poseidon's a person who can summon Sea King, so I don't know what to make of that. Yeah, I don't know. I guess I just need more information to work with. I'm not gonna say anything crazy. You know me. That's not my thing to tell you. Well, actually, it's Eneru's fucking semen coming from this space.
Because if Poseidon was like some form of submarine, then I would for sure say, oh, it's like a sky ship. You know what I mean? Because we would be like, oh, all ships are like different form, like all ancient weapons are type. But Poseidon is such an outlier of it being so like human and beast related that like now when we go into the machine side of Pluton, it's like, is Uranus maybe a mix of both, some weird animal machine hybrid? I don't know. It's literally like you could just make guesses all day. You wouldn't be really much closer.
Feel it. Hold on. If it's an aircraft, that'll be Iran. Emo probably need to know the exact coordinates of Wano. Will stop Emo from using the weapon on Wano. Emo drew an X on the map. Maybe that's what activated it. The saturation in your cam went down. Did it actually? I don't notice a difference, but I do know sometimes when I move forward and whatnot, I can actually just change the lighting color and probably make it a little easier. Just make myself look like the orange man. But okay. Shit, what was I gonna ask? Why do you think Cybo's freaking out? Like legitimately, I know I asked it. I know I asked it very matter of factly, but I actually do find it like if someone told me, oh, I knew the king, there's no king in the world. I saw someone sitting in there. I wouldn't freak out like this unless there's something that individual did that scared me to my core. I'd be like, hey, yo, there was capping about the king of the world, by the way. I saw somebody in that seat. Like I would just kind of say it matter of factly. Does that make sense? Or do you think because he's rushed?
Yeah. I generally think he must have saw Emu do something crazy. Like, that's why I'm curious if, like, maybe he saw Emu activate Pluton and use it. That's why he rushed to this island in the first place, to, like, maybe potentially save him, and he didn't have time because Uranus already caught up to him and just blew it out the water. Maybe that was the connecting point. But I feel like for that level of fear, you would have to see this threat show some level of immense power. I think that's like the only way it would make sense for him to freak out.
Okay, maybe he saw them kill Cobra. He saw Emu after taking a shower, having his legs on the throne. Hold on, Iceberg Blueprint wants to combat Pluton, and someone said that only a Pluton could combat a Pluton. So yes, two could most likely exist. So my question, Pluton makes sense to me. My question is like, could you extend that to Uranus? Probably Uranus. So
it's possible.
Yeah. Maybe he saw. Oh, I read it already. Uranus, the Holy Land, might be called the Holy Land because it's the only place Emo isn't willing to blow to hell. I guess Emo wants the One Piece, be it to erase it or to get something from it, which is why Wano still isn't nuked. I guess maybe they're. I don't know. Like, it depends on like why would they want Wano out the paint. If you can convert them more into the world government, possibly, right?
Maybe they know Pluton's there and they're just not trying to risk it.
Okay.
It's
that. Oh, you know what? Guess. I guess they could probably spin it like the reason CP9 was really sent to Water 7 was to have a backup in case when they try to go after Wano and they can't get to Pluton, they could possibly recreate it. They could probably you could probably spin that into some type of storyline moving forward, make it come full circle. You could, I feel like it could work. There might be something I'm not considering, but it sounds to me like that would probably work. But all right, Alan, why do you think Saba was freaking out? Do you think he saw Emu do something? Was he being chased? That's why. Like, what do you think he's not just like reporting it very matter of factly and calmly?
Yeah, no, I agree with y'all. He had to have seen Emu doing something because just knowing that Emu is on the throne itself isn't. It's shocking, but it ain't like shocking enough for him to be so frantic about it.
Someone said Enerus Maximus probably a bodega Uranus.
Honestly.
Shoot. Because I honestly think Sabo is seeing this for the first time. Whatever is going on here. I think this is his first time seeing it. I don't think.
You think?
I'm not saying they didn't see. He didn't see Emu do something, but it wasn't the laser beam erase an entire island. So, and he felt the need to not even use a white transponder snail, which means that for whatever reason he was willing to risk the Marines listening in and hearing this. So I wonder what he really saw or what he really
See,
knows.
Do you think
in
there's
the
a chance that he was also trying to leak it to the Marines as well?
You know what? That's not a bad point. If it because something like that might be such a big secret, you just want everyone to know the truth on both sides of the fence and see. Because I honestly believe Akainu's the type of person that would go against him. If like he would get to a boiling point where he's like, listen, world government, girls say whatever the fuck. I'm tired of these goddamn criminals on the ocean. I'm melting you niggas. That's not to say it will go his way, but my point is, I could see him rebelling. Like, I'm not listening to you guys anymore. You don't tell me how to run the Marines. Fuck off. I really could see him doing that. But I have seen a couple of instances of Sakasuki kind of like reining it in a little bit. Because even just not telling Borsalino to go to Wano shocked me a little bit. It wasn't like obviously you don't just send him there with two emperors and whatnot and a bunch of these rookies running around without some proper backup. But he seemed like the I want smoke no matter what type of person. But then again, he's also done world government like things that I think are malicious and evil, like blowing up the whole I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. So who's moaning through their mic? No, it's a baby. Don't worry.
Sorry,
It's
it's my
okay.
fault.
It's okay. That's a young man, fresh out the womb. That could that one agent from the Marines Black Horse report that Kainu unless they just destroyed the recording? I'm not sure, but I like the idea. There's a part of me that actually really likes the idea of the pirates and the Marines having to work together to overthrow the corruption in the world government. Not like I could see the Marines not wanting the concept of the world government gone, but the corrupt people who are at the top. But the pirates and revolutionaries just want them all gone. Like I'm kind of trying to wonder what direction Oda really wants to take the narrative at this point. Cause where are we going next? People say Elbath. I'm not sure yet. So like I wonder. Like I'm really curious to know what their next steps are. I know we are still in the Four Emperor saga, correct?
No,
No, we were done with that.
I don't think so. I think the final saga. I think we're on the final saga now. I think we're separate. I could be wrong, but I think it's.
I think it was
saga.
called Road to Laugh-Tale, right?
Yeah,
Actually,
Yeah,
wasn't there
I don't
four?
think
Okay, go ahead. I'm talking a lot. Go ahead.
Oh no, I was just saying. Yeah, it's past the Four Emperor saga.
Okay.
It was really two emperors, but you know how it is. Half emperor saga. Okay, I'm about to throw some crazy head canon. Okay, is this okay?
Yeah, of course it is.
Okay. So, the celestial dragons seemingly have extremely deep roots into the world, being surrounded by the Void Century, and seemingly having enough power, influence, whatever, to be the top brass in this world. Yeah. There's always been the thing about multiple moons. There's always been the thing about their outfits naturally looking like astronaut outfits, right?
Mhm.
So, this is going back to the Uranus thing. Let's say they are some form of aliens, right? Or whatever. What if Uranus was their form of transportation through, space, and somewhere along the lines, I think this is for sure, right? Skypeans are from the moon. They were the Brinks race. The
Wait,
Binks race. What were they called?
Was that revealed somewhere? Did I miss that?
And remember I think was it? And
I thought
Skypiea was in
I
the
thought
Nell.
no. I'm thinking of the Shandorians. They're specifically from Jaya. No, I'm wrong. Never mind.
Yeah, because I can't remember if the mural was when Enel.
Oh,
was,
that
in
weird
Enel's
that
cover
weird
story.
mural. Yes, mural. Yes, that yeah. I know what you're talking
And there
about.
was
Even the big hat. The big
species.
hat on it. The big hat was on there too. I think or something like that. Right?
I think because on the mirror there was three types of like Skypean people. They had the normal. That one that had the normal wings, the ones where the wings were like almost completely horizontal, and one where the rings were reversed. And I think some of the Skypeans that we do see follow that. Like Wipers, I think was one, and Nels was one, but we know he ripped his ears off as one. And they were like, so some of them were descendants from that. So if let's say they went through the moons with one of
The
the moons
SBF and
hosting the
okay.
old
Sorry, go ahead.
Skypeans, right? What's if the Skypeans on the moon, after meeting the celestial dragons, built their own version of what they saw, which was Uranus, which is how they crafted the Arc Maximum. So the Arc Maximum, it would show how the ties to why the Arc Maximum exists, why it has the ties to the Skypeans, and like kind of how that all goes together, if that makes sense.
I mean, it's a theory.
Yeah.
No, I think no wait, sorry. No, cuz I mean I do think that there's people from the moon and stuff. I know there's space leads and space pirates and things.
Belkins, that is the name.
I couldn't remember I just looked at it now. I remember the cover story and there was some SBS stuff that really implies it. I don't think there's an explicit statement, but I think it's all very, very, very heavily implied though. So I don't know, that's tough. Are we getting the moon arc? I still want the moon arc. I don't care what no one tells me.
Because that's what I'm thinking. Because I feel like it makes sense. I always have to go back and look back because I know there's 7 moons, and how many races other than humans are on in One Piece? I always think it's 7, but I feel like I might be missing.
How many
I think
moons
I always forget one. There's 7 moons, I believe, in the One Piece world.
There's that.
Like,
There's Clover having the thing. I never remember how many numbers it is though.
I think it's 7
Like
moons,
6 to 8,
and
I think.
and how many races outside of humans are there? I want to say it's 7 as well. Because it's
That's a holy number.
Tontadas,
7's a holy number.
the Stontadans, huh?
As well. Oh, do giants count?
I would say giants count. So giants,
Tontadas,
Tontadas.
the long arm tribe.
No, I would say they're all probably
The
one
three-eyed tribe?
race. Three-eyed.
Lunarians.
Lunarians,
That's 6.
Skypeans.
Onis. Yamato and I guess Kaido and I suppose the dude from
Oh, did we count that? I was gonna say Fishmen, but I think Fishmen probably
makes
originate
8.
on this
Fishman
planet.
makes 8. Again, I don't know if we're
Yeah.
counting long arm tribe niggas. I don't know if they count.
I think the long arm, long leg, and long neck would all be part of one. They're just probably like subspecies. It's in the same way like the Skypeans have 3 different races, but they're all like one. They have like 3 sub races, but they're all technically part of the same race. That's how I would see it.
Okay. That's tough. There's a lot.
I guess I feel like Fishmen would probably be original inhabitants of this planet, though. So I was thinking if like there was one tribe from each moon or something like that.
Yeah, Yavor, I know Luna means moon. Sorry. Sometimes when people put something like that, I'm like, I speak French. Like, well, don't do that to me. That's disrespectful. Like literally Luna. Like I know. I'm aware. I guess I will. You know the thing about it is, I used to think about One Piece a lot deeper, a lot more often when I was younger, and because I haven't liked Wano for like 4 years, I just don't do that anymore. So I have to dive into my mind, into the archives to remember shit that I used to know off rip. I was actually telling this to Galam the other day. I was the kid at one point. If you're like, man, it was so cool. The first time Luffy went Gear second, like that's episode 273. I used to know I was that kid at one point. I could tell you exactly what chapter or what episode some bullshit happened in. Oh, I really like when he uses like Get Jatlin the first time, episode 309. I used to be that kid. I can't do that anymore. I got other shit I need in my brain. I have so much storage space only, but I used to be that person. Right. Belkins, I think, is the name. Rouge is one of them. Sabo saw even one mask and said she's probably ugly as shit. you might be able to create something similar to Rans on Earth, but if Rans is from a spaceship, you might not be able to do it perfectly fair. So you can make like a bodega version, the boneless version. One reason I want Bonnie to take us to Sobre is the possibility of the Kuma flashback and his tyrant days, and maybe the explanation for the faith that he practiced in his Bible. I'm cool with that. Might be some Lunarian lore in that book. 3-eyed, shout to Blue Gilly. Yep. You bunked yourself. Don't worry, it's okay. I know you're trying to help. Like it's just because I remember when that reminded me when I thought they were taking. Sometimes when people do certain things, I think they're taking the piss. I remember the story I always tell you. But after the first act, they saw Finn. They're like, oh, Finn, fish, Finn. What could it mean? And I'm like, La Fam means the end. It means end of Act 1. You guys know this brain dead theory of the Finn? I couldn't believe it. Like okay, so
I actually didn't know they did that. That's hilarious.
I'll never forget that day because I couldn't believe what I was seeing with my eyes.
You know, Americans only know each other. They ain't got no type of cultural understanding.
Do I count? Because I'm
Yeah,
North American, or am I Canadian?
I think Canadians
Oh,
enough
yeah,
because you
bro,
you guys have like French history, so you guys are I think connected enough.
please relax on me, man.
Nah. Nah, I knew it was bad when Jimmy's like, what's Jimmy say? Well, I'm off today. You got Labor Day. You know nothing about that? I'm like, we have a Labor Day, bro. Simi's an 8-hour drive to New York. You don't know that? Or like when you guys are like, you guys have Thanksgiving? I'm like, you guys cannot be this brain dead about the world around you. Please leave your country once.
You're a northerner.
Jesus Christ. But yeah. I'm a northerner. We the North. And all I know is there's cities in the NBA that got no ring, and we got one. That's all I know. Yeah.
You're actually not wrong.
But yeah, shoot. So let me go back to a thing I want to talk about. So what's the significance of Bonnie popping up here now? Do you think Bonnie's gonna travel us a little bit to Allah? And like, because I would argue that with the New World to some degree, with a lot of the major arcs, we kind of had a tag along supernova that was able to showcase their importance or significance to the story, whether it's from a power stamp. Like, I would argue we never really like, oh, Capone so strong, oh, strongest ever. It's like, but he's cool. He got guns and niggas. It's cool. Like, we like him. Cold Cake Island, he did his thing. Then we kind of had Law with us. We had Law and Kid. Like, do you think Bonnie's going to be the next one now? So we should kind of tag along with us?
Yeah. I think she's going to be
that
our kind of Rev. Because it seems Revs are getting more part now, and her being connected to Kuma seems like this will be our tie in to like forcefully, like for sure, like connect with the Revs, like more likely.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Which I'm happy to see. You know, we've been needing Rev shit for years. So
Oda's been teeing up some shit with Bonnie for a while now too. So that's all probably about to come to fruition.
Yeah, because they were saying, because they were basically saying we might learn more about Kuma. Kuma is also on the island now without any like memories of whatever. So it's a possibility that we're just kind of slowly bleeding into like getting a grander reveal of many things. I did not mean to press that, but yeah. Rouge, yeah, that man. Bonnie better keep the same energy about killing Luffy in the New World. Otherwise, she's a fraud. She not be named. Come on. well, this tied to that Sky guy from the Worst Generation as well. Oh, you talking about Rouge. To get back on Zoro. Bonnie there to info dump what happened on Reverie. Low key, wouldn't be surprised about that.
Need big body.
I think lowest of keys now with this and like moon, like not moon, like Sky stuff and like I don't know, man. Nero might actually come back. Ironically,
I want to put it past them. I actually thought this I was kind of convinced this was gonna be the Weevil chapter, but like I told you, Oda, if you want to drop that plot line, pretend that Weevil never existed, never bring him up ever again, I'm sure we'll all live and sleep like a baby. We'll sleep just fine. This chapter confirmed.
Wait, how did this chapter confirm Blackbeard's? How did it? Wait, how did it? In what way?
Yo, what's your reasoning, Snorlax?
Yeah, wait.
If Sabo's bounty
like,
isn't the
proves
very
he's
Billy,
not.
I'm calling cap. I think at this point, I really think it's my. I wouldn't put it. I wouldn't put it past him to put it in the 3, but I would be okay with it being like 2.5. That's enough for me.
I think it might be in the 4.
I wouldn't put it past that either because again, revolutionary, right? That would have put a shot like. Sabo at some point having the highest bounty in the series wouldn't put it past. I wouldn't put it past that because there's a part of me that thinks he'll inherit Dragon's role in some degree or be the next generation of Dragon, so to speak. I don't think Dragon's seen the end of One Piece in terms of the story. I don't think he's seen the end.
I agree.
I think he's going to die in the. I can even see Garp surviving, but I don't think Dragon is going to. Dragon is one of those characters I don't know what to make of because I don't have a general high level of interest in him myself. I don't deny his importance. I don't deny his history, but I actually like. And chat, you guys tell me if you agree with this. I think Oda's kind of incessant need to protect end game characters. I don't think he's always handled them the best way. Where I think he just kind of just removes them from the chessboard. Just take them off the chessboard. Like, nope, they're not there. Or actually, you see this one chapter? I'm putting him right back. He looked to the left. Oh, Luffy, you pirate now. Take him off the chessboard. Like he clings and protects them, and like, no, not now, not yet. Oh, Aokiji and Kuzan had this. I'm sorry, I said the same person twice. Sakazuki and Kuzan had this 10-day battle, but you can't see. Take him off the board. Like, I'm not a fan of that because it kind of reminds me of like 12-episode anime that hide the entire narrative and then machine gun fire the entire plot at me with the last 2 episodes, where it's like, what really happened was Homura was doing this. Like, okay, like you couldn't give me some more hints and sprinkle that in a bit more, see them do some cool stuff where I have at least some type of frame of reference from this standpoint, from this time point to carry on later. I think Dragon's one of the characters he's absolutely protected in every conceivable way and has had him do just about nothing. And I just don't know if he'll ever get a proper showcase before he is removed or goes out. I don't know if there's enough time to do that at this point, which is why I think he should have done it incrementally. Sorry, I'm rambling, but go ahead.
No, you're fine. I was going to say, I think you're right. I think, this is what I'm going to say. I think he'll do enough that, like, you know, like the fight maniacs of the One Piece, like, fandom are going to love him. But I think for anybody that has, like, a genuine, like, longing or desire to see him do stuff, I don't think he could ever measure up as a character. Now, if I'm wrong, this is one of those things I would hope to be wrong.
I'd love to be wrong.
Happy to be wrong.
I hope I'm wrong.
Yeah. But I don't know at this point if Oda could really make, like, we're literally in the final saga. Like, and there's so much we have to go through. And I mean, since it's world government stuff and rev stuff that has to go, there's a lot of a lot of points in which Dragon could hit on a lot of to really show himself to be something. But again, like, you know, it's like when you write a paper, you got a day left to do it. Like, you could do it, but I mean, you had more time to do it.
If you planned it out, it'd probably come across a lot better.
And that's my issue with the Mihawk statement of Marine Hunter. There was no reason to hide that statement until now. And the Shocky thing, I think the Shocky thing is low-key worse than the Marine Hunter thing, honestly.
Sorry, say that again?
Personally. I think the Shocky thing of her being under the previous head of the Amazon Lily Kingdom and the previous head of their crew, I think that was worse than the Mihawk Marine Hunter shoot-in, honestly. I think there was, even if you don't want to even give it on her first entrance, second entrance when Rayleigh and her are having that conversation after Luffy leaves Sabaody for the second time to go to Fisherman Island, I think if this was something that you've always had in mind, I think we should have known about who she was at that specific point in time. I think waiting this long just now for this reveal, it fell really flat for me. I was more annoyed because, again, you're showing these reveals of major parts of people's characters that gives insight into their history, their potential relationships, and you do it in such a casual manner, which proves to me that it's not that big of a deal that we know it, but yet and still you'll hide it from us for years for no other reason other than just blue balling.
Argue for stuff like that. You put it in the story. You don't have to explain it until the time is right. But at least I could be like, oh, that's what that was. You know, I don't know.
Yeah, like Naya. Think about this. If we knew that Shaki was the previous head, right?
Mm-hmm.
Imagine once we knew that and we've been like, we could theorize and think about this stuff, and then we saw the Marines come, we would be like, oh, Shaki's definitely gonna pull up, right? Oh, is she gonna come with Rayleigh? Are they gonna fight? There's so many things that we could have like looked at and potentially seen in a different light, or even with him giving that information out, present us to in a different way once the Marines pulled up to Amazon Lily. Rather than, we don't really see all the fights. Oh, Rayleigh's there. Shaki's there. Why are they there?
No.
Oh, Shaki's did you know Shaki was actually the previous head?
No.
I mean, it makes sense.
Yeah,
but...
like I think I like them. I like it because it actually explains Rayleigh's ties to that island and why he's always there and how they're cool with him. So like I like it and it makes sense to me. I'm with you in this. I'm with you with the concept of maybe we should have known earlier. This might be one of the ones where I think I'm okay with the timing though, honestly. That it didn't bother me to know that now, honestly, because Shaki wasn't this character that was so prominent in my head like they keep referencing her. Like I could forget it. I could forget that she exists, and I see her again. Oh, it's nice to see her again. You know, so that's just me though. But I hear you. I understand your grander point because he does that a lot with a lot of characters. But even with the Tyrant King stuff with Kuma, I thought like that's a detail I think I would like to know earlier. To that degree, like he really was a tyrant like that. But we'll see. This chapter confirms Blackbeard's final antagonist. What do y'all think about Sabo's fate? Is he done that? I think Sabo's fine. Well, I say fine, but he's alive. I think he's fine. I think he survived. I think
he's fine. Yeah.
I think what will hurt Sabo more is the fact that somebody blew up an entire island, where maybe he had revolutionary influence, friends, whatever, and he could do nothing he was powerless to save them. Only he survived. Have you heard of survivor's guilt? I think you'll have some survivor's guilt. Go ahead.
See, I was gonna say now, like besides the fact that I just don't think Oda would kill Sabo right here in this way. Like we cut back to the Straw Hats a few days later, and nobody speaks about Sabo's Viver card. It was like,
good point.
I forget Viver cards are a thing. Like genuinely, sometimes.
I guess they gotta check it though. I don't know, but it's a good point. I think Dragon won't die until he has at least one reunion with his ex-wife Crocodile. I agree, which is what I hate about One Piece. Investing stocks in the Dragon, I really like him. I hope he shows out in the end, even if he dies. Actually praying he shows out. Honestly, is it weird that I think that he's the one that has to deliver the most? It's not even Mihawk. I think it's Dragon. Out of all the characters that we haven't seen in One Piece do anything, I think if you don't get Dragon right, or the community does not come away with that level of respect, you fucked up royally, because he's so integral. He's a glue piece for so many things at One Piece and so many important characters like Garp. I think one thing we could say is, even though we haven't seen Garp go all out and stuff, I think we all like Garp's character.
Yes.
Like Garp already works for a lot of us. You know what I'm saying? So out of like the really, really end game, your Sakazukis or whatever the case is, I actually believe it's Dragon he cannot mess up on. If he fucks up a Dragon, I think is going to leave an unremovable stain on the series and the eyes of the fandom. Not necessarily to me, maybe. I don't know, because maybe I don't hold him to that degree, but I do think it's important.
Yeah. And that's why, like, even when we look at the Admirals, it's so when we see the Admirals, which are like the top brass of one of the most powerful organizations in the world, and they've been done with pretty good due. Like,
I personally respect the Admirals. I know a lot of community.
Yeah,
I do.
And I think the placement of them in the story, I think they've been placed well throughout. Would I appreciate maybe a little bit more? Yeah, sure. But I think with the baseline of what we've had with Kizaru and Robin, was this right after Long Reign, or was it right before Long Reign? It was after, again, right?
What was Robin? Sorry.
Did Aokiji pull up after or before Long Reign? During. Okay, yeah. So when Aokiji pulled up,
Ice Age, when he froze the ocean. Yeah. Remember Tanjit? He was on the stilts. He was like really high up.
You're right. Yeah. Kizaru pulling up to Sabaody. Us seeing the last one at Marineford and seeing the bits that we had of Fujitora on Dressrosa, and even Green Bull right now. Like, I feel like he sprinkled them throughout so that we've always known at least a general idea of how powerful they are, and their presence, I think, has always been done well.
To add on to that, I think that he uses them as good benchmarks for where Luffy is too.
Yeah, I can agree with that.
First two times we see Aokiji and Kizaru, they smack the fuck out of Luffy, and then the next time we see him with Fujitora, he's actually like, "Nah, I'm not gonna have this anymore. Not running from nobody. I'm about to get with it." And then the last time we see him, he's not even afraid. He was, they was just chilling.
It's funny when you think about, but Luffy's clashed with 4 of the Admirals already. 4 out of the 5 that we know. Actually, 6 he's clashed with Sengoku, the OG3, and Fujitora. The only one he hasn't clashed with is Green Bull. But he's literally had some level of like combat with all of them. But like, it doesn't seem like weird because I think Oda did a good job of it. So it's weird to me when you like hold out on like other strong characters. Like
I would argue like with Kizaru, he does all this shit with like the he stomps on the mast. Is the mast? What was it again? The talk about he pulls up with the wood. Okay, with the wood.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
He's wet and he got the wood on him, right? Right.
Yes.
That he has to get the Gatling stomp, and it's like He tried to speed past him, and Kizaru says you're slow and just kicks him back. Where it's like you didn't have him do anything crazy, but you showed how superior he is to Luffy in this moment. I think he could have done that about a couple more times throughout the series. But let me just catch up to the comments real quick. Ashspring shows out. Emu up next, and Blackbird staying low key until the world government is in the mud. And he'll survive in the chaos trust. Oda, I have a question about Teach for you guys after, by the way. Don't let me forget. Oda is protecting characters to the point where he has no time in the story to has to reveal them in side materials a la Shanks. I agree. Oda could have really made Luffy not find out about Kobe. Do you think he would act if he found out about him? Actually, no. I don't. Because I think you know how they use his logic against him? They said, hold on, what do you say about Ace's adventure? He got his own adventure. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. I can see Luffy pulling that here. Like he took his path as a Marine. He gotta get out of it himself, you know. I can see Luffy actually applying it to Kobe, honestly. Oh yeah, on the topic of Crocodile, since the last chapter mentioned the previous Gen Empress, there were weirdos saying Crocodile is the missing one. That what?
What?
Also, that's also getting tied up in Crocodile being Luffy's mom and Dragon's lover. Like, what kind of crack are they on? I think some of the One Piece like I want you to think of the brain deadest, lowest of the low One Piece fan. I think they're just in some weird cult. They just say a bunch of dumb shit all the fucking time. I don't know.
Need hope.
Like they're just in a cult. What's up, Abdo? Weevil might be a failed Sephiroth of Whitebeard. I don't need to see Weevil ever again, bro. That's all I know. I feel you. I will die on this hill. One Piece will still, let's say everything else in One Piece goes well, but we never bring up Weevil again. Not a plot hole. Fuck that nigga. Doesn't matter. He's not important. I don't care if he's Whitebeard's kid, dad, uncle, stepson. He does not matter to me. Don't ever bring him back again. Go ahead.
Like how they did in Him and Reborn. If you ask people, do you know who Longchamp is? They'd be like, nope. No.
Naito Longchamp, never heard of him.
They got him out of here, okay? We can do it. It can work.
It's okay. You made a mistake. You wasn't thinking. You had too many Heinekens that night. You're like, why did I make this stupid ass nigga? It's okay. Just write him out. Luffy's give Ace back and throwing the ship mask. So it gives me chills. A great moment. Even in the anime, it was really, really good. One of my favorite. One of my.
I know they were like, what is this?
It's not one of my favorite Luffy scenes, but I know they're like, listen, you little burger. One thing I do like about them though is they don't disrespect him, in my opinion.
That's true.
In a sense where like they'll try to psychologically mess with him by showing their superiority, but they understand that for his age and for how long he's been on the seas, he's gotten very powerful very quickly. He's not a non-threat. You just haven't reached the peak of your potential. I found that they tend to show him that respect. I could be misremembering that though, but
No, they do. They like even LKG when he first put out King's Hockey, they were like, oh, okay, he's a real one. But I would still like love to like get like a POV of them when Luffy really put out all three of them.
I'm hydrating with beer, man. So that's what I have.
But like, cause Naya, I know when all three of them were together and they saw Luffy, they were like, "There's no way this man thinks he can really get past us."
It's one thing if it was one of us. All three of us are here. There's no way he thinks he's that cold.
They were heartedly at him like, "Come on, bro, you don't want to do." Like it's sort of like one of those things. Like when someone pulls up to you, it's like, "You don't want to do this, man. I really don't want to be trapped this badly."
It reminds me of how I try to show mercy on certain types of groups of people with certain things, right? In this sense, right? I'll use the one that I was the best at. So to the previous, the Wii U Smash. You know, I'm gonna see my friends are just having fun. They're playing with items and shit. They don't know that I'm a psychopath. I play with no items, legal stages only, counter striking. Like I only the proper amount of time. Like I play like I'm not professional, but you know, like esports level, whatever. Like that's how I play most of my games. Like I just play it like I was gonna be competing. It's like y'all are having fun. Playing with your little Pokeballs and shit. Just enjoy yourself. Let me just vibe out here. Then they're gonna call me out. You trash. You not it. Then I got 3-stock. You look fucking stupid. I didn't ask to do this. You just to yourself. You did not have to call me out. I was gonna let y'all have fun playing your fucking for fun Smash. I play for glory. Okay. Okay. Like you have to call me out. They do it with Mario Kart. understand. Like, I'm not trying to even say I'm the greatest ever. You guys do not play Mario Kart. I've played every single one. I really do this. You got your little Switch. Ooh, I got a Switch now. You're not really nice. You're not that nice. I got Smash.
You're not a gamer.
You're not that nice. I'm like, why do you guys do this to yourself? Because I always feel dumb.
You're not nice.
I don't want to be a gamer. That's okay. Don't associate me with them. I'm not a gamer. I play video games though. But yeah, my point is, sometimes you don't gotta call people out. Just do your thing in your lane, all right? Because even some games where it's like, no. I had somebody actually thank me once for like not joining in. Like, thank you for not taking my money. I'm like, that's low hanging fruit. I'm not a fucking criminal or thief. I'm not doing that to you. Weevil is the One Piece equivalent of Nathaniel being Loki. Heineken kind of tastes like weed to me. Skunky. What? What just happened? Weird Loki asked me, not Loki Heike. No, I feel you. I like Heineken, Stella, Corona, and there's one more I'm forgetting specifically at this point. There's only a couple beers I'll drink. When Luffy beats Akainu's ass, you know they're gonna have flashbacks to that moment where all three of them didn't kill him. They're like, "Fuck! Why did I just melt him, freeze him, laser him with this? They're like, damn it! Why did I have to be cool and kick him?" Nah, I feel that.
I have a question for you.
No, before I forget.
Teach?
Does Teach look bad in your guys' eyes? In your guys' opinion, from the optics of Blackbeard being a Yonko and Emperor, blah blah, being like a low key veteran for being a Whitebeard chip for so long. Him running from, let me think of all the times. I'm gonna say Shanks, Akainu. There was something with I want to say Baltigo and the Revolutionaries, and Rayleigh. So I saw some tweets saying that's the fourth time that he's run away. This guy's the most bitch ass nigga I've ever seen in the history of my life. Type B, right?
It.
And like I see where they're coming from, but I just want to know if anyone else has that sentiment and why. If you do, just curious. Humor me.
I'm the type I like when the villains aren't like some infallible creature. Okay, I like it if they're like just people like you can get the jump on me. I'm not the greatest. I'm up there, but shit can pop off. I like that he retreats. Blackbeard's smart. He has never taken risk before. He's the type, if this shit's not for sure gonna work, I'm not pulling up. He did all this work to get his commanders, and these aren't scrub commanders. This is Devon and what's his name?
You.
Well, no, did he bring Vasco Shaw?
Yeah,
No,
sorry. Yeah, it was Vasco Shot and Katarina Devon. They were stoned.
Yeah, these are powerful, especially Katarina Devon with her fruit and being able to be a spy in almost probably anywhere in the world. I'm not letting my commanders that I risk impel down for this, and I have to potentially fight Boa, who we now can prove is exceptionally powerful, and Rayleigh and Shaki at the same time. Bro, this isn't worth it. I'm just dipping. Yeah, that's smart.
You might not
That's
know about
literally what I
Shaki,
said
though.
last week.
Huh?
I don't know if you knew about Shaki. Shaku.
I think Blackbeard is one of those types where I think he has info on when it deals with the realm of piracy.
My point is, I don't know if he knew she was there. I'm not saying he didn't know about her.
Oh,
I don't know if he knew she was there.
wait, that's a good point. Oh, that is a good point.
I have no reason. I'm not saying you're wrong, but I have no reason to believe that he knew because she didn't pull up on that specific spot where.
You're actually right.
Really
you're right.
So I don't know. Hold on. Let me see. It's funny to say that. I actually have. Oh shoot! Wait, I like what? What just happened? Oh, I get it. The beer, Corona, the beer. I'm slow. Blackbeard being a BICTH is part of his persona, so he likes villains like Buggy. Rayleigh was probably a Blackbeard's boogeyman as a kid. Chapter was so good. Let me forget the last 20 chapters of JJK. Bless. I feel it. I don't know what's happening to JJK right now. I haven't read it since.
Plus, I do want to say, plus to be fair, Blackbeard did beat Boa. So like, so I don't think. But I know most people probably don't think Boa's that strong. But
don't forget your other question, by the way, Miles. Just like keep it in your brain. But do you guys think that there's I genuinely want to ask this because like I know how we are over here in this corner of the small internet in our little bubble. You know, we're not the cool One Piecers. We're just we're the outcasts. But
yeah, you know the One Piece fans don't like us.
Yeah, they don't because I don't tell them that Luffy will hide if whoever the fuck. I don't know. Like I don't care about that. But do you honestly believe that we're having a lack of combat in the battle manga at this point? Where it's like, am I the only one who was a little bit disappointed to not just see a little bit of a Boa Hancock showcase aside of the Mero, like Mero no Mi, sorry, Mero, like, could I see a Conqueror hockey kick or something? Like, just anything. I'd have taken one panel of something just outside of that. Like, knowing that what the Amazon Lily was the first island to kind of showcase me the invisible versions of hockey, so to speak, without me fully understanding and comprehending what it was. So I thought when we got to the New Realm, we got to the logical conclusion that we understand more things about hockey, they'd be going crazy. So I'm personally disappointed, but I could also admit that this is one of those things with me personally. My expectations were high, and they weren't met. So I'm mad at Oda, even though it's not particularly his fault. Bonjour, mon coeur. So I'm like, what do you got? You guys, am I alone in there? Because even with Onigashima raid, I even thought with Wano there was a significant lack of combat.
Yeah, I agree. You know me, I don't think Oda does clashes that well. I have to go back. I think in pre-time skip he did. I think post-time skip the manner in which he creates circumstances around clashes, I don't think he does them that well. They just don't feel like, I don't want to say like real, but like they just don't feel like this. They feel like this is like very much like someone's putting this in a plot or a story. Like it doesn't feel natural to the world itself sometimes, if that makes sense. And I guess like the best way for me, I remember I explained this in one of like the Kubera like comments like a long time ago, but like Kubera is like I think one of the few series where like I think clashing works better for its story than oftentimes full-on fights because of the circumstances of the characters, how we know them to be, and the build up to these fights and these clashes of like, oh, this is serious. So every little thing we get just makes the entire situation marginally better. But this is like I think this
is also
one
a much more complex series where all those moving parts really do matter to those characters and the people they're trying to protect or what their goals are. Where this is not a knock on One Piece, but One Piece is a lot more simplistic, and I actually think sometimes simplicity is more beautiful. So I don't think there's inherently anything better about complex stories. But I hear you. We continue.
And I think because also combat is so integral to One Piece, where like the power you bring does matter, as shown with like Blackbeard's literally leaving because Rayleigh popped up, who was like a powerful person. He wouldn't have left if like fucking Buggy pulled up. Like Buggy would have just gotten the smoke. So like I think when we understand that power is an important part in the story, important enough that people will interact with others differently based off these things, and you've been hyping up characters for so long, I think there comes a point where you have to deliver on these things. And these clashes I don't think sometimes deliver. Like Blackbeard choking Boa out is cool, but like that's to be expected. So if you want to in some manner speaking break my expectation of that, show me a little bit of a fight and show me maybe like Boa really like outsmarting him, but like her power just can't match or something. I don't know, like things like that. I still think like both sides look good because she did whatever, but I think it could have been played up far more for sure.
Okay. I hear you. I gotta address the comments in a second. But Alan, what do you think about the fighting recently? You think it's been enough? Not enough? Just curious. There's some people. I don't know if he's there. He might be. Are you on duties? You doing duties?
Nah, I'm here. No. I was gonna say I was actually just thinking about it while y'all were talking because at first I was actually okay with it, but then once y'all started talking more about it being clash, I started thinking about it like the Sanji versus Page One, Zoro versus Killer, those type of things. And it's like, yeah, there is a lot more of just skirmishes than actual fighting going on a lot lately. But I do agree that at some point Oda has to start showing off these people that he's been hyping up for so long. But I also think that he's in that position where he's trying to reach the end, so he feels like he doesn't have time to show them at this moment, and he wants to just wait until like that final war or something like that.
But whose fault is that?
Oh, that's his own fault.
That's the thing.
Yeah, it's his own fault, definitely. But
They say One Piece is more than the fights, which it is, but it's not the best excuse at all. Onigashima was so fight heavy, so getting a breather is just also as interim chapters. I don't agree with that. I actually think there was a lack of combat in Onigashima and Wano. Like, it's one of those things where I think people misunderstand what I'm saying when I ask this question, because I know it was a war or whatever, contained large scale scuffle, whatever the hell you want to call it, right? And people were fighting, swords were clashing, bullets were being shot into the air, fodder were fighting, and stuff was going around. But how much focus and emphasis did we get on battles that we care about that matter, the 1v1s and stuff like that? That's really what I'm talking about. Because trust me, I could take so many small things and go, you know what? I'll take it, even though it doesn't particularly mean much to me. For example, I was very happy when some of the Kaido pirates moved away so they can use their long-range cannons. But that's tickling my balls. Put it in your mouth. That's not enough for me, okay? Like, you're not doing enough.
Yo.
But, like, all I'm saying is, like, for such a war-heavy centric portion, I actually would have preferred less quote-unquote narrative, less talking, less whatever the case is, and just more fights. Because I think one thing that bothers me, because I think a lot of great fight choreography people are good at this. You said storytelling pause. No, I said what I said. I meant what I said when I said it. Okay, you can explore and tell so much about a character through their combat, through a fight. You can actually tell a story through a fight. Like, that's the part that I think a lot of people are missing, because maybe they haven't seen it happen before. Where I'm like, I have seen two people fight and understood where both of them are coming from without me needing to be like, when I was 8, my dad had to escape from a fire in the forest and he dropped me and a baby and he abandoned me, and that's why. Like, no, I don't always need that. Like, you could act like Ran from Tower of God is a great example. How much of Ran's personality is shown through his combat? Honestly,
80%.
right? You don't have.
It's wrong.
Exactly. You don't have to like I think there's so many moments in Onigashima that are unneeded. I'm a point, the one that bothered me the most that a lot of people actually really liked. It's the Sanji moment where he's like, "Oh, I gotta run away because I'm like a germa freak now," and blah blah. I'm like, bro, this is not moving me personally, because I know that while your brothers apparently and siblings don't have emotions, raid you aside, or whatever the case is, I've seen them showing it, so I don't fully buy it. It's some weird nobody Kingdom Hearts shit. I don't know if they retconned it or whatever. There's that, and then there's 2 where I'm like, none of them are so like emotionalist, psychotic, mental breakdown where they just black out. They beat up some prostitute that's in the area and forget about it. They do this maliciously. They revel in it, and they're fully cognizant that they did this act. When Niji beat up that one maid, he knew what he did, and he was fucking laughing about it. So when it's time, he's like, "Oh, did I black out and hit her?" Oh, I'm like, that's not moving me. I'm not an idiot. I read a story. None of your siblings went through that. Even if you are awakening your recessive genes from your germal lineage or whatever the case is, it doesn't cause you to black out like you're a fucking crackhead Trevor in GTA and you wake up in a goddamn dumpster. That's how it works. It's a waste of a scene. I got more kicks and give me that shit. I want more kicks and less of that fucking ass shit. That's all I'm saying.
No, I have a few things to agree with you on this when it comes to fights. Like, this is why I always take issue when people do hypothetical battles, because they always only look at the powers of these fights, rather of the abilities, rather than the personalities that go in tandem with it. Right? It's always, oh, I think this person can beat it just because they have like a type advantage. Okay, maybe, but you might also forget that this person is just a dumbass. This person might have great moves, but he just is terrible at effectively using them, and that matters. And that's why you even agree with this line when you say things like, even if someone's stronger and they lose, like even if it's a Mickey Mouse win, they lost. That's their fault. Mm-hmm. Even if there's someone stronger, like, it is what it is. You know what I mean? Crocodile lost to Luffy. That's his fault for getting in close combat. That's on him.
Why did you try to face fight him? Why?
That's him. He lost. He
that
lost.
was
That's on him.
that was not smart.
Yeah, and he paid the price.
It's okay. You said a
That's
joke.
that's that's just how the cookie crumbles, and that's okay. But things like this are important. Whereas, like you like to bring up, uh, Zoro was used to be. I mean, he's still like a very hard headed fighter. When he was fighting Mister One, he went about it the wrong way. He wanted to hit him harder. So what did he do? Hit him harder. And the only thing that did is let him get more cuts and more fucked up until he had to realize, hey, what I'm doing is not working. I have to change the game plan up. And he got, the
He intuitively was able to hear the breath of steel or whatever it was, and cut through.
and then cut him. The personalities are shown a lot, and there's not much talking between Mr. One and Zoro, but there's a lot there for Zoro as a character.
And you could tell
So
why.
we have to
Even
have
something
these things
small
in
is like Das Bones is an extremely confident person, and the fact that he's fighting a swordsman, he has no fear. Why? Ability, and no one's ever been able to actually cut him, at least to that point. Like those small things, I don't think a lot of the things that I don't think people pay attention to, because unfortunately, and this is not me trying to like demonize any big creator, because this is just the current climate that we're in now. But it's just like I do think there's a large subsection of fan bases that are like they kind of leech off the points of their favorite content creator. So they just kind of regurgitate what Dritz is saying or whoever the case may be. Like, oh, this is a thing, like where I'm like, this is not particularly your point. I can tell that just because I do think people. I don't think people realize that there's a way to sometimes tell if someone's paraphrasing a point. I think there's a way to tell sometimes. I'm not always right, but I would say I shoot well from the field trying to guess those kind of things, right? So there's that. Then they're just the like whole want to dunk on people in terms of views or likes and or ratio or whatever the fuck these kids are doing, right? Like there's that, right? So they push agendas. They completely take things out of context in order to fake, like, try to make you look dumb. Where I'm like, man, so nice to see Crocodile get some respect, the respect he really deserves with a bounty this high. You think he's stronger than Katakuri? That's not what I fucking said. Like, they do shit like that. Like, we understand there's some weird shit that goes on, so we can kind of exclude that. But the thing that, one thing that I, hold on, JJ Captain, what? Oh. But one thing that I realized, with a lot of the fan base and discourse when it comes to a lot of things is that I think people are so obsessed with the idea of being right, they'll double down, triple down, quadruple down on something very stupid. Whereas I could have a thought, and if I really believe the next chapter invalidated, I say, remember what I said last week? I was stupid. I'm sorry. I'll just tell you how it is. Like, I'll just tell you that I was wrong, because I'm not always interested in just being the right. There's a lot of things I don't know, and if I don't know, I just tell you straight up. I don't know that. This is what it is. So, yeah.
Yeah.
No, I'm the same way.
Fight two admirals and get assassinated attempt. Imu just another week for the revolutionary. Mr. Moore's followers are bots on Twitter. Are they? Talk about it. Yoji's is trash. UGK daughter or Yoi's son. No thoughts, just vibes. Yeah, it's you said hydrate. Hydrate with beer. But yeah, I just want to point that out. You keep talking. I want to tinkle, but keep talking.
I was gonna say, and this is kind of like my last-ish point on the fight thing. And I think this kind of goes back to why I think the clashes don't, I think, hit as hard. Because as we said, like, fights give, they show a lot about a person's character, or the character's personality, if you will. So, like, I don't think we have enough proper setup or, like, leading to these moments, or, like, sometimes, like, satisfying conclusions that help us give insight more deeply into things that we've been wanting. So, like, Boa and Blackbeard, I think, have been characters that have been, like, everybody's been wanting to see more for the very long time. Everybody's been wanting to see Blackbeard do more scheming, more fighting, more everything he did pre-time skip into post-time skip. And same with Boa. But, like, this fight didn't really provide much of that at all. I don't think it really gave much insight into, like, oh, these characters are super strong, or oh, these characters made really good plans that succeeded, or anything. It was more of like, oh, Blackbeard popped up just cause. And I mean, the excuse of needing the fruit is a relatively good one, I guess. But like, not much really built up into him ever like desiring her or wanting to go there. And then after the result of this, I don't think we've gained much more insight onto Boa, really situation on the island or Blackbeard as a whole. So the clash kind of falls a little flat.
I feel that. I see what you mean. I don't. I would have liked to see Boa do something more, but with Blackbeard, I don't really have that issue because just like how we were saying earlier, Blackbeard doesn't play his hand too often. He
Mm-hmm.
likes to he likes to pick and choose which times he's gonna actually make a play. So when he pulls up and he's like, you know what, and like something like X factor comes into play, and he's like, you know what, it's time for me to dip. Like I don't ever really have a problem with that.
Yeah, true. But I think because I think maybe the best way to just put it is like I think if you're gonna have a clash, there should always be something gained for the readers, right?
Or there
Whether
should be a
that's
reason or like
Yeah,
yeah,
it's just
like
foreshadowing when they do actually have a fight, something of the sort.
yes, yeah. So like it's either I learned something about the aggressor or I learned something about the defender. This changes a huge part of the actual plot or in subplot, or it's a perfect setup for a future fight. I don't think this clash with Boa did any of those four things.
I actually want to say, I didn't think about it before, Naya, but I do agree with you about seeing Boa or just more Amazons using different levels of hockey. After we've learned more about it, I didn't think about that before, but that actually would have been nice to see.
Somebody said in the comments before earlier. I'm sorry I didn't comment on it earlier. I forgot to go back to see it. I probably could find it. I'll see. I'll look in a second and see if my thing goes up that high. But one of them, obviously, I creamed my pants every time Crocodile was on stream during Stampede. But the only other time I popped off is when she literally was strong enough to hit Bullet backwards with the perfume Femmer Magnum. Like, put some fucking respect. I'm like, I know she's nice. Like, put some respect on her. So I hear you. I just wanted like, even if she was like holding him or something and she was like flexing her conqueror's hockey or whatever, I'd have been like, I like it. But I do like her line where it's like, this power is only formidable because I'm beautiful, right? Y'all niggas is hideous. You're not turning nobody to stone. And I'm like, she's not wrong. Because not even Katarina Devon. I got no thoughts of lust. Nothing. I got nothing but indifference. I just don't want to speak to you. I'm going to keep walking. I would not even notice you. you don't pop on my radar. So yeah. Let me see now. No thoughts, just vibes. Can we get might higher? I made a fucking mistake. You good? I watched a Kentucky Hitman Reborn video for the LOLs. I felt my soul leave my body when they started talking about how late game characters were 4D and that end game Suna was 5D, like 5-dimensional. What's going on?
I hate those words. Oh my god.
And that Suna and Bermuda were multiversal. Oh shoot, you went to like Seth territory. Galaxy Plus, Universal breaking, fourth dimensional. Mega four. The first atomic bomb is 1 megaton. Therefore, listen, I don't care about that kind of stuff. Wanted to see the Kuja battle prowess in this large scale battle, cause unlike the Marine, they don't just worry about propaganda or anything. Just survival facts. Could have been worse. Check Toad Gashi on Twitter. What's that? I'll look at it in a second. But yeah, okay. Wait, Miles, did you what was the last thing you brought up? Was it something new, or did we talk about it already?
Oh, I was just talking about why I don't think the Blackbeard and Boa thing didn't deliver.
Oh, okay. It was still like a cool moment. That's stuff that I liked, and like in concept, I just thought the execution could have been a little bit better. Where like I still want to know, like, did she miss Kobe and Blackbeard, or did they aim at them? Did they somehow evade it? Because Blackbeard don't dodge nothing. So I'm just curious. That's all it really is.
I would like the only way I could answer that would be a headcanon thing, honestly, because it's just I feel like if you maybe hockey could have some type of play into it, and if you have a decent level enough hockey level, you can withstand Boa's fruit. but we did see like Kobe blocks one of her arrows that she shoots with his arm. So I do think like he could have just defended himself, like him and Blackbeard could have just defended themselves from it.
Mm.
I think even just a thing of Blackbeard, like a little bit of like before Blackbeard pulled up of saying, we're pulling up to Amazon Lily. They're surrounded by Marines. It'll be easy pickings, and explain like what value her fruit would bring to their crew. Just small pieces of like a few sentences of that I think would have gone a long way. That even if this was all we saw, that Blackbeard not getting her fruit would have us at least being like, oh wow, okay, this is serious. What are you? Oh wow.
Yeah, I really want to know who the hell is he thinking is going to use that.
I don't know. Sorry, I'm looking at these memes.
No, I just saw Fella getting her shit.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good. And Caribou in there too, because I've seen this one. I've seen was the only one I've seen is this one from Wano. Couldn't even kill Kaido. Give me that shit back. Yes, Lord Motonosuke. with Zoro, I don't know if this was an account that did this like that. I thought it was just like a random meme. That's funny. This one I recognize because I saw this and I started laughing, just because I could dunk on ZKKC. Yeah, ZKKC niggas like they not it.
ZKKC. What's the C?
Club. Zoro killing Kaido club.
Oh, they were an actual club. Oh, okay, that's sad.
That was how it started.
Shit, that's so fucking funny though. But do you guys? So when a character says something, right? This is a curiosity to them. Because I think that in a lot of ways Oda gets flack for this, and I think in a lot of ways that other mangaka that are ongoing don't now. Do I understand it? But when a character says they're gonna do something, do you immediately take it at face value, like it's going to happen? Like Zoro saying he's gonna gather the samurai and gonna cut down Kaido or whatever. It's not to say that the magnitude of the moment, or you can just have characters say anything willy-nilly all the time. That's not the point I'm trying to make. But do you also think about like timing, the character, the arc, what usually happens in terms of precedents that have already been set, and also do you think about like the credibility of the character? Let me give you an example. If I'm reading Monogatari or watching Monogatari and the story is being told from the perspective of Hanekawa Tsubasa and she says something, that's not a character that typically lies throughout the story for any particular reason. So I could probably take her narration at face value. Kaiki Deshu is a con man at heart and cons and tricks people into money. When he says anything, I take it with a grain of salt. So if he says, I'm going to save the world, I'll never take money again, and then he like takes money again, I don't go, oh, Luffy said he wasn't going to run away from the fight and he ran away and all this trash. I don't do that. Like, just curious. Does anyone else like that?
I think it depends on the series. So, like, I think in most POV series like that, I would agree with you. I think in most shonen, since most people are, I think, pretty straightforward with what they want and how they do things, the way I usually look at it is if it pertains to the fight, a fight in general, I'm taking it with a grain of salt because you don't have full control of being able to even reach and fight said person, right? Like saying I want to beat this person's ass really isn't up to you. It's up to like quote unquote the circumstances of the story, but really the author. So like you don't have control over that. But if you said so, like with Zoro saying he'll kill Kaido or whatever, yeah, beat Kaido. That's not for him to say. I took that. I didn't believe that at all. Mm-hmm. However, him saying something along the lines of rounding up the scabbards, that's something more within the realm of his control that he just didn't attempt. He did not even attempt. Okay, so that I have issue with. The Kaido thing, though, I think that was just dumb for people to believe it to begin with.
Okay. Well, the Kaido thing wasn't. Did he actually say that?
I don't even know.
Or was it that he already said that and he like was gonna like? I don't know. I don't remember actually.
I would hope he said that because if he didn't say that, then the Zoro killing Kaido Club would even be more dumb, in my opinion. I think he would have had to.
I was trying to find the origin. I thought it was Fiji, but I was wrong. He wasn't the one. He's the one who pushed it. He wasn't the one who created it. Go ahead, Alan.
No, so at one point Zoro did say he came to cut down Kaido since they call him the strongest in the world. But
Yeah.
that was like during the raid. But no, I was gonna say like I agree because I do think that for me it depends on who's saying it and the circumstances of who they're talking about and what's going on. Like an example that I like to use is when Goku said he could have beaten Majin Buu, like Fat Buu. It's like that nigga was capping because like we saw that no matter what niggas did, Majin Buu was just gonna regenerate. So it's like he had no way to beat that nigga. So him telling people he could win, that just I didn't believe that. But yeah, so like I said, it depends on who's saying
You think
it.
it's like traditional sane overconfidence?
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's just like it depends on who's saying it, and like what's like the circumstances of everything that's going on around that too. So yeah, when Zoro
So
said
you
he
guys are
came to
like
cut
me,
down
case by
Kaido,
case.
Yeah.
yeah,
Okay. Okay. All right. Just supposedly Roger started that. I heard it was Roger, and I think in the Ghetto Reverie, I think someone else brought one other person up. Someone named Janoi, I think his name was Janoi,
Yeah, I think it's
Janoi,
Janoi. It's Janoi.
something like that.
Because I've heard that name before.
Yeah, the name's familiar to me because I think I was on a stream with Brago once, and I think he was there. I think so. I don't remember though. But it wasn't for the Zig. It wasn't a Zoro stream. It was just a stream in general. But okay.
Oh yeah, here's my one question. Something a little bit more lighthearted. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Let's say alternate universe, Ace doesn't die. These guys like kind of grew up a little bit more, and they like this is just like a weird. I don't even know. Not even alternate. Let's just say like Luffy. I guess you could probably say now at this point, honestly, because he could probably fight an admiral. So if like Luffy, Sabo now, and if Ace didn't die and was like their age now, so Sabo wouldn't have the Marimaro, would be under Ace, and they fought Marineford Akainu, Aokiji, and Kizaru. How do you think that would go up, and who do you think should fight who?
Luffy and Sabo carrying.
Honestly,
the
one that I would probably associate. Oh, sorry.
No, go on.
I was gonna say that I actually would probably put Luffy against Kizaru, because Luffy's the one that I associate with speed and tricky maneuvers that can catch him. If that would become a problem, plus future sight and stuff. So I think from a speed standpoint, he's probably the best. In term, like I'm not trying to call Sabo and Ace slow in any capacity, but they haven't done anything where I'm like, wow, what a speed feat. And I've seen Luffy like really really do fast shit. So I actually think I'd probably send him to fight Kizaru. I'd probably I know at this point I know the magma for fire thing, so I think I have a little bit dramatic irony. So I'd probably say yes, fire against ice. Like Ace, you handled that, and have Sabo handle Akainu. So Sabo versus Akainu, Ace versus Kuzan, and then Luffy versus Kizaru. So I'll do the matchups personally.
I'm not mad at that. I definitely agree 100% about Ace fighting Aokiji for sure. My think this because this does go in the headcanon realm, but I mean we're already there because we're assuming Ace would be around their level if he like lived, which I think is fair. But Sabo being so hockey dependent, it wouldn't surprise me if he has some high level of observation. And it seems like it doesn't seem like there's really that many branches as like there should be for observation. So if he has future sight, I feel like that's pretty likely at this point. So I think being such a hockey person, I think he could scrap a Kizaru, and I think just the destructive capabilities of Akainu, you might have to put someone like Luffy against that at that point. Honestly.
But I mean,
I think you might need that King's Code.
I'm not mad at that.
For that shit. Honestly,
I'm not mad at that. But Sabo has proven to me that maybe he's more of a control over power, because of like the being able to sense weak points and stuff. So maybe he can just pinpoint the part that'll make the fire or magma dissipate the best by targeting that area. Think of like the Zanzis and Suna clash, where Zanzis' flames of wrath are much more powerful, but because Suna concentrated it into one area specifically, he was able to break through there and then get an opening.
Yeah, I can see Sabo doing shit like Rayleigh did, like when he does like the Yatami no Kagami, where he does like the the 8-pointed mirror thing.
Oh, and then
he like like
then
basically is
he
attacking him
attacks
before he can get shit off.
preemptively before he moves. I hear you. I
Yeah,
see.
yeah,
Okay.
stuff like that,
Okay, that's fair.
which I think could work. But I think that's just the interesting, thought process of the three brothers fighting like the three admirals together, hand in hand.
Yeah, Ace losing though. These niggas believe anything I say. I'll become the god, the king of Earth. Doesn't mean it'll happen because I hate paperwork. But yeah, these people have zero critical thinking and their brains are horrendously smooth. These AKK dummies piss me off. I swear. It's just. I think the thing that I think Miles says it sometimes too. But makes me laugh. I think it gets under your skin. But also, I'd argue. I'll be honest. It used to bother me. You just kind of get used to it, and you just understand it's the nature of the beast. But I used to like people will say something like it's a mic drop moment, and they'll say something so wrong with their entire chest. And I'm like, you really thought you made a good point here. You didn't, and I was unmoved, but life goes on. Like, I don't know, I can't think of an example on top of my head, but like, it's one of those things too where like you say something and it's like, at what point did you read what I said? Because one thing about me specifically is that I understand the English language pretty extensively because I've studied it for years. I pick my words carefully to the point where I tell you guys, when I say I think and I feel, it's not the same sentence. Feeling is intuition. Thinking is literally me having a thought process. It was in my brain. If I do something I feel, it was intuitive. Do something off of my thoughts, or I think something, or like I will say, few, several, and couple don't mean the same thing to me. When other people use it, I understand that they're just kind of saying it's a bunch. It's a couple of a few things, but a couple to me is two. So you say I'll give me a couple of minutes. To me, you're saying you're asking for 2 minutes because a couple is two. So that's all I'm saying. But yeah. I literally feel like I had a grander point. I don't remember though. I lost my train of thought. Where did we start with this point?
We were.
Oh, I read a comment about
Yeah.
something. Yeah, but yeah. Critical thinking, and I think Pat always says this. Literacy is at an all-time low and stuff like that. Where it's like I really do think that like generally just I'm not a genius. I have my strengths academically, but I am not by any conceivable means a genius, but I feel like one because I'm surrounded by morons all the goddamn time that say dumbass shit to me like, I'm going to say this because it's a good point. And I'm like, you thought you had a point here, but there's a hole here. Like, there's so many contradictions or so many holes in your argument, I don't even know where to start sometimes. Like, do I start this one? This mistake? Like, I don't know where to start. But I was educated properly. I don't know about some of them Twitter burgers. So can't speak for them.
Absolutely. Say
some shit like, but also see it the opposite way to try to criticize something where I'm like, this is not a real criticism. Because I always tell you when I'm nitpicking. Like last week when I told you I took issue with the Katakuri cover story with the hallucination gas. I told you I was nitpicking because I know I am. It's bothering me personally to my soul. I don't necessarily believe it's a nonsensical thing, especially based off the fact when Katakuri was fighting Luffy, apparently he didn't look to the left and notice all his fucking siblings there shooting at Luffy and then Flampe using a silent needle. So I guess it's consistent, if anything. So if Caesar snuck in while he's trying to like fight the Germa or the Vinsmokes, perhaps he could get the hallucination gas off. It's not nonsensical, but do I like it? No. I'll tell you that. And I'll tell you when I know something was probably objectively mid, but I liked it. And I'll just tell you, like, Sanji's cool. We kick niggas. I don't care. Like, you look raw. I'll just tell you. I think the grandstanding and needing to be. I think a lot of content creators, when they're in a certain space, they think they gotta be right all the time, or they gotta like project this all-knowing omnipotence. And it's like, you could just be like, Naya, do you think that Sabo could beat Emu? Or, no, I don't know. I have no idea. Just tell you, I don't know. I know. I can't answer that. But do you actually think Crocodile could be Katakuri? Yes.
I don't know. I
I
don't
actually
think I would have
do.
him over him.
I think what people are saying. I think in that video I was playing it up. I do think that he could beat him. Yes. On a serious note, I missed your initial reaction. What were some of your favorite parts of the chapter? Luffy's own logic being used against him by Zoro. Let me pull it up real quick because it reminds me of when people do that shit to me. My girlfriend loves doing that to me. She'll reference something that I said, and I'm like, damn it, I'm so wise. Now I gotta listen to my own words. Let me see. Go up. I think right here, Zoro says something to him. There he goes. He goes, Luffy, remember what he said last time? What he said about Ace that one time? Ace has his own adventures, and Luffy's making his face like, nigga, don't you use my own words against me? Like that's all my favorite part of the chapter, honestly. That was funny. That was good. And then like the call back to End of Alabasta, where they're all not calling like only I guess Sanji had a real insult towards Sanji, because around you have Luffy calling him a son Toryu, then a yon Toryu, when Usopp's like, that's these sort of styles not like this, and they call him an Oni, an Onigashima. He's like, you're a green mom, you're a green Kaido. Like those aren't insults. That's probably my favorite part of the chapter, honestly. In the crocodile panel, you know what I'm saying? And Luffy being sick at Buggy being an emperor is funny to me. It gives me a kick in his own way, because I'd argue he's typically not a person that care about shit like that to that degree. But he's like, he is not me. He cannot be in the same class, territory tier as I am. This is embarrassing. I don't accept. So
I whooped this nigga when I was just starting. Like, why is he up here?
So yeah, it's funny though. I guess we got the crocodile thing again if you really want me to, but give me a second. I believe and I can see it. It really be like that. All that expression. Also, what's good? What's up, Mikey? I also love the manga with Zoro. He made you laugh so much. When Zoro called Sanji the fourth and Sanji started fighting again, that was good too. The fourth thing is moving me. It's gonna be funny. No, the thing that I was trying to say about like probable also recall that when I was talking with the crocodile thing, I'm assuming this is the new world version that we get today, not the version we've already seen, which I think means he'll have just a general buff in all areas, whether that's speed, defense, possible hockeys, yada yada blah blah, or Logia mastery to the point where he's awakened. I think as far as characters we've seen as not that weren't awakened. Maybe this is before Oda had the concept. I don't think I would be hard. I mean, actually, let me ask this question. Do you think, take any character that you know that's not awakened, who do you think showed the greatest devil fruit mastery, versatility, or anything along those lines? I do think you can make the case for Law, even though now he's awakening. But go ahead.
It's a tie between two people. I think you should know who my two people are.
Luffy? Oh.
No. Luffy has awakening.
I thought Luffy. Oh, you're right. He does now. What the fuck? How did I forget that? What the hell? How did I forget that? I don't know. Actually, I don't know what you're gonna say. Go ahead.
Crocodile, Magellan, bar none.
Oh,
not
yes.
even a contest.
Oh, yeah.
Magellan's good.
It's not a contest. I mean, personally, I was always under the vein that they had it, always. Until you kind of told me about the steel thing and Impel Down, that definitely changed my mind of like, oh, he definitely shouldn't be able to convert the steel to sand if he was awakened. But I think for sure
it's not on the channel, but it's the first video I ever made. It's Crocodile. I had to take it down because that's the one they were going crazy with the strike because of panels, so I actually removed it. I don't have it anymore, unfortunately.
Yeah. I do think now for sure 100% Crocodile. I'm willing to bet Crocodile's awakening for sure now.
Mm-hmm.
I think Oda's just going to for sure give him that point. And I think Magellan does too now. I think they're going to say Venom Demon is awakening. But I think even without those, I think those two both have shown the greatest Devil Fruit mastery for sure. And I think an underrated one's Moria, because the way in which he used it for, I don't want to say it's non-combative because it is, even though they're used for combat.
He
but
found a way to combine it with science
insane.
and medicine. Actually,
it's impressive.
That's credit. You have to give credit where credit is due for that. Actually,
yes,
I hear you. He don't have enough time to master his fruit with 18 hours on the toilet.
Damn, but NL's up there too. Actually, dang, this is actually kind of hard. Yeah, so probably between.
No, NL I'll put up there. I don't disagree with Magellan personally.
Yeah, but I think Magellan and Crocker are my number two. Three would be 3 would probably be Mori, and then 4 would be it now. I think that's my like.
Would you
So
have put Luffy up
right.
there prior to his actual literal awakening? With gear second to gear
Bef-
thirds, and like when Crocodile's like you gotta like use it smart, and he did a little Shotogun and all that stuff, and Mizu Luffy and all that shit. I don't know, just curious.
I think by the time you had Gear 4th, I would put him above and now, but underneath Magellan and Crocodile, because all of his gears, even though they're really intelligent and really interesting to do, they Gear 2 and 3 were created with huge drawbacks, which were now resolved. Before, even though it's a great move, it's still a highly inefficient move, and I can't give you mastery
I
if
got
you
you
have
because
inefficiency
he
along with
tires out
that.
quickly when that's fair.
Yeah.
Okay. You got enough. Okay, so I wouldn't be surprised if Kid was hiding some techniques, but Kid and Law are like half awakened or awakening, so I'm actually
Yeah.
excluding them. But I do think you could have made the case for Law at some point. But okay, well, I believe Crocodile at this point is going to be awakened. I don't know if you're one of those people who believe that every type of awakening looks different. So,
No, I think it's general the same.
So
Honestly,
because I'll just complete the thought for anyone else who's thinking differently, because I know some people are saying that for Zoans typically it has to do with a healing factor and being able to get up quickly after being knocked out and essentially having like almost auto regen, like your HP meter just goes up slowly no matter what, even when it hits 0. So you get up quickly. There's a Jailer Beast stuff, though we do have the additive knowledge. I believe that I think you showed me this, that the Jailer Beast were, I guess, regular zone users or something, but when they were awakened, they lost to the animal spirit inside of them and was taken over by them, which is why they're like drooling snot animals. Where it's like the
because I
downside
guess
to zone awakening is you could be taken over by whatever animal or mythical creature or folklore that you're turning into.
Yes.
Okay. So
That's why it's interesting, because we haven't seen an awakened zone user with their mind intact. I would be really curious to see that, because I wonder if that transformative state would be permanent, or if they would be able to go, like, it's kind of like one of those things, like once you break past that point, you could go back and forth between it.
Okay.
That I would be curious to see.
I feel it. I think Oven showed out really well. I wouldn't put him up there. Katakuri is there though. Well, Katakuri is awakened. The question, I don't know if you remember the question. It's characters who are not awakened and have shown the best Devil Fruit mastery. I don't think Oven did anything crazy. He just boiled the ocean. What else did you do? Actually, man, am I forgetting something?
Nah, his was. I think his application was relatively similar. It was just like, if something touched him, he heated up, and I think the greatest feat he did was boiling the ocean.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that's more output rather than like,
But to me, that's not really.
It's impressive because it's like,
I could think of that with that ability. Basically, what I'm saying, like I would I'll heat up some shit. Like I don't know. Anyways.
Yeah, I can do that.
The point that I'm making is at this point probably Crocodile is going to be a lot stronger, so again all of his stats will be higher, and I think because he has area of effect attacks that can completely counter, and I say counter, but at the very least cancel and equal out all the mochi that guy's going to throw around, he'll be fine. Luffy has to literally evade all of that. Crocodile could just create sand too and block it and possibly turn mochi into sand too. I don't know, right? So. And I think that Crocodile's win conditions are not the same as Luffy's. I think Luffy has to literally beat that man, quote unquote, unconscious and get around the observation. This part is pure headcanon, but if there's a hockey that I think Crocodile will specialize in, it is observation, because he's calm, cool, collected, and poised. So if you asked me to attribute the one he's the best at, I'd give it to observation. It's not to say he'd have future set to be better, but enough that he's not going to completely outclass. And again, I just think Crocodile has to grab him once and dry him out.
Yeah.
And he can.
People
and
understand
he,
how
and he
like
can, and
OG
he,
that
and,
ability is.
Yes, and as a like Luffy was able to like, I'm not even saying maybe Katakuri can't redistribute moisture, a la Luffy can or whatever. But my point is, for most people, if Crocodile grabs you by his hand, you're done. It's game over. There's no other. Plus, he has poison hooks and all kind of shit like that. That's what I'm saying. Like, I do think that like the win conditions for him is different, because let's say for whatever reason they're throwing around sand and mochi and blah blah whatever, and through some point he's able to grab his sand and he just absorbs even if he absorbs a significant amount and doesn't completely dry him on in one hit. I'm not entirely convinced without some literal water just being around, Katakuri can just be like now he has to fight with one arm with an arm missing or half his fucking face dried out or something. And if he's gotten stronger, the speed of which his moisture activates would probably be faster. All I really mean is, without playing it up, is it wouldn't shock me if Crocodile and Katakuri won and Crocodile walked away with the victory. That's all. Am I saying, ooh, low diff, no diff, ooh? Like, yeah, I'm saying that because I'm fanboying, but I don't really mean that. I'm just playing it up. That's all. Is that crazy? Maybe to somebody. I don't know. To me, it's not that crazy. And again, he can dodge and evade attacks in a different way that Luffy can by dissolving into sand. Yes, there's hockey, but if he can still dodge around it.
Yeah.
Think about it.
He's a devastating guy. The things he's done, like, that's why, like I say, like the no drawbacks that you can create with your abilities is very important. Like, the fact that he can basically spam absorbing your moisture and have
Mochi
no
have moisture
drawbacks is insane.
Because I know wetness made it less adhesive. Like, does it have moisture? Like, could he just, if you shot Mochi at him, could he just dry it up? I just
let's
because if he could literally dry literal water or liquid his actual weakness, and if Mochi is some type, I don't actually know like what like. I mean, I'll look it up. What the fuck? What is Mochi? What is? Sorry, go ahead, Miles.
I don't know why. I always want to say it's kind of like taffy, but I could be wrong.
It says Japanese rice cake made of mochi gome, a short grain japonica glutinous rice, sometimes other meat ingredients such as water, sugar. I don't know. Let me see. Water, sugar.
Yeah.
And cornstarch. The rice is pounded into a paste and molded into the desired shape in Japan. It's traditionally made with, so I guess there's probably a little bit of water in there. So, if you shot, I don't know. But then again, I think the hockey part is what makes things a little more difficult. I'm not trying to downplay Katakuri's hockey, but again, I'm just saying that I wouldn't put it past Crocodile winning. That's all. I'm not telling you, you think Katakuri would win? You're a stupid dumbass. I'm not saying that. But you guys know where my allegiance lies.
Because
Big Croc. Big Croc.
Because I think another point is, like, as you said, Naya, even if he could, like, re-moisturize himself with, like, the subsequent mochi, right? So he can always do it. The fact is that would take time and effort. And those seconds of refilling would be plenty of seconds for Crocodile to capitalize and attack him with, right? Or even if he does it once, he moisturizes, now Cat's going to have to play a far more defensive game because he's not going to try to get grabbed again. You know what I mean? I think there's plenty of factors still to consider with that.
I also don't think Katakuri is. This is gonna sound fucked up, and I think they're taking it the wrong way. Katakuri to me is not that tenacious, and his vitality isn't that high. I think one thing about Cracker I could say is Cracker, for somebody of his magnitude of strength, to me, boasted some of the lowest general vitalities of One Piece character. He really got hit with kind of.
I'm gonna disagree.
Attack. Hold on. He generally got hit with one attack, and I know he got hit through his own Cracker soldiers and got launched really far. But a character of that caliber got taken out with essentially one move. Now, there was some stamina maybe involved, maybe a little tired and stuff. I'm not trying to downplay that. Katakuri, to me, for a power of his caliber, of his strength, he's like 48, I think, too, and stuff like that. He doesn't come across to me as the type to just hunger and crave and desire victory to that degree. I think Luffy somewhat brought that out of him, but I don't think that's his natural disposition. Luffy is a person that will claw and scratch his way to victory. Luffy, to me, I've always said, has the highest willpower in the series, and I'd argue to show me someone else who displayed higher willpower to him. Because I go back as early as just Grand Line, East Blue, and some of the things that guy was doing. Like, that's a nigga who wants to win, bro. Him carrying up Nami and Sanji up the mountain in Drum Island when it was cold with no jacket is crazy. Like he's a fucking monster, bro. From very early in the series. Cat Curry has not shown that to me. And I still think that one of the biggest takeaways I have to take away from his fight, his fight, is that he lacks KO power. I have to take that away from it. He couldn't put him down. I don't agree with what I'm saying, but I have to take that away from him. 11 hours and you could not put him down. I'm not discrediting blunt force trauma is the worst way to beat Luffy. I'm not an idiot. I'm not discrediting all of that. But he could not put him down. What do you want from me? Now you can say, just buffed his durability, okay. But at the end of the day, I have to take something away from that fight, do I not? That's my takeaway.
I low-key disagree with almost every point, though I understand why you come to your conclusions. I think he is vicious and has it, and is a person that would do the same thing. I think that is his deep down personality that has been hidden by the fact that he's now on one of the most powerful pirate crews in the world.
You think his familial duty subdued that? Okay, that's not unreasonable.
I think that plus him not fighting people kind of calmed him down throughout the years. But it's like, I'm not out on the seas fighting people. No one's pulling up to us really. So it's more of okay, things are calm. I'm cool. I'm chilling. I'll pull up when I need to. And if I'm pulling up to somebody, I'm probably just going to rock them. I don't have to put much effort in. But Luffy's the one that pulled out oh no, I really have to bring out all the stops again. When's the last time I did that? I think that's his real personality. I agree. This is the way I look at Katakuri. I think if you look at every single first commander, I would say he probably has the lowest vitality out of all of them. But I don't think his vitality is low. If everybody had 100 points,
low relative to the part of the One Piece that we're in.
I don't know if I even agree with that, honestly.
I think he has stamina. Because he definitely
has stamina because he fought for 11 hours.
But I would argue that he can't take that much punishment because he's not used to it. Like you said, Luffy fights people
agree with that.
Just as strong as him, stronger, weaker, whatever it is. He's got to overcome a gimmick, a discrepancy in hockey, a discrepancy in battle, get around some devil fruit ability. He's used. It's kind of like we always say, with Frieza. Frieza's not used to fighting at max strength all the time, so he can't sustain maximum effort for long. Something of the sort, which is why I downplay his overall, I guess, I don't know, ferocity, ferociousness, whatever, because it hasn't been honed. It's not his fault in some ways, I guess. I hear what you're saying, but I don't know. I'm not using the right word. I don't want to say his ferocity. He's ferocious and he's fucking scary. Cause that one when he slams you to the ground, that one pattern looks demonic is crazy. So I don't want to say that, but. He doesn't have. There's an it factor he doesn't have that I think Luffy does.
I agree with you.
You don't got that dog in him. You got that bird in him.
But no, think about
you got
this,
that donut in him, bro.
Here's a point. Here's a few things I'm gonna say of how impressive the durability that he has had. Impresses me for someone who doesn't get hit and probably hasn't gotten in so long, that even seeing the durability that he had impressed me. One, Luffy got you could argue a sneak attack of a full-fledged Gear 4 strike to his face. And he ate that shit. And that is no small feat. That is an insanely impressive feat. When we see the amount of damage that Gear 4 Luffy does. So for him to take that off guard and eat that and then fight Gear 4 Luffy match and then overpower him, and then I don't remember the time zones because I can't remember at what time he ripped his shirt off and started fighting Luffy. I don't know if that was halfway through or if that was at the 8-hour mark. They started to actually scrap for hours where Luffy was getting actual physical hits in on Cat.
But how?
I know it's impossible to gauge how many.
I know that's what to say. That the problem with that is
we don't know.
We can obviously confirm and infer that it happened because he has more wounds and dust and dirt on him by the time he goes to the Snake Man. So it's undeniable. He gets more hits in, but how many? It just. how hard
I
would
would.
they? I don't, like it's just.
I
I just think that he has a small. I'll phrase it like this. I don't think he has a large HP meter. His HP meter is not large for somebody of that caliber. It's still going to be larger than most people we see because he's standing, I would say, towards the upper echelon of One Piece character. But for somebody of that level of strength and that position and importance on that crew, I think he has low HP. That's all.
yeah,
Not to say,
I think
not
a
to
good
say his
example
stats
is,
aren't high, defense isn't high, but HP is not.
maybe this is like a good way of putting it, right? Like, let's say One Piece bosses are video game characters, right?
Mm-hmm.
As we said, Big Mom is like Kaido has like 4 bars.
Big Mom has the armor,
three.
the armor over
Three. Yeah, she has 3 plus armor. Cat would be like 1.5, right, or 2, but his thing isn't hitting. It's like he has a specific parry mechanic. So so it's like most of your hits that you're getting in are being parried. So the way in which you fight him is different. Where like most of your hits aren't gonna get to him to begin with. So maybe you only have to hit him 6 or 7
But each
times.
hit you hit is significant. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
That might be a good way of putting it. Yeah.
Got you. All right, that's fair. Yeah, I do think Katakuri poses a problem because excluding Marco and Rayleigh, and I haven't really got to see Ben Beckman in action, obviously. So as far as like first kind of commanders go, I really do think he's totally, from a top to bottom perspective, he's very impressive. That's character stuff, personality, composure, speed, power, awakening, all those things. I really do. It's just, I think because of the way that it ends and how it translates to other things, it's just hard to gauge him sometimes. I don't know what to do with him sometimes.
That's why I always kind of hate.
I do want to say this though, and I have no like actual reasoning except for the fact that I don't like this burger. He be the king though.
I agree. I think King's the weakest.
I think
Shiryu is.
I actually like really. I don't rate King anymore. I really don't. Like I don't rate Queen either, but I still like Queen. He was entertaining. You guys know I never liked Jack. He's a fucking loser. So, but yeah.
I think this is the issue. I think this is the issue with a lot of stories. Is like I think there has to be a thing of we can't let like a powerful person's only on-screen fight be against the main character because it makes it impossible to gauge where their real strength is because the plot will protect and power up the main character as needed. So
I had this one conversation.
So it's just hard. Go on.
Where I brought this up, and I don't even know if I believe it fully, but I said maybe if this happened, I would have taken this better. I'm not entirely sure how it would happen, but let's just say throughout the first part of the fight with Katakuri, when he escapes with Brule, he actually loses. And somebody, for whatever reason, pulls him out the mirror world, but he comes back. I probably would have taken it a lot better that way.
Like he actually knocks Luffy out?
Yes, and someone saves him, or he's like, it's like obviously over, and it's like because someone saved him in that last second, he would have fucking died right then and there. He eats some meat. He says, "I want to go back. I gotta beat him." A billion berry bounties of him, and then that second go around, he wins. I think that would have been a lot better than me. Because the only instance where he's somewhat knocked out, I think, is when he gets loses half of his belly, slips. He does that whatever mochi, Jinjuraku, whatever, and he's kind of out for a bit, and he gets back up. And it's just like, you really couldn't put him down, huh? Like, what do I do? Like, what do you want me to do with that information? Like, sometimes like people get mad at me, yell, "But categories that go." I'm like, what do you want me to do? He couldn't knock him out. What am I supposed to take away from that fight? He could not put his HP to 0. White eyes, he's not moving. He kept getting up. I don't know. Are these mosquito bites? Is it just because he is rubber and blunt force trauma is the worst way to put him down? Because I think me and you end up agreeing that Mogura is too big. Because Luffy is actually way smaller than him, Mogura's size in comparison, I think the anime makes this a lot more apparent. It's hard to stab Luffy with that because he could have slipped through the gaps of Mogura. Which is maybe why he didn't keep using it as much as that. I'm willing to concede on that. I can. I'm giving you guys an inch because I still think possibly that's kind of stupid, but I'll give you that. I'm just asking someone to give me the benefit of the doubt. What fucking takeaway am I supposed to take if no matter what he did, what attack he used, hockey, super hockey, Kaku Mochi, Luffy kept getting up.
You know, I think there's a couple ways they could have even done it, right? One, even if Luffy was subconsciously using King's coding hockey to like boost his defense, I think that would have been a nice little thing. And then he learns more about it in Wano. I think that could have been good.
Yep.
I think also having Katakuri really be a threat during the wedding and actually knocking out, killing, and fucking up people from Beige's crew to like maybe even taking out one of the Vent Smokes. Because like even the him and the EGG thing didn't really do much, but I feel like that could have been done better. Or like, when did Jinbei pop up?
He saved them when they're gonna go break the Mother Caramel's picture. He threw the water at Katakuri to like.
How would you have felt if he fought and beat Jinbei before he fought Luffy? Do you think that would have helped?
Probably, but it maybe, but like it would. I would have execution would have mattered. Like it's one of those things where it's like I still have to see how the fight plays out. And knowing Oda, I will just see fucking Jinbei defeated and Katakuri over him, but that doesn't tell me how the fight went out. So I'm still missing data points to work with.
Because if I think if we could see like because Jinbei, I think we could say is extremely tanky, right? Like he's a monster. Like especially the shit we saw him doing Marine Forward, getting punched through the chest, like all this other stuff. Maybe if we saw him getting knocked out or something.
Even
like,
when page one, just how much. That's how you know I don't like this nigga. Who's Who was kind of going crazy and he was like enraged and he punched him with that one hit and whatever. But like things said, look. Zodiac said Croc did think he killed Luffy twice, so maybe it's arguable that Croc has killing intent and maybe Cat didn't, or as much as I guess. Words are hard. I don't know, man. They gave me a lot of insight on how dinosaurs hunted. So I remember that. That was actually funny from King. No, Croc did successfully take Luffy down twice quickly, whereas Cat didn't, as you said, and it took hours. That's kind of my point. To the point that even on his third go round to go fight Crocodile, he collapsed for a bit. Like, huh, that's funny. I'm not hungry. Why? Like you lost blood, nigga. Like you're tired.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like I just think that the level of detail and care that Oda puts into certain things is just not as meticulous as it used to be as earlier. I don't think a lot of Shonen Jump mangaka are that detailed and care about it to that degree, because I think that us as a community put more scrutiny on things like power scaling and power progression more than the author does himself. Like he's not like I don't think Oda's thinking. Like, to me, I thought it was embarrassing that they tried to tie up Luffy with fucking string, I think, rope, in Fishman Island. Mind you, he geared second and, like, fucked up Vanderdecken while he was tied up, so I was okay with it. But I'm like, bro, if you don't just break out the rope restraints right the fuck now, that's not moving me. But that's because, I guess, as a reader, I'm taking things a lot more seriously. Or it's like, Luffy's captured, it's fine. Whereas with me, it's like you put Sea Stone prison on him, or it don't matter to me. Break out,
right?
Because it doesn't even have to necessarily be strength. You just inflate, and because it literally is not expanding rope, it'll break. So that's all I'm saying. I think he messed up with that with the Katakuri thing. That's all. There's so many things where I'm like, it's not consistent. I could suspend the belief to have the conversation normally if you want me to, but I'll let you know that's what I'm doing. I don't necessarily believe it made sense from top to bottom. That's all. That fight's messy, bro. I like it still, but it's messy. It is. I think we have to be honest about that. It's not seamless. It's a lot of in that fight. But I'm not as hard on it as some of the community is. But I do think we have to be honest about it. It's not perfect.
Yeah, I think. Yes, I think even sometimes like I think that it's always also the hard line of like I don't want to say over explaining, but like over explaining in fight scenes sometimes, and it's like sometimes it's like maybe it might just be better to be more clear at like the disadvantage of people being like some people being like I understood like what this was, you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Like of like how your specific ability works or stuff, and that doesn't mean you have to
that's where I checked
speak about it,
at
but
the
like,
top, like above the fridge and stuff like that. And
but like to the point of like it could just be a character thought. You know what I mean? If category was like, okay, should I work on the balance of adhesiveness against this opponent or not? Just that. That would go a long way. You know what I mean?
I just, you know me. I think it's the little details you sprinkle in that go a long way at the end of the day when it's all said and done. So, it's tough though. It's not easy. Like I'm not trying to act like things gotta be perfect. I don't think things have to be perfect. I actually think personally think this is the first instance where I have to start doing something. I'm not sure this was completely works from top to bottom. But I do have a couple more questions about the chapter. And we got a little derailed. I do have a couple more questions that I want to ask. And one of the most important questions I think we need to ask ourselves is, what do you think Luffy's dream or really is at the end of his dream, or the second part to his dream, if you can guess something? And why does he need to be Pirate King to do that? And I'm just going to think over real quick. I'll be right back. We're in charge, Miles.
Okay.
To work on stream, Miles.
Naya broke the seal, everybody. He's peeing. One Heineken absolutely destroyed his bladder. Jeez. Okay, everybody, put your favorite One Piece villain in the chat. Redeeming another hydrate when he gets... What the fuck does that mean, Zodiac? Yeah, Abdel, you speaking facts. I like your language. That's all I needed to hear. Buggy top 1? I'm not mad at that. I don't know if I would consider Buggy a villain, but Buggy needs respect. And Nell the Greatest? That's fascinating. I don't agree, but I can partially see the vision. I think I got a Nell top 5 though. Rock, Blackbeard. Okay. Oh, y'all be using channel points to say hydrate? Interesting. Hanji best villain? Niggas are trolls.
The Hath returned. Sorry, what I miss?
No, I asked everybody their favorite villain in the chat, so they just put them up.
Okay. Weak bladder. My bladder is weak, actually. He's not wrong. I got a bitch ass bladder. I'm gonna need another hydrate when he gets back. Damn it. This beer runs right through me too. I'm not even used to drinking it as much as I used to. I'm a water merchant now. The joke is, these are for the fucking Tower of God stream. Every time they said that jerk I'm supposed to drink, that's why I have these. Buggy, Eneru, Croco Boy. Now what the drink, Croc, Blackbeard. It's a channel thing we're trying to point, so that makes sense. Hydrate. You're trying to get me fucked up. It's a good thing. It's a good thing I didn't use shots. So what was I do shots? Now I'll just be dead. I mean, the way they say jerk in that series so many times, I'd have been gone, bro.
Dang, man. You broke the seal.
Yeah, my favorite villain is obviously Crocodile, but he's also the best character.
The No Magellan love's kind of sad. I hope Magellan's at least in y'all top 3 or top 5. Top 5.
I don't know if there's. I think he's one of those. I think he's one of those people where if you want them to think about Magellan, you gotta say antagonist.
You think?
Yeah, because I know we know like a lot of those institutions are corrupt, but Magellan's never particularly shown himself to be corrupt in that sense. Now he's definitely said some fucked up shit like.
He do be making people. He be poisoning people.
Exactly. Like he's done some stuff like that, but I don't necessarily think he's a bad person. I think he just takes his job really seriously, and he literally has the legal right to execute people there and things of that nature. Kind of like Kuzan, like we know Kuzan, whatever, but you don't really think he's like a bad guy or Garp either necessarily. So,
Magellan
I don't think people associate him with villainy. Is my point. So sometimes you have to say antagonist. So they just think person that the protagonist is going against, whether or not they're a good or bad person or a later on ally. So
anytime a prisoner talked, he literally said Hydra.
You went. So his breath would just reach that for his breath. He did a Magellan's a tragic hero, not a villain. Magellan is not in my top 5 of tags. He was threatening, but he's not a great character. I feel like you've been hard on you've been hard on Magellan. What's going on, brother? You're not liking the poison, the Hidara. You're not messing with the
Come
what's
on,
the
bro.
what's
Venom
the
Road, the bubbles, the gas, Hydra. Venom, like, come on, man.
I am a Magellan wanker. I will wank. I will jerk the penis.
I wank Magellan hard.
I will jerk the
I think
horn.
I think if we're talking power, I have him shit, man. Even as a character, I don't think he's like the greatest character in One Piece, but I think there's enough there that like I really enjoy him, and I think like what he stands for as an Impel Down's like.
I think
really
his position
important to the story.
and the character reactions to him and seeing him, no matter if you are a warlord, ex-warlord, level 6 inmate, to a person who is supposedly works with him as the head jailer, the fear and respect that they had for this man was enough for me. Where there's like, don't fight, run. I'm like, okay. See you less.
Yeah,
That's a revolutionary. That's a pirate. That's a goddamn marine or head jailer. Like that was enough for me. Plus I really think that Venom demon went crazy. And I liked the one with the crocodile giving Galdino a little bit of credit, where he's like, you never know how two doubtful abilities are gonna match up when the candle it blocks some poison. I love that nigga's voice. It's so fucking funny.
Galdino was actually like an underrated MVP in that like entire thriller. Impel Down to Marineford. He was he was very crucial.
Yeah, Kizaru's up there too because Kizaru's my favorite marine. So you ran the fool. You're on the right track. That's my favorite.
So we consider Marines as antagonists, not villains.
Because it's one of those things where it's, I think I'm one of those people that I'm okay with letting you define that for yourself. Where it's like, Marines are technically the good guys, right? They're supposed to like.
Yeah.
I honestly don't know what the Marines actually do. I'm sorry, Pat. Pat's so disappointed right now listening and wherever he is. He's like, you know what the fuck I do? No, I don't. I have no idea. I know nothing about military stuff. Like, the most that I know is from Pat and my girlfriend, because my girl's in the Air Force. I don't know anything. Most people in my life, we were anti-establishment, anti-cops, anti-corporate. That's all we were. We're just like non-conformists. That's how I grew up. So I don't fuck with any type of feds, you know? So I don't know anything better than that, but I think it depends on your viewpoint, where it's like, if you think they're actually kind of corrupt and effed up, you might, but if you actually kind of have the general viewpoint where pirates are the bad ones, but we've seen some pirates that are good, I just think there's multiple perspectives. Like for me, I just go case by case. I think you can make an argument. I think for Sakazuki, like, he's kind of fucked. Like, you can make some argument like he's not a good person or a good marine or a good guy or whatever, even though he's following his own version of sense of justice. Same thing with Rob Bellucci with Dark Justice. I think you can make the argument in case that even though they're going by their own conviction and belief, it's bad. I think it's hard to make that case for Garp, for Kuzan, for maybe Kizaru. I think Kizaru has come across as probably as a good middle ground between not like doing your job, but not to the point where you're a psychopathic, gotta murder all pirates type of person. I find like he's pretty even keeled in that sense, and he seems pretty chill. So I just think it's up to your perspective. Because remember the line from Pirates of the Caribbean, where it's like he was a pirate, but he was a good man. I think that applies to a lot of pirates in One Piece. He was a pirate, but he was a good man. And then you can kind of flip that on his head with the Marines. He was a Marine, but he's not a good dude. So, I don't necessarily do that though. But if you want to talk by arc, different story. So if we're talking about Sabaody, yes, Kizaru is the antagonist of Sabaody, or the main one if you want to. That's a different story though. Does that make sense?
What about okay? I put it in the chat too. But what do you think? Would you classify Green Bull as a villain?
Yes.
Okay.
I think there's a couple of extra things we could attach to him. Sakazuki fanboy, his kind of mentality, the kind of celestial dragon stuff. So I mean, I still like. I tend to use antagonist more than villain. People that I call villains tend to be characters like Frieza, because they think they're ideal, because there's like pure unadulterated evil charisma and things of that nature. But I usually default to antagonist over villain or protagonist over MC. I think maybe I say main character. I don't know, but Finna hit it. Now I gotta help with homework. Good stream, alright, man. Take care, brother. Thank you for coming. Kind of definitely a villain. Marines antagonist to me. He's the mean and moves me. Love fruit. Love Galdino. See for Gizaru. I'll definitely wait. I would, but definitely one of the weaker ones. Like Power Rise. Shout out to the Go Jack Sparrow. Yep, I joined the call right now, but my girl wasn't cut up yet. Oh, okay, so yeah, don't spoil her. But he's a hater. He didn't move you. That's fair. I don't know. I don't know what it is about Magellan, but I was so moved, bro.
I love him, bro.
He's so raw.
Like I've seen the disrespect in the community for years.
I remember arguing about. I remember I was one of the only people who knew he wasn't a Logia. Cause I remember that used to be a contentious point of debate. Cause you're like, cause some people thought that Logias, because of stuff like Crocodile, Eneru, whatever. It's like if you attack Eneru with like a sword and it goes through you, you automatically get electrocuted because he's lightning. So it's like you get poisoned for hitting him, but they don't realize he's letting the poison seep out his skin so he can coat himself in it. He can't turn into like intangible living poison. And if you think about Caesar, he's not necessarily that either. He's just gas in general. Not necessarily poisonous gas. Oxygen is gas. It's a gas. So I was actually right on that. That was actually a point of contention back in the day and then pulled down. People thought he was a poison Logia. So plus he has tear gas, sneezing gas. I don't think he has laughing gas. Then he has the what's the word that I saw that I really liked? They used it once. I can't remember the words, but like the way that he could even use the Hydra to like move and stuff. Hold on, but
Venom Road.
No, I know the move of Venom Road. I know that, but there's a. I'll find it if you give me a second. But no, I like him though. I hope that he gets a really good showcase later on.
I have a question. If Magellan was a Marine, right? And let's say 2-year time
I think
happens.
he'd be an admiral. Oh,
okay, thank you. That's all I needed to hear.
Okay.
That's all I need to hear.
I think because of the time,
I think he's like that strong.
I think because of the time he was introduced and because he didn't have all the things, moving parts about hockey and stuff, he looks a certain type of way right now. But I do think that if you are the head jailer of something or the warden of a prison this important where people could escape and you have level 6 inmates and people of the caliber of the Golden Lion Shiki and whatnot in your prison, you have to be an extremely formidable person to be able to put them down.
The way I kind of look at him is like within his lair, he is like the admiral for them, right?
Yeah.
Like I think if he's in closed space, if he's in something like Impel Down, his level would be equivalent to something like when admirals are out and about. If he's in open space, he's not. I don't think like in an open area. I think he loses for sure. But like I do think it's underrated how well he's mastered his fruit, and genuinely like once you're poisoned by him, you're really done. And I think that's really underrated to the point like people have to remember like even after like the time skip, even after Luffy got hit by all that poison, he didn't build up antibodies by it. They said if you get hit by him again, you're dying. That's it. Finito. You can't do anything. So like, and that was his basic poison. When we talk about things like Venom Demon, then that's even worse. Like this shit could poison inanimate objects. And now when you give him a buff, because we know he's gonna have at least basic haki. Oh yeah, this man's a monster. This man's a monster.
Yep. Toxic kinesis. There you go. I just like the word I use for it to make like the kinetic ability to control like different elements and whatnot. So for poison they call it toxic kinesis. I trying to find what I trying to find it. I couldn't find it, but yeah, it's cool. I like how his poison is acidic. I was thinking admiral as well. I said like, what's the question? Would Magellan rank be the Marine vice admirals? No. Even Blackbeard needed help by Shiryu. Isn't Magellan poison constantly changing anyways? What do you mean by constantly changing?
I assume it's. I think what he's saying is. Do you know? I think a good way to put it. You've read like the beginnings of Toriko at least, right? Remember Coco?
I finished Toriko.
Oh, okay. But like Coco, you know how Coco has all the poison in his body and it's consistently changing and warping. I think it'd be something like that. I think that's what he's saying.
I don't think that. When was it made to be to.
I don't know.
I don't recall that being a thing. I recall him being able to literally pick what type of poison he wants to hurt you with, whether it's laughing
I
gas,
think he's
sneezing gas, tear gas, regular poison, the demon poison, the super poison, if you will.
he's saying it's from the food he eats. Wait, hold on. Let me see. Is it?
I mean, I know he
Does
eats.
is that?
I remember
Yeah.
him. I remember him eating poisonous foods that give him the runs. I don't. That being a source of his power. I honestly remember. But then again, I'm starting to realize some of the older translations that I hold in my heart are not particularly right. I guess in terms of like
That is-
modern day wisdom, because I used to read some of the shit on the most ghettoist of translations. Even if you read the all colored version. They like call the admirals the supreme admirals of the Marines. It's like you're just an admiral. Like it could just be a translation thing because I didn't. Someone showed me. I think Glam showed me a translation the other day where they said that when you eat a devil fruit, you learn its name and ability. That's not a line I had ever seen until he showed me that translation. So this is when Khalifa and Kaku eat their devil fruit. For me, I just remember him saying it's disgusting. And that's when we learned that I think you don't need to eat one type. So, yeah. Toxic Kinesis, he's a Twitter user. Doesn't change from the poison he ingests. I forgot about if it works like that. Magellan's the most toxic One Piece character. Fact, my toxic king. Honestly, if Luffy fought Magellan right now, I'm not sure he would be able to win unless you can use hockey to prevent poison from touching your skin. I think he'd be okay now. But now, I definitely don't think he's losing now, Omar. Like, I'd entertain that maybe in Whole Cake or something. Now, Yonko Luffy's not losing to Magellan, I guess. With Conqueror's hockey.
No, I think Luffy's winning.
With Conqueror's hockey, without even being able to touch, you don't have to actually physically make contact. He's not losing now.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. You don't have to. He doesn't have to make contact anymore with King's coding. So I think he'll actually. Yeah, I think he'll be fine. Now, if you were to ask me before, if you're talking about Luffy that just stepped into Wano. I don't know. Toss up.
Mm-hmm.
All right, bro.
Yeah, there's nothing here that I'm seeing that it has to do with literally what he's eating. He has to eat poisonous things to convert. That's not something that I'm seeing here. That's not a detail. I think
he just likes eating poison.
I would remember. I think that's a detail I would remember. Honestly, that's why. You know. So
I forget how tall Magellan is.
He's very big.
Because Hannibal's like kind of tall, but Magellan like towers over him.
Yeah.
He's 16 feet tall? Jesus.
He's still a little shorter than Cat, though. I think Cat's 16 feet and 8 inches? How tall is Katakuri?
Yeah, Cat's ridiculous, too. But, I mean, at least Cats make sense because Big Mom's big. So, like, it makes sense why all those guys are big. Everybody else doesn't make sense. Like, I still, like, he's 16'8". Yeah, he's 16 feet 8 inches.
Look at me. I remember things.
Okay, Shiryu's actually tall. Okay, I thought Shiryu was tall. Yeah, Shiryu's like 11 feet, so he's like as tall as the Admirals, because I think they're all like 10 feet.
And how tall is Dofi? Like 9?
Dofi's like 9. Even Garp is like really tall. It's like weird, because Dragon and Luffy are normal.
Even, what's his name? Wow, Gold Roger. It's like 9 feet. I don't know how to what's his name.
Roger's even tall. It's weird. Yeah, Garp's 9 feet tall.
Yeah.
Like, bro, what? I think Roger was like 7 feet. I think because Roger's like around Rayleigh's.
He does know Ryoyu
like
too.
6,
Yeah, internal destruction. He got a coating so the poisoning couldn't touch him. Even advanced armor has coating. I don't know where I've seen that. Magellan gets all his poison from being on Twitter all day. Before that, Galdino's a lifesaver. Yep. Do you think Luffy's dream is to have some party with all their race or something? Oh yeah, I forgot to ask. What did you say? I forgot to ask that actually. Well, I think the second part of Luffy's dream has to do with something to do with like freeing people and making them experience true freedom as a pirate king. So it's impossible. I don't know. It has to be something that would be almost hard to do, even as the pirate king or strongest character to do. And I wonder if it's like an extension of freedom to all, or it's like I can't give him credit for something like the abolishment of the government or defund the Marines. Like that Luffy's not thinking about shit like that. So I don't think so. So I think it's still tied to the freedom thing. I don't know what it is though.
I think it's also important to remember that this is Luffy's dream that he had when he was like 5 years old, because he told Shanks this. So this was early on before he even had the Gomu Gomu no Mi. So he's had this dream early on. So it also have to be a very kid-like, like a dream that a kid would have.
Mm-hmm.
So
A
it can't be
childish
anything like
endeavor.
really
Yeah.
crazy. Yeah. So freeing people makes sense, making it that like, because at first I was gonna say maybe no more like because I was thinking this was before I was thinking about the Shanks part because I was like, oh, this might be with his experience of like Ace and Sabo and stuff. So maybe like, oh, no more like royalty and stuff. So like everybody can like just live like normal lives. So that kind of go back to the freedom life thing. But this was even before that. And I don't even know what like Luffy's experiences was like at that point. So it's probably something really happy-go-lucky.
Yeah. Or like again, like with a childish naivete or innocence. You know.
Yeah.
I heard a theory that Dragon is Garp's son-in-law, not his biological son. What are y'all thoughts? I don't think Garp ever refers to Dragon as his son. I don't like that.
He does say your father, Luffy. I don't think he ever does say his son.
I don't know if I like that.
No, but other people. Oh, I mean, they just say his son. Everybody calls him his son, but
Yeah.
I don't think he's ever said that himself. I think that's for sure his son. I think that's his
I
son.
think they're related. I'm not gonna discredit the idea that they're not. I don't think I like it personally, because I do think what gives a lot of credence to Luffy kind of being as strong as he is his natural lineage from Garp to Dragon
Yes.
to him. That matters to me a little bit. Whereas when it wasn't Ace, I'm like, at least Ace is the son of the Pirate King. That makes sense to me. The potential is in there, so to speak. Because in a lot of these stories, inherited will, lineage, bloodlines, and stuff like that, they really matter and they think a lot about you. Where it's like these stories like to do shit like this too. So I'm gonna take I don't watch. I'm gonna say like let's say Superman has two kids, right? And one gets his power, but he'll have none of his natural humanity. I think the Lois and Clark show does this, but I don't watch it. I think the new one, right? My point is, you might have a kid where gets all of his abilities, so obviously you see the lineage there, but none of his humanity. So the hard part is to try to get him to be a better person and control his powers better. And the other son gets none of his abilities, but gets his humanity. A lot of these type of shonen manga stuff like to do things like this, where they kind of make you a perfect blend of the two, or they give you the best traits from one parent with maybe the possible weaknesses of the other one, so to speak. So I think Luffy being as strong as he is comes from the fact that Garp is just a strong ass dude. I don't know if Garp's granddaddy was raw too or daddy was raw too, but the monkey line is very powerful. And then I have to ask questions like, how do names work, and how do you get a registered name?
Yes.
Because I've actually asked this before. This is a question that I've asked before that no one cared about because it's probably unimportant, and I understand that. But it's why I think something as simple as this is probably somewhat imperative to just kind of speak about at some point in the narrative. Because I think about things like, I always ask this, like, you have characters like Monkey D. Luffy, Roanoke Zoro, then you got Nami. Now, Nami, you can make the excuse, orphan, found, Barrymale, just Bellemare just gave her some name. We don't know why she doesn't have her own name, Nojiko, blah, blah, blah. Like, why are there just some characters with just one name? Or, it's different if her name is King. Like, King's real name is Arbor. He's going by an alias. That's kind of different. Like, I've always wondered stuff like that. Because I even think people forget Frankie's name is not Frankie. It's Cutty Flam. Like, it's not his real name. So I think if we had a better understanding of how maybe just how names are naturally registered or something, or why you go by certain names, that could clear up a lot of things. But I don't know, because apparently Ace's name has always been Goldie Ace, but he goes by his mom's name Portuguese D Ace, right? So I don't know how to answer that. I don't have the answer. I don't know.
Yeah, I think names are really important because at least with Portuguese D Race, the only reason why even him taking it, not even being Goldie Roger's son, is that she's also just a D. You know what I mean? So, like, it's one of those things of, like, I think the names just being there, I think it kind of also gives more credence to his being his son. Because think of Usopp and Yasopp. They don't even have a last name.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Mm-hmm.
So, when we're talking about Monkey D. Dragon, I don't think he would have taken on the name of his wife to get that. I don't think he married it or anything. I think he is his son.
Exactly.
For sure.
Miles will be very happy that Luffy is pro-diversity. Robin was really moved, so it's likely with the ending of Preston or something. I'm surprised that even Revolutionary didn't know who they were really fighting against. Facts. Or that everyone could save their life. Things that they're related. The whole proverb of jumping the Dragon's Gate. I mean, if you've seen Bleach, Ginjo is basically the same as Ichigo in terms of being mixed blood and took a different path. Is that his son's name? Who's
Ginjo?
Who's Ginjo?
Bro, Genjo's the Fullbringer. He's the guy that Ichigo murked in the Fullbringer arc. He was
Oh
the main guy.
wow! Wow. Is that how it's spelled?
Yeah.
Like Gingo? I swear I spelled.
Oh, it's Ginjo.
Oh, Jo. Sorry, Jo. No, that could have been that was just probably no. You're right. That was just my brain not registering it. Kugo, Ginjo. Yeah, my fault. Yeah, you got it. My bad. My brain did not work for a second. That's the best arc in Bleach. How dare I? His
You said it.
How dare
I
I?
I was like, wait, what?
BRB.
His son is Kazui, I think. I think it's Kazui.
I mean, if you believe Ginjo's the same as Ichigo into the mixed blood, but took a different path. Yeah, but I don't know, that's different to me. I don't know if Ginjo had Ichigo's potential. Because Ginjo's everything. Ginjo, my God, Ichigo's everything. You know.
Ginjo is human, Shinigami, and Hollow. He doesn't have Quincy powers, but he has 3.
There you go. That's not everything.
Yeah.
So I don't
So
think
it's
he
hard,
works
but,
by
it
I don't think he works by the same set of rules, but I
Yeah.
agree, though. Sword Fullbringer guy better though? Tsukishima?
No.
Tsukishima?
No,
the
he's
sword,
not.
Sword of the End? I 100% agree. He was to me the most
I hate
dangerous person in the series.
His power's
and
cool.
And the real antagonist. Wasn't Ginjo.
I hate him.
I also think it was obvious Ginjo was the bad guy. Look at his eyebrows. Come on, bro. What good guy's eyebrows like that? Cut it out, bro. Very, very obvious to me. I lost it. Ginjo's everything like Ichigo, but he sucks. I mean,
let's not get excessive. Genjo was actually really strong. Like
he's just the Sensui of Bleach, bro.
Don't do that. We're not doing that. The funny thing is, I was just rewatching the Bleach thing like literally a few days ago.
My favorite joke will
combo.
always be I like Bleach. I like Bleach better when it was called Yu Yu Hakusho. It's just Bleach with it's just Yu Yu Hakusho with swords. That's my favorite joke about Bleach. I'll never stop saying it. I know that I get it. I know it's a joke. I'm not serious when I say it, but it's my favorite one. I like Bleach better when it was called Yu Yu Hakusho.
I was gonna say, this is kind of going to the comment that was earlier that said like going to the Garp and Dragon thing, where it's like was Garp's name supposed to be like a play on Carp, and it's like the Carp going into the dragon. That's his son, because I think I saw a comment like that earlier.
I kind of think I saw it too. But does that make sense?
I think because they're saying like the Garp is a play on Carp. You know, like how the Carp goes up the waterfall to become a dragon.
I understand.
Which would give more credence to like, oh, that's his for sure flesh and blood.
I understand.
Yeah.
My point is,
I don't know if it's true.
That's not that wouldn't be a Japanese type of pun. That'd be English. Carp and Garp. I don't think that translates to Japanese. Did any of us see it that way?
Oh. That is a good point.
Because that's not moving me. Garp for carp, bro. Move that from me. That's not a pun or a play on words.
That would be.
That's why that's my point. It's English. That'd be more English related, not like a weird Japanese one, right? Like Korozumi, where it means like they're supposed to burn or whatever, or charcoal or some shit, right? I don't know Japanese. I'll never know that. But if you do it in the English way, I speak this language and I speak French. That's not no. Garp does not mean no fucking carp. Not in my world.
It's funny because I often forget. I forget that sometimes it comes in a different language. Like it's not what we're looking at. I forget that sometimes.
They say God,
yeah,
right? It's not even like his name is like something. Let me just you see Garp. They say Garp, right? So, yeah, that's funny though.
Garp Chujo.
Yeah, the 1,000-Year Blood War anime is looking good, so it'll be pretty excited when it all comes out and said and done. I'm gonna watch it myself actually, but I watched all of Bleach though for the most part. I watched it.
That's funny as fuck. Zodiac said a power that can. It's just gaslighting. It's crazy. That's really what the power is. It's actually just gaslighting.
It is single handedly one of at one point I thought it was one of the most original, coolest, most broken abilities of all time. I'm like, he just inserts himself into your fucking life. He's like, I took your virginity, bro. What? Like that power is busted. You lost your virginity to me, not Cheryl.
Like, he said, Ichigo, you don't remember him? He was like our best friend when we were kids. We used to go down slides together. He's like, I don't know. Like,
Like,
Ichigo,
remember for
you're
Christmas
acting
he bought you your PS5?
Yeah.
Like, no, he didn't. Like, yeah, it's so crazy.
That is a crazy power.
Yeah, he was my favorite part of that arc. And the girl with the toys, the pink hair girl, Riruka, that's the best girl.
Ichigo was really like, I have to kill this nigga.
You
I just
really
have to.
murdered him in cold blood, another human. That's why it's so funny to me. It's so funny.
When he put him to his house, Ichigo was like, yeah, it's over.
It's like Suna killing
It's just
Byakuran.
not-
He's like, don't you agree? Haha, no. And Suna's like, no, nigga, burn. And if Suna's like, no, you gotta die. No, you fucked up. You are evil. And you gotta be eradicated from the world because he's not. He really is a fucking sweet soy boy. So yeah, it was me, Barry, the ability. Additional ones I was scared to do with the PS4 was clean. Oh, the PSP, yes, PSP. I remember. I didn't like him. Yeah, Riruka's my favorite woman in that series. My source, I made it the fuck up. But LOL, Bakubo confirmed we're getting extra stuff for the interview. Oh, that's cool. Maybe he can flesh out things he didn't have time to or couldn't.
I think that's his plan, which is cool. You know,
I
we'll see
understand
some
that.
real stuff. Maybe he'll let Bayaki actually just die.
He just changes it.
I'm being so serious.
Oh, nah.
unironically serious.
I want to see him in the
Now
the
you don't
king,
like it?
the King's whatever clothes. Nah, it's like I know that, but now it's too late. You can't hit the cannon now. It's too late. You should have the balls to do it when you were doing it. It's too late now. He's alive. He made it. He's still a captain. Suck my dick from the back. I'm with you. As much as he was my favorite character, I thought that was the perfect death for him. Honestly, I did. So when he came back, I was kind of like, oh, that's not really moving me, but at least my nigga was alive. But he got nothing else to do because I think the idea was to let Rukia really embody the yeah, exactly. It's like I think that when he lets her beat the guy who beat him, what's his name? N-O-D-T?
As not.
There you go. Like
as not.
yeah, like
Non
that's, I think that was the point.
Speak German.
It is cool. Yeah, I'm sorry, my expertise stay in the like Spanish,
French,
Italian,
the
French,
Francais.
English. Yeah, but like Italian and Spanish are like so similar to French and English.
Yeah, Romance languages.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Like I could just kind of like understand most of it more often than not. So like the first time I ever read something in Spanish, I wasn't lost. Because remember I always tell you the first time I heard segunda etapa, I knew what it meant second step immediately.
Yeah.
It wasn't. I didn't need a translation for that. So because step in I think I guess in Spanish etapa would be it, but etap is step in French. So I could just do I do shit like that all the time. That's why when Yavor earlier was like Lunari, it's like I know what I know that means. I know that means. Okay. Y'all didn't hear me, my oh cloud de la luna. I was in the choir. You know what I'm saying, like fourth grade. So yeah.
Well, you enjoyed the Hell chapter, right?
Yes. As much as I rag on Bleach, I like Bleach is still more enjoyable than fucking Naruto and like Fairy Tail and stuff like that. Like I really do like them better than those type of series and Toriko and stuff. So.
And Salazar Lepar was your favorite Espada, right?
Yes, number 8.
Okay.
Absolutely. He was the goat.
Salazar Lepar Grant.
He was the GOAT. He was so fucking raw. Byakuya is regulated to one of the strong people getting stalled out by the miracle. I almost said Tora. Pretty similar understanding wise. I still find it weird people kill all the Quincy's and just didn't leave everyone. Didn't have everyone jump
really
Quincy
weak.
Jesus. First invasion, Bombita. Yeah, I remember her. Byakuya.
Bombita, bastard, but I hated her. Yeah, I'd be really weak if Kubo really said, I'm changing all this shit up. Like, what's if he just went in an entirely different
arc? What if he like don't see Grammy? Like he's not a character.
That's one of those things of like it was like the fun reverse thing, like when animes go astray, and it's like, all right, let me just wait till the manga finishes because this shit was ass, and it's like, no, the manga, let's reverse it, let's make the anime different. I would actually be interested in seeing that. I think that would be hilarious if you,
It'd be
because
an interesting precedent that's set for like manga or like anime manga combination stories. So
yes,
it'd be interesting in its own right.
like Grimmy.
Because
Right, I like Grimmy.
I'd argue Strong World is the first instance that I could think of. No, not theoretical canon. That I think I've seen earlier, but not partial canon, but the fact that the character, as in the main antagonist, exists in the world of One Piece, but the events of that movie are not canon. I believe
Yes.
Strong World was the first time I've ever seen something like that, because I know Shiki's in the story. I know Shiki's the only person that ever escaped from Impel Down, but he not.
From a movie standpoint,
But no, I'm saying like Golden Lion Shiki's a real One Piece character, in the manga. Like he's referenced in
Yeah.
the manga chapter. There's 2 chapters where
Yes.
he's name dropped. Or I think there was that one chapter where the girl turned into the girl with the Bane no Mi before Bentham Bon Clay. They were saying the person they turned to was a younger version of the Golden Lion Shiki. So he may have literally seen him too, but he was mentioned as being the only person to escape Impel Town. But the actual events of Strong World didn't happen. That's the
Yes.
first time I've ever seen something like that. So I was hoping Zephyr would be the same, but unfortunately that's not the case.
I think you might be right. That might be my first time. I know other instances in other manga like Naruto or Bleach doing it. Like, Bleach, when they had the filler arc with the swords, like gaining like consciousness and fighting them, and then like
I saw that like after Bleach was done.
The,
The anime
what's
was
his
done.
name?
After the anime was done, I watched it after.
yeah, because what's his name? Who Kyoraku, his sword spirits are the designs of those from that arc because Kubo did those designs, so they became canon.
Okay.
And the same with Naruto. In one of the Naruto fillers in the OG, when they were kids, they fought one of the 7 lightning swordsmen.
The
And
Curry
I
of
think
Life
that
one, right?
design character, yes,
Yes.
he became canon
That
in the manga because it was a flashback of one of them or something.
I think would I argue that what you're seeing there maybe might be a little different. Maybe it's the same. We can just put our brains together. I'm tired. I don't know. Is that you're seeing a character being introduced in a filler that becomes canon later?
Yes.
That I've seen since Prince of Tennis with Ryoga. So that was my probably first taste of seeing with Ryoga. Ryoga was a movie-only character that popped up in the new Prince of Tennis manga, as his brother actually being a real thing that he had, like the backstory that his dad adopted some random kid and played tennis with him. But with Shiki, to me, it was more like, this movie isn't canon, but this character and his mythology in the story is, but not this actual movie itself. That was the first time I had seen that. At least I think so. I could be wrong, but that's all I'm saying.
Gotcha.
Which is pretty cool in its own right. So, Grammy, the Emanation Dumbass, yeah, lost. Sazai Poro, he's your favorite. That's interesting. Like, but you guys gotta know at this point, I like science. Science is raw. I like any scientist that's pretty cold blooded, like Mayuri, because I actually think to be a true scientist in the I don't know, in my definition of a scientist, somebody who pursues science despite how humanity might use that for wrong or for evil things. So you're not particularly cared about the morality of killing rats. I must know if this fucking thing works. The rats gonna die. It is what it is. Like, I think you need that kind of mentality. So I kind of like that they're both scientists that kind of embody that madness that I tend to like. Personally speaking, the cold-blooded scientists or scientists with a heart of ice. But him being able to like rebirth himself and then create little voodoo dolls of you where he break your organs, he was cold. He lost to somebody who's literally more batshit than he is. Mayuri, who's one of my favorite characters. So, yeah, I don't know. Zanpakuto Rebellion arc is good. Same loss, great filler. So wonder where Isaac's up what the spirit will look like. That's good. John Cena, you can't see it. I just wonder. Isaac's Bonkai was something I was disappointed of never getting to see. Personally speaking,
I think I have something that.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say, when we talk about things like bankais, I think it's also important to realize like they're not like they're often very situational, and their structure can actually be detrimental to the people that like own it. Like it's like an ability that like you can self craft in making like this is the greatest thing ever. Like think about how many captains don't like their bankai or don't use their bankai because like it'll just kill people around them. Like quite a few. Like Soifone hates her bankai. Shinji can't use his bankai; it's banned because if it doesn't it affects allies and foes alike, and he can't like change that at all. So if he uses it, everybody would just kill each other. Koraku can't use his because it affects everybody within a radius. That's why he couldn't use it in when he was fighting in Karakura Town. So like I feel like it's one of those weird things where like I feel like Aizen's Bankai is probably extremely just detrimental to himself. That he's just like there's no point in using it because my Shinkai is just better. That's how I see it.
Oh, I mean, not every single Bankai takes the Shikai to its next logical conclusion or up a step or
Yes.
powers it up even more. So that's a good point. Because I would argue Suzumebachi and having a fuck it rocket launcher have literally no goddamn correlation. So good point.
I think the correlation I think is supposed to be it goes from a 2-shot to a 1-shot, but it doesn't 1-shot people anyways.
Okay, I guess.
And, like-
I guess that's a concept. Fair enough.
Yeah, and I think like with Shinji's, I
Two
think an
speedy
interesting thing-
stabs with one large explosion. Okay, no, okay,
Yeah.
I'm with that.
And I think the thing with Shinji's, which is an interesting thing too, is I think because his concept of his abilities is reversal, I think the way in which it's supposed to work is like his Shinkai almost takes on the role of his Bankai, and his Bankai takes the role of his Shikai. I think that's also the concept of his shit. That's why he also always uses it, not only because it's more controllable, but like because it actually is his true like powerful like weapon.
Yeah. But the thing is, Miles' Bankais can and have changed from their original to better fit the Shinigami. Example:
Bankais do
Yamamoto
not.
and that Bozo Scythe user.
Well,
We-
Yamamoto's never didn't change. Yamamoto just had different compartments attached to it in the same way, like you can.
Talking about the
I think you
Captain
can.
Commander,
Yeah.
or are you talking about the one where he says the name wrong, so it doesn't
Well,
fully bloom from Kenpachi's crew? 'Cause
Yeah,
isn't that-
there's multiple people that use
yeah,
fake
go ahead.
names, so like they're not actually using their abilities. But with Yamamoto, yeah, what Yamamoto didn't have, I think, was he didn't have all the dead zombies for like his South version when he was doing the Racing the Dead. But I wouldn't say that's necessarily him changing his abilities. Just like it just grows over time because the more people he kills, the bigger the amount is. Unless you're talking about a different part, but I don't think that
I thought
qualifies with
because he
Yamamoto.
can summon all the people that he's burnt. He's charged
Yes.
to death with Ryujin and Jakar, right?
Yeah, so that wouldn't. So he didn't have that when he originally fought you, like because he's like all these like. Do you not remember like the people in his army were like previous Quincy's he killed? But he was like, look at the faces. Do you recognize these people? So that's always going to increase.
Yeah.
And then same with Byakuya. Byakuya isn't like he's trained his where the base is the same. He's just shaped it differently. It's not like he's created a new Bankai. It's
Best
I'm
Bankai
putting
mastery.
all
Let's
my
talk
blade-
about it. We
Yeah.
already spoke
It's-
about it in the revisionist history, but yeah.
Yeah, like his original Bankai state is like the the one zone with the swords, but it's like okay, I can make it petals. I can change the petals form to make it swords, or I can put them all in one blade. But it's all basically the same thing. He's just shaping it and converting it to something else. That's not a new Bankai. His mastery and control is different. That he's just changing the shape and function per necessary value.
I mean, you remember better than I do. My bleach
yeah,
knowledge
and then-
is up there.
With the chain user, I have to remember because I think his stuff was in the light novel, and I still actually never went back and finished.
Oh, I don't care about all that
I think
shit.
you're right. His Bankai didn't change. His Shinkai changed, and it wasn't that his Shinkai changed, but it was that he realized that the chains were the power of his ability, not the chain sites. So it wasn't that his ability changed, but he recognized that no, the power came from the chain, but I'm healed. So it wasn't that his Shinkai changed, I believe. It's just that he realized he just was using his power wrong the entire time, and he just got better control of his Shinkai. And I think that's also why he got his Bankai in the light novels, but I didn't read it, so I wouldn't know.
They explicitly said Yamato's Bankai was the only fire sword he didn't have with different modes, and the Bozo Shuhei stated in the light novel that he hated the Zanpakuto so much that his Bankai's ability changed. I don't know. I don't know if that stuff's canon and stuff, so I can't even speak to the validity of it. So I don't know.
That is a Bankai ability change? Are you talking about the...
I don't.
I swear it's his Shinkai.
Listen, I just know with all of these Naruto and stuff, people talking about. Did you read the Itachi light novel where him and Shishu? I don't like. No, I did not. I don't fucking know none of that. It's not real to me, bro. Okay, I don't care. Okay, I don't. If Aizen's Bankai deactivates his Shikai, would it make sense he wouldn't use it because all the people under Kyoko Suigetsu to this day would get undone? No, fair. Listen to Bleach. I have to listen to the Bleach history. Yes, do it. Yamato said himself over time, as the time Shinigami gets older, a Bankai will change and grow. None of these statements I listen. Dr. Miles, I don't know. I'm not the Bleach guy. I don't give a damn.
Personally,
I do know
don't
some
remember
Bankais
that.
have changed because they went to the Zero Squad stuff, and apparently Renji's sword didn't tell him its real name. It wasn't it Ho something was not Zabimaru, not Hihio Zabimaru. I don't remember what the real name was, but he didn't get the real name. But he also went and did the Zero Squad stuff that probably changed the makeup of his Bankai. And then Ichigo was technically kind of gone through 3 iterations. Not like Tensan's Zangetsu always, but the shape of his because his part of his I can't remember what it's called, but his cloak shit is part of his Bankai. It's like a representation of how much energy he has or some shit like that. Like when his cloak is full and he's at max strength, he's at full power. But I don't know. I don't remember. I can't remember. But you remember I'm talking about when Unohana was he asked him to go in front or behind him because he was trash at making the little platform to one. Yeah. Then he explained it that's what I'm talking about. I don't remember the scene. I don't remember what he said.
I remember. That's when he was going to Karakura Town. Yeah.
I'm not a Bleach
I
guy.
remember. She was like, "Oh my what's it?" Because his clothes are made out of Ryatsu. He's like, "Oh, I'm not even at halfway of my what's his name?" She's like, "But you already have the level of a captain." Yeah. Yeah. No. Lost. Yeah. Can you find that for me? Because I swear it was a Shinkai because he learned that it wasn't the sights, but it was the chain that was his power, and that's why his Bankai.
Do you guys
so
know if
focused
the
around
light
pain.
novels are canon 100% though?
They're not 100%. No, I don't believe so. I think it's one of those. I think it's one of those canons where it's
theoretical
one of
canon.
those-
It doesn't go against anything that already happened, so it's possible.
It makes two.
Okay.
Yes, I think that's. I think some things in it are canon because Ichigo gets his powers back in it.
I remember somebody had told me at some point that Nell always had a segunda etapa herself through some gacha game.
True.
That's something I heard through the grapevine. But when
None of
Bleach
them
fans start and Naruto fans start referencing extra material like that I don't know about, I don't care because I'm I understand and I hear you. And for things that I care about the most, I have that ancillary information. But understand that I just want that shit in the manga or anime. And if it's not in there, I don't particularly care personally.
Yeah, no, the
you can't
game
expect me to know
about,
that. Yeah.
Yeah, the game they're talking about now. That I know you're talking about. It was Kubo did designs if they used at the Espada used the Hogyoku to get a second transformation.
Okay.
So because Kubo designed it, whenever creator designs someone, people take that shit as canon to the story. It's it's not that it's canon, but it's if something did happen in the story where they got it, this is what they would look like. So it's hypotheticals, but it's not canon. The only people that could have a second atop is Ukiyor. It's specific to his clan of Arankar, his thing, or vast, because he's part of this vast lord, a black bat clan or some shit, and it's canon. He's the only one that can do it. No one else can do it.
Okay.
So
I was just wondering. The Shuhoi stuff. Ichigo's first Bankai wasn't actually his Bankai. Well, we did eventually get Ichigo's Bankai. Wasn't his Bankai actually his hollow? His hollow was the consistent something. It was really his hollow.
So his hollow was his actual Zanpakuto. But the ending is basically him accepting everything and him still accepting his Quincy thing. So he absorbed his Quincy into his Bankai. So when he does the Bankai state and infuses the two sword, the white part that's covering it is the Quincy power. So that's why when it breaks, it's kind of like Yuha re-stripped away his Quincy power, which kind of let him use his Shinigami shit to cut Yuha. The whole Yuha and Ichigo thing, it's very like.
I know, but I don't fault him for that. The same way I'm not hard on Amano because I know that was an accident ending. It's not to say that like I understand there's so many things that can go out your way, and if Shonen Jump says to wrap it up in 9 weeks, you gotta wrap it up in 9 weeks, and you just gotta do the best that you can with that kind of stuff. So I try my best not to hold them to an unfair standard when they have to just fucking end their fucking manga. Which is why that's part of the reason why I was so confused on why Simi was so hard on Amano. Like I didn't think that was fair, honestly. I didn't. Because I don't think he would do that to Kaneko Man if Kaneko Man got an ending like that. I think he'd be a lot more lenient the way that I am. And I'm one of them, I would argue out of all of us, I'm the most critical on average. And I'm like, listen, Herb not being able to sell as many volumes isn't always indicative of the quality of the manga. It just means for whatever reason, the fan base is not buying it as much or don't care as much. It could be some new fad coming up. Maybe it was summertime. People went outside. Didn't care about manga for a couple of months. There's so many things, so many variables that can lead to that. So I just don't hold it against her. That's not to say she hasn't done bozo shit. Talboat, we roasted him. She messed up some scenes. Choice game ass. I'm not gonna let her off with everything, but the ending, I'm not gonna judge you harshly on that. Even Toriko, much as I'm like, a Toriko fan, didn't that also get an axe ending?
Yes.
Exactly. I'm not gonna kill you for that.
I think it's one of those things. I don't think it's ever like been confirmed, but like based off like the structure of what we saw, I think it's pretty apparent.
Okay.
Because like we literally skipped 3 whole continents. We didn't, because remember when Zebra, Coco, and Sunny each went to each their own continents to get the stuff?
Yes.
And it's just like, we just skipped right over it. Yeah. So it's just like, okay, no, this is...
When the Toyko got... You got breathed on by the horse. Some shit, right?
Yeah.
I've been looking, but I can't find it under that Bozo's Black Lost made it up. He made it up. His source was, I made it the fuck up. He made it up.
No, I don't think. No,
I'm talking shit. I'm talking shit. Yeah, I don't know.
Which is weird. I know that for sure. His is weird. Same thing with Ichigo. Ichigo has the most overcomplicated structure of powers because, as Omar said, Ichigo has this weird thing. His sword doesn't have a natural scabbard, which fucks up not being a true Zanpakuto. But his Quincy blade, which is the short blade when he has 2 swords, is the scabbard. So it's just such a weird structure of like Ichigo's things is literally so overcomplicated. It should be made a lot more simple because now it seems like his normal blade can be switched between the 2 blades, but it's his Shinkai, but it's also his base stage now. But his base state Zanpakuto is his Bankai, which is covered with the Quincy powers, which is the white shit. Like it's just like, bro, like you're doing a lot right now. You're doing a lot.
Isn't Ichigo's sword is also Bleach. Some people's swords are always in a release state. Isn't Ichigo's Zanpakuto always in a Shikai state naturally? He only goes to Bankai because some people have to activate their Shikai, like scatter, send Zaku, or some move or something.
The funny thing is,
Benny Hime, whatever
No sword exists in a release state. So that's why that was also the thing of why like it was so weird because people were like, no, Kenpachi's because people used to think his was in a release state like Ichigo's, right? But no, that's just what his normal sword looks like. His release state is when he gets the giant axe, and when he goes Bankai, he becomes a red demon. He becomes Red Hulk.
Drink Norarashi, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Ichigo's power, it was quote unquote unreleased from what we saw, but his sword was also just fucked up because that wasn't his real sword to begin with. That was it. Like it partially was, but it was his Quincy powers.
Probably a bad barometer to use because he's so many things and his sword's changed so many times and broken and Quincy fucking Juha Bakken him. No, fair enough. Good point.
Yes. So I think now his base state sword looks like his OG Shinkai state. His Shinkai state is the 2-bladed weapons. I could be getting this wrong because it's
I
already been
remember
like
a
months. I had
statement
it
from
down.
Fisher saying that if my sword's this big, it means my like Zanpakuto means my Ryatsu go crazy, and he's like, and Ichigo's dad was said something like, "Bro, you think we want to walk around with swords this fucking size of skyscrapers? Like we don't got
Yes.
like that's why I brought it up because I thought that the size of yours. I don't know. Maybe I don't know. I don't know what I'm remembering.
Yes. It's condensed. It's condensed. They condensed the power because everything's made in Ryatsu. So like it's like a very condensed power that they have because if they didn't, their swords would just be big as fuck. So yeah, it is condensed. So yeah, Floss, yeah. So I think with Ichigo's, his Shinkai is the two bladed, and then his Bankai is the uh is literally his
His new Bankai looked
normal
like
sword.
looked like
His
a
old
perfect
Shinkai.
fusion of all his powers because he had like half
Yes,
hollow file with the mask. He was like a Cero almost.
that's the Horn of Salvation. That's not even part of that. That's just him awakening his power.
The Horn
So
of
that's kind of like
what?
his new Horn of Salvation. Horn of Salvation is
Was
when
it called that in the manga?
yeah,
When?
the reason why it's called that is because that was the title of the chapter when it came out, but they don't say the specific name in dialogue. But that's the name we all just take it because that's the name of
It's
the
a
chapter.
It's a
when it was brought
fan
out.
base. Okay, name. Okay.
Well, it makes sense because that is the
I'm
Horn of
not
Salvation.
mad at it, but my point was
Yeah,
I thought this was some fucking big deal that I just somehow didn't see or
yeah.
missed. I don't know.
So because he had to awaken his powers because they were like kind of nocturnal, so he had to get used to it. So like he was like that's when he was fighting. He's like, okay, I'm gonna fight you for a bit, awaken my powers. So that's kind of like his new Hollow Mask form. And then that's when he did the Grand Ray Thero X Getsuga Tensho because he still had both swords. And then his Bankai is when he has the long sword with the white covering on it. But when you remove the white covering, which is the Quincy powers, it looks like his old Shinkai, which should mean it looks like his his unreleased state normal sword. So it was just a lot of like kind of like recycling stuff, but it makes sense because that was the reason why he beat Yuha. Because Yuha saw him stab him with I forget the thing. Like it makes actual narrative sense a shit ton, but it doesn't make it not complicated. Because Yuha saw a future him getting stabbed by it, but Ichigo had to lose that power to get his original state to cut Yuha in the first place. It's isn't overcomplicated making sense. It's like I don't know. Yeah. It's a lot.
I don't really try to make sense of that fight. I just understand that was rushed, and I just take it. I just kind of go, okay, outside external issues and variables affected the story internally, so I don't overthink it.
My biggest gripe was always I think Ichibei did beat Yuha. Like he beat him.
That's the ball guy from the Zero division. That's the Zero captain.
Yeah.
With the paint,
He
like you're an
beat him.
ant. You
He
got
beat
no
him.
name. I don't. Yeah.
Because once he took his name away, you getting All Might doesn't re-give you your name back. Like that's not how that works. Like you are Black Ant. Like you're an ant. That to me was extremely wishy-washy. But
So by now,
it is what it is.
Does that make Nichigo New Game plus? Yes. All of that was right. I love how I was right. This really a whole last Bleach stream. I'm about to turn into a Cabrera stream right now. What's up? I really am though. Like at some point.
You could.
No, I really meant that. We're having a conversation. It's free flowing. It's fine. But at some point, I was gonna say, if you're not going to bed right now, I didn't want to have that Abyss 16 conversation.
Yeah,
even if it's not long, I don't mind. But
yeah, we can.
But I had something else I was gonna say or ask. I don't remember what it was. Dang.
I was gonna say, fuck. I do think Zero Squad should have been done better. Hopefully, we'll see that.
Stay on that. Zero Squad done better. Okay. When the day Pat is back from Marine stuff, we're doing the Curls revisionist history. Then I want to do Yaiba, Attack on Titan. And that will give us how many for the year? 9? Leaving 3 left for 12. I'll let you guys decide the last 3, I'll let you guys decide the last 4. Because I know I think Glam wants to do Shaman King. I'd have to reread it.
Yeah, I told you. Yeah,
so if we do
we
that,
gotta do Shaman King.
Yeah.
And we also have to do a Magi.
The crazy thing is, what pissed me off is it's just funny how my channel works. The revisionist history we're the most excited for, talk the most about, that maybe even like a second follow up on the Saturday you're getting the Reborn run back. We talked about Reborn for like another 5 hours. Um, and like I thought the Saint Seiya one no one was gonna care about. I think that one low key ended up doing really well.
I think he did the most
The
well.
best, I think, actually. I think even better than
Yeah.
Dragon Ball, Naruto, and Bleach. And this is one we were the most excited for, and nobody watched that fucking Reborn stream. Even though watch time is trash because it's like 5 hours long, and I think I think 16 minutes is the average of watch time. Like you guys didn't even get to an hour. Yeah, no one watched that shit. It's like dang, that's crazy.
Oh really?
Yeah,
Jeez.
that one has that one. But I don't know. So I'm wondering how Curls will perform because one of my Curls videos, one of my best videos on the channel, but it's a Curls recommendation, so it's more general. It's not specific. I don't remember how my favorite manga character Boya Hanamichi went, but the Crow stream is gonna be good though. I'm excited for that because Crows, if you guys don't know, is one of my like favorite 6 manga ever. So yeah. Anyways, yes, you were saying Zero Division something. Keep talking. I gotta tinkle again.
Doo-doo.
With my little-
Doo-doo.
my little
I
itty-bitty
like them, but
bladder.
they could have been better. What was I about to say? I'm gonna tell Naya not to do Attack on Titan. It's not worth it. I don't think anybody cares about that. Can we all agree? Magi is one of the most underrated series of all time, and that needs to be talked about. I don't think it gives nearly as much love as it deserves. And I'm also gonna say this: Sinbad is not that raw. I like Sinbad, but Cohen is better. Alibaba's better. And Hakurei's better. Sinbad's not really the king vessel. That's not my guy. Lost. Well, we might get it in the anime. We'll see. I think we'll get Kenpachi's Bankai, or we'll at least get it for sure in the Hell arc whenever that comes. Oh, Zodiac, you never read Magi? Oh yeah, read Magi, bro. Wait, Omar, what don't you
The
like about the anime
Labyrinth
about
of
Magi?
Magic.
I think the anime of Magi was pretty good.
I loved it.
I don't. How do you think it did it dirty? I think it was actually a pretty good adaptation. I just think it cut off early because it didn't finish it, but I think they did pretty well from what I remember. Hakurei and Jafar, I love that duo. I love that duo because they were really about it.
Sinbad will always be one of the greatest niggas I've ever seen in my life, bro.
I'm not a Sinbad guy. I think Cohen is better.
That's the prince. Oh, the oldest prince. Yeah, I'm not mad at that.
He was the second.
I
person
think
to have
Sinbad
more
is
than one,
Sinbad.
spirit vessel.
Sinbad moved me tremendous. Whatever they were trying to do within it worked. Bararaika, Inkanara Saika. I was moving me. Everything that nigga did was wrong to me, bro. He got what, 8 gin quips?
He is 7.
Seven? Stop fucking. He got the half like good Magoy or Rook, the half dark Rook. He's the one. He's the go. He's the greatest. I don't care. I don't care. He's the greatest. He's the greatest. Tears in my eyes.
He got so many that Dungeon said you can't get any more, bro. It's not fair. They literally cut him off. He got so many metal vessels.
He got the
they said you
spin
can't
off.
get
He
more.
got the spin off. The Adventures of Sinbad. He was the one, bro. He was the one.
Finish that. I still have to finish that. But I love for me, me, I'm an MC guy. So my favorite duo, I love the Aladdin and Alibaba thing.
It grew on
and
me.
I love
It grew on me.
growth.
It grew on me. It did. But
And then I love Jafar and Hakurei. To me, I thought they were a really, really, really good foil to those two. Like I really like those, and I always saw Cohen as a good foil to Sinbad. And I like Cohen because the way in which he just interacted with everybody was great, and I like that he was just a history nerd.
Bararaka,
Because after what was it? After the Magoshe arc, Sinbad pulls up and he tries to get over on Cohen. He was like, "All right, bet, say less. This kid, he picks up Aladdin. He's mine. See ya."
Yeah.
And just did. Everybody's like, "Wait, what?" He's like, "We're gonna have a fun time here."
Yeah.
That's my guy. And I love when he was fighting. He said, "Hold on, I'm running kind of low." He switched his Digin equip, erupted a volcano, absorbed that shit. Said, "All right, let's get it cracking." That's my god.
I love that
That's
series.
my I
I have a
I
I have
I
a
really
really
love
soft
it.
spot. That's one of those series that I really, really have a high level of praise for that I don't speak about as often as I probably
Yes,
should.
I love that series.
I really am
Real
I'm a pretty big Maggie fan. I don't know if people know that. I really, really love that series.
real world building. I,
Yeah.
and I think that's why it's sad because that also got kind of like axed. And I think the beautiful thing about that story was like there were really different like people you could really like
Root
vote
for.
for to wanting to be king. Because one of my friends is really like a Sinbad guy. Like like Sinbad's his favorite character. Like he wants Sinbad
But
to win. But I was always like,
but
I want Ali Baba to be king. Like,
I'm about to say this reminds me of Reborn where people had their factions where it's like I was a Sinbad guy, so was my boy Nat. But I had friends who were Alibaba people who believed in what Aladdin saw in him as like to be the king and stuff, and people who like Cohen, like you said, like I seen different ones. Just I think there's one more person I'm forgetting. I can't remember who. Oh, Hakuryu, yeah, and Jafar and some.
copyright.
Yeah, Hakurai. Sorry, I'm sorry, Hakuryu. But yeah, like there was a lot of stuff like that though. But I really like that series because I think one thing I liked about Maggie too. Well, I don't know if I said this. I think I probably said this, but probably haven't said it in a long time. Do you know what originally attracted me to this series?
Hmm.
It was because it was
What's
a
that?
Japanese take on the Arabian Nights story. Because I was familiar with the original works because of school, and obviously I've seen Aladdin and stuff like that. But I'm like a Japanese take on the 1,000 Days, 1,000 Nights Arabian Nights tale. I wonder what that looks like. Because even to the point when I saw they're calling them jinns, not genies. Like let me just see. I saw Sinbad, Alibaba, and the characters from the narrative from the folklore that I recognize, and I just want to see how they do it. It kind of like Aku no Hana, Les Fleurs du Mal, or the Flowers of Evil, where it's like if I'm familiar with that work and they're doing something that's supposed to be like a retelling, an allusion, a reference to it, or some type of whatever you're using it as a framework, I'm gonna care. The one that I
Yes.
actually learned about later on, and I read a bit of it after the fact, I have to finish, is the Doflamingo one. He has a story too. There's something of Do Doflamingo. It's some Spanish tale. I haven't
Yes.
actually finished it, but I wanted to see how much of Doflamingo from that story that Oda kind of used as a molding piece to create the version he has in One Piece. So for me, that was my initial interest in why I even actually tried this story out, and then I ended up liking it a lot.
Interesting. Okay.
And it's one of the few manga
To
that
me-
ever made me cry. I've definitely I've cried with a lot of games, manga, movie stuff because it's moving. But usually, if it's a manga, you got to do something really good to get me to emote like that. Magi's one of the only manga that I ever cried reading. And you know,
What part?
it's when you remember Alibaba's best friend when he goes back to his kingdom, how that all
Yes.
ends up. That made me cry. I cried.
Okay. See, this is one of the
D
weird
Gray
things.
Man's another one with Miranda when she was trying to keep her time going after all the Akuma had actually wiped out all the people on that boat, and she was trying to hold on. I cried. I felt so fucking bad.
Oh.
I was a lot younger, granted, but still, but I've always been emotional and sensitive. I'm light skinned, so it's what it is, I guess.
Interesting. See, I'm weird in the sense like stories can get me emotional, and it's so weird. There's never been a movie show. I've never cried. I've always wanted to, but I just can't. I get like sad and shit or like angry, like it can bring out emotions, but it's never like nothing's ever made me cry.
I'm honestly one of
But
those backwards people where it's like a family, 2 houses down for you, they all perish in the fire. I'm like, that's crazy, rip though. But right, like just desensitized, nonchalant, keep it going. Not that I don't care, but like I'll just keep it going. And it's like character you like in fiction is endangered. I'm like, my heart. I care so much. Why me? Like I don't know. I'm backwards like that, honestly. But I know that's wrong, but it is what it is.
But I think another thing for me about manga that I love is like it truly feels like its own world. Like it feels full of life, and it feels like these characters really have agency and are doing their own shit. And I love that because I don't see that a lot in shonen. As you say, it's like almost like everybody's NPC. Nothing happens until the main character comes out and gets the quest.
Right.
Like these people were making movies and living. Aladdin had everybody had their own journeys to go to. Like the group separates multiple times to do shit. Aladdin's like, yo, I gotta go train. So he goes to Reem. Aladdin's like, or
That
Alibaba
island
goes
where
to
he's
Aladdin.
where the busty teacher is like the one like would have been that shit is so funny to me every
Yes.
time. By the way, shout out to my son.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Aladdin's like, I'm a Maggie. I have hella magic, Magui, but I can't do magic. And then Uvagin's gone. I'm gonna go train. So he goes to the city of magic. And then Morgiana, I love Morgiana's story of her coming into her own, and she was like, I can't be a burden. I have to do my own shit. Like everybody's consistently moving and doing their own things to be better. And then we occasionally meet to do our own shit, and then we separate a little bit again, and we meet and we combine. Because nothing's greater when Alibaba pulled up when Magno Shot was getting attacked, and I saw him in his full glory of the genie equip. I was like, he's the one. I was like, he's the one.
Nah, I
But
feel
I
that.
still think it was funny as fuck when Alibaba did his extreme magic, and then he turns to see Cohen, and Cohen shit's way bigger than it is. He was like, wait, what?
Even reading parts of
Cohen's like,
Bear
nah,
gets me sometimes, which is
that.
weird because I didn't cry enough initially to read. Now reading me watching some always gets me more emotional than the first time. Sometimes I agree with that. Sometimes like I get super sad and stuff. Maybe the recontextualizing what does it. The only one. Yeah, that happened to me. There's scenes that I never like got as emotional or cried the first time, but maybe because I know it more, I understand more context and I have more foreknowledge about things that happen later, it gets me. But like I've always said this, the Robin I Want to Live scene always makes my like what do they call it? I always get goosebumps and my hair stand on end, no matter what. Every time I hear this, I see the scene, it makes me very emotional.
Mm.
Mm-mm. So it looks like I'm the one here who's the empath. Miles not crying. Yo, you're selling y'all lies. You don't care about the people.
I tried to.
Talk about I
I
try
really
to.
just
I want to. Look at him.
don't. I literally
Fake-
just can't.
Fake emotions.
I'll get sad, or I'll like there's things like I can get sad, or I can literally like throw my phone or something away. Like I have to like put the story down because I've seen something crazy, but just tears will just not come out.
Feel it.
But I'm just not a crier in general.
I'm a crybaby. So.
So
No, I'm a crybaby. So
I'm a sad baby, not a cry baby.
It helps me sleep sometimes. I be tired after a good cry. Good time always makes me cry. The sadness and laughter. I feel that. Nah, I got hella emotional when Hawkins bit the. I wasn't. My pride was hurt. My ego was hurt more than anything. I really thought like he was gonna move a certain way and get to a certain level with avoiding smoke, and all of a sudden, no, he's not. You fucking clown. I'm like, damn, I gotta eat that. That was more pride than anything, honestly. Because I saw the cracks for him like falling to the wayside, and I doubled down instead of doing what I usually do and just be normal. I said, no, you can't do something with Hawkins. And then he did it to me. And I said, dang. All right. But yeah, we'll do one for Maggie. So hold on. Let me just make sure I could count on my fingers. So we started with what? Naruto, Bleach, Dragon Ball,
Saint Seiya, Hitman Reborn.
That's it. So we're on 5 then.
Yes, we're going on to 6.
So we're behind 4. Well, technically 3 because 1 should come out this month. So we're behind 3. So we'll make the next 3. Well, Crows would have been done if that one wasn't my fault. Fuck everybody. Crows are my fault. But so Crows, Yaiba, AOT for the next one.
Fuck AOT.
No, it's gotta be fuck Yaiba or fuck AOT. One of the two. And
Fuck
Attack on Titan I'm doing so I can shit on it, not because I want to give it praise. I'm actually tired of the respect that it gets. It doesn't deserve it. Ishiyama's a fucking fraud. So.
Okay, so those are that's.
But but it's not that important to me. I could wait. It's not important. I could wait till next year if you want to replace that with a Shaman King or something. But the thing about Shaman King, I have to reread it, so I'd rather just do it in December.
Just give
me the maximum amount of time to read it, because you know how I am. And I still want to do Gintama this year if I can.
So okay, so wait. Okay. Fuck. You said Crows, Yaiba, AOT, Gintama, Shaman King, Magi. That's 6.
So we can remove Yaiba
There's
and
still one.
AOT
There's
then.
still one more. So there's
Oh,
still one more that you could have. Because
wait, what? So wait,
that's
Gintama, Crows.
Yaiba.
I want to do Yaiba for Pat. Pat, I know Pat wants to really talk about it, so I'll do Yaiba for Pat. That's my guy.
AOT. That's 4.
Attack on Titan, Shaman King. I was thinking about,
Shaman King's 5.
but you
And
know,
6 would be Magi.
but you know what I was thinking about too. Because I'm almost done my Beelzebub reread.
Ooh.
So Beelzebub's
I'll do. I'll reread Beelzebub. I'll reread
Beelzebub's
that.
one. Yeah, Beelzebub's the one I was thinking of doing, and what's the other one I'm thinking about? I just had it in my brain. That is insanity.
Beelzebub also doesn't get the love it deserves, and that was I hated the rush ending because I really love that series.
Yeah, and I really think they were building up Fuji to be something crazy, but he didn't get the. It's unfortunate.
Milk Time is one of the craziest parts I've ever seen in my entire life.
Super Milk Time is my favorite take on like Japanese media doing like shonen transformation, so to speak. So when he's drinking the milk, it's just nasty. You making the temperature, you make the bottle. Bro. Like I actually really like that. I really thought it was such an interesting subversion of what I expected. Cause then after remember, it's just Beal like pouring more power into him and becomes more baby like he's going dabu dabu.
Yeah.
Like it's actually so fucking funny. I loved it. I
just love that whole arc. That whole arc is funny when all the demons are in the school and he's like the teacher's trying to teach. Emma's like he's like doing basic math. Emma says this. Everybody's looking. He's like, yeah. He's like, you're so smart.
Yeah. You gonna read Visible for that? All right.
Oh,
Soul Eater. Soul Eater because Glam's rereading Soul Eater, and I ended up reading like 16 chapters randomly. I got lost in us a little bit, so I was thinking about that. I think
I have to reread all these anyway. I have to reread all these anyway. So it doesn't matter.
Yeah, next year I'm not gonna try to do them once per month. I just want to do one when we just think of one.
Yeah.
I'm still do my very best to get 12 up by year's end. I'll do my best, guys. But I estimate we'll probably get like 10 out. But I'm gonna do my best to get 12 for the year. But one that I also want to do eventually is Medaka Box.
Ooh,
that's my favorite. But part of me was thinking of doing an anime revisionist history specifically. Because this one, I would argue, even though we tap into the manga and games and other media, we focused on manga more specifically. Where this one, maybe I want to do shit like Monogatari anime and like Katanagatari and stuff like that. I'll have it all figured out at some point. But I was just thoughts.
I was gonna say I've never read Gintama. Like the first 30 chapters like a few months ago, but I do have to finish that, so I'll try and at least finish that whenever you get to
Gintama. I don't have to necessarily reread it, but I want to. But the thing about Gintama is it's one of those streams that I would refuse to do without Laz and King Recon in it. So if I can't get a day where they can collab together to come on, I wouldn't do it. I think they got to be there. I think without I cannot in good faith do it without Recon being there, bro. I'm gonna head out, y'all. All right, take care, man. Medaka Box, yes, sir. Yes, of course, Medaka Box. Then I was thinking about like eventually like maybe creating something similar to the book club with the Discord where but I do want to maybe be fair, so at least give them 4 manga to force me to read, but I get 8 that I force y'all to read, or 7-5 something. I gotta get the most at least. Because I do want people to read a lot of the shit that I really, really like hold dear. And that's shit like Diewald Gelder or like Wandering Emanon, stuff like that. So, but we'll see. But yeah, Magi, Shaman King, Crows, Gintama, then Yaiba and or AOT I think are good. I could save Soul Eater for next year. I'm not in a rush for Soul Eater.
Black Star the GOAT.
I'm gonna let the kid go.
So resonance.
I'm a Death the Kid guy because he reminds me of me the most in that series.
I don't know what it is. Maybe I do miss the old power system in these old manga because when I just think about it, like I love Soul Resonance. I love the Genie quips. Like they're so simple, but they're just so good for the story.
I think Genie quips are some of the coolest stuff I've seen in like your traditional like shonen stuff. I really think it was super cool.
I have a question for you, Naya.
What's up?
Because you just said Soul Eater, right? If you were in Soul Eater, do you think you'd be the Meister or the weapon?
What? What do I? That's a good
Same
question.
for you guys in chat. For those who've seen Soul Eater, do you guys think you'd be a Meister or weapon?
I think I'd be a Meister, actually. Because I couldn't think of a specific weapon that kind of embodies my personality. Maybe it's, but I think that's a problem I'm having. So I could see myself being somebody who just uses, like being a Meister and using a weapon. But then I'd have to have a proper soul resonance or like kind of like compatibility with them. What's up, Nicolam? That's
How
crazy.
the hell do I come in here just as Soul Eater?
That's what I was about to say. Were you watching, or did you just hop in and he's like, we're talking about
I
Soul
just
Eater?
hopped in. I'm watching the football.
I was speaking about potential revisionist histories for next year and stuff, so I was gonna throw Soul Eater in there, but I don't want to spoil you, so I'm still talking about it now. But he asked,
I'm done.
oh
I'm done.
shit,
Yeah, I'm done.
oh okay, well we're good then. Never mind. Shit, what'd you think? Talk to us. Shit, this is a diss track issue at this point, but go ahead.
A solid 7. I think it's a better series than Fire Force right now.
Thank you.
That's
That's actually all I really cared about. I don't really care what else you have to say, but I think it's better than, as much as I love Fire Force, it's better.
Pre-Fire Force.
I
gotta see how I feel about it with the context of knowing it's a prequel going in to see if that changes anything about it. Because one thing I will say is that the ending, I think a lot of people overhyped Ashura, in my opinion. Like I actually don't think he's a better villain than Medusa is, personally speaking.
Well, what did I tell you and Townsy a million times in that fucking call? I like who?
Medusa.
All right. Never. I didn't say nothing about that bum ass Kishin over there in the moon. All right. I didn't say nothing about him. I don't dislike him. I don't dislike him, but I thought Medusa was by far, obviously, the best villain in Soul Eater, in my opinion.
Yeah.
I really like the conceptual part of it, like the fear and the madness and how that goes with him, and his like relationship with death with that. So I think what he stands for is really good, rather than what he actually does.
I think madness as like a power system concept in the story is a little bit poorly executed. Like it's kind of like this nebulous thing that doesn't really have a lot of definition to it. At least with like souls, I can understand how that works to a certain extent, even without needing a lot of explanation, because it's pretty self-explanatory in the way it's used. Madness is like this separate thing where it does and doesn't affect certain people, and when it does affect certain people, it affects others in various different ways, even if they're not as crazy normally than others. I think the only person that's really consistent with is Stein, to be honest with you. But he ends up just being able to use it without any downside in the last fight anyway, when the whole point was trying to keep him calm. So, like, I don't know about that, but
I don't remember that as well, so I can't counter that. I have to reread it to counter that, but
I could be wrong, but wasn't that because he was holding what's her name, who was specifically like her? She had like the aura, like her death sight, like when she became a death sight.
It was supposed to be calming him down.
Yeah,
but throughout the story, even with her near him, he's getting more and more crazy. So it's like
that was because Medusa was putting shit in him still, right?
Yeah, but Medusa putting shit in him should be less effective than him literally being on the moon.
Yes, that's true.
Even
1000%. Yeah.
Even soul resonating with Marie, which I don't even think he resonates with her. I can't remember if Izuna is soul resonance ability or not, but
I would say implied because he's supposed to be able to do it with anybody.
Yeah,
so because he's the ultimate Meister. But
Soul is still my favorite character.
Okay, I like that.
He's a Soul and Maka guy. So was Townsy.
Thank you. I feel like that Maka and Soul get a lot of hate, especially Maka. I don't think Maka's nearly as bad as people like make her out to be.
Deadass. Like Maka's fighting with Anna for my favorite female in Shonen at this moment in time.
Okay, Glam is spitting.
I think with me is as simple as I thought they were the lamest too. I guess Soul Eater Evans is kind of cool, but she wasn't moving me, which is crazy because scythes are like my favorite weapon naturally, so I wanted to like her. But I think I just resonated with Death Star. What? Who?
That's the kid.
No, I don't know. What's a Death Star? But like, But I resonated with Kid more just because I'm like, I see myself in him so fucking much. There's so many. There's so many.
Maniac?
There's so many Naya isms in him. Because as much as I like symmetry, it's really my kind of OCD with even numbers. I like multiples of 2 and 0 so much more. I don't like odd numbers.
Okay.
I keep my if you look at my photos and stuff on my phone, I'll take a picture of nothing just so that I have like 66 pictures instead of 65. Like I'm weird like that. I have like a weird quirk like that. So a lot of the things he did, I'm like, I get it. I understand. I understand. There was that toilet paper part where I think he like folds it perfectly. But my thing was like, if people put like toilet paper the wrong way, where like it comes above it, it pisses me off. It's supposed to be a seamless pull the other way. Like there was so many like, nah, it's me, bro. So I just like it.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
Black Star is cool,
Black, yeah.
but like we said earlier, I like Tsubaki more than I like Black Star.
I switched up on that after the Mifune fight because Tsubaki kind of just takes after
Is
the shit with her brother,
is that not the greatest 3-round?
bro?
3-round,
Yeah.
best of 3 of all time.
3-round,
Bro, that shit is so wrong.
I swear
Arthur let's not act like Arthur Dragon is good, but it's not as good as it.
I hear you. That was cold, but name me a 3-round series more cold than Black Star and Mifune.
Nah,
bro.
dude. When
It
Mifune
doesn't
said
exist.
when he said I gave up everything, including the witch girl he was guard, nah, I was over. It was. I already liked Mifune. After that fight, I was like, he's the GOAT, undisputed. And then Soul and Maka kept doing more shit that I liked, but Mifune's in my top 3.
When he throws his swords, he's like, "Yeah, my swords are everywhere."
Bro, Infinite one sword style might be one.
The caution tape was
when he
moving
really
me.
rocked Black Star that second time. He like Infinite stuff.
Have you seen it? Have you seen the anime scene of it?
And does a resonance with that. I was like, dude, he's the GOAT.
You should watch the anime scene of him getting packed, with Black Star getting packed up. When
I don't get it.
It's really good. Like the anime goes off the rails at some point, and then does his own thing. But that part was still pretty damn good. But Mifune's up there as one of the goats.
Bro, Infinite one sword style might be one of the coolest fucking things I've ever seen in my entire life.
Thank you.
It's so gas.
All right, Maka is fine. All right, good night, man. This Star Wars now. What? Death Star is crazy. I like Maka. She's great. I honestly would rather if I read it now, I'd have a much greater appreciation for her because I was much younger when I read Soul Eater and Soul Eater not. I had to at least been like, I want to say 16. When did that come out? 2008? I don't know. Let me check. Soul Eater manga. I don't know when it started.
It's really it's old.
One thing with Maka that I really enjoyed was that she really was the driving force behind one of the themes in the story that I really resonated with.
The adaptation in 2008 when the manga started.
Courage being so central to her and Soul and other characters in the story, and I think she executed that theme really well.
Okay, so 2004 to 2013. Sorry to keep talking. I'm just trying to do math.
No, go. And also, everything piano related, goated.
Thank you. Thank you.
As a musician, it was over. You couldn't stop.
I love that Evans was a pianist. Like I love that shit.
He was a pianist.
And I love when they shut up. When is it? When they're in the
Okay, so I was probably around 18,
thing.
and at 18 I was still a coon. So.
And then I was gonna say, wait, Glam, this was your first time. Like, even you didn't watch it, right? You just read it for the first time ever.
I need paper move for him.
The only reason
falling down into my shadow.
Listen.
He doesn't know.
Because Glam, I think you would like this moment in the anime a lot.
Yeah.
But it's when they're fighting the mosquito guy when they're in the one like ice area and they go into the time dilation, and when Soul first starts playing the piano and they do a group resonance, it's really, really good in the anime. It's really good.
I mean, like,
and they just start going out on because you can hear them playing.
If the Soul Eater anime's music isn't good, as soon as your fucking deuteragonist has music-based powers, if you don't have good music, you're just fraudulent. It's a bad show. Like nothing else you could do would make you say I like it at that point.
They're not like as musically inclined, I think, as the manga. But like from what I remember, it's been super long. But I think the moments that I do remember, I really do enjoy.
Bro, you can't not be musically inclined when the bitch's scythe becomes a piano, like the blade becomes a piano at the end.
Yes, that was raw. And this is what I love about it too, is that the three. I think all the three groups of people in their the threes of threes, I guess. They all became strong through different means of power that I really, really loved. Maka had a death
Black
sight.
Star.
Death the Kid became God, and then Black Star literally became the ultimate Meister. Like I loved that. They were all strong in different ways.
They took different paths to gain this. I think I read that
Yes.
pretty well. Where like I would argue that Maka and Soul really needed to be that perfect combination and duo together because
They made the teamwork aspect of the series like another theme amplified really well.
Kid has the natural potential because his dad is Shinigami and whatnot, so he can handle two different weapons, yada yada blah blah. And Black Star is just like, I'll push myself. Like
yes,
I kind of felt like the path they took to get to the pinnacle of their power were all different, which is something I really did appreciate. Actually, I recall that being a thing. That
yes.
I noticed this. So yeah,
I mean, Black Star became a Bushin. he said, "I want to learn how to fly." So he learned how to fly.
Yeah.
Oh man, I love that series.
Yeah. You said
okay.
There are some problems with it. I have with it, but I'll save that for whenever the revisionist history happens.
It's not that deep. You could tell. Let's talk about it now because it's not going to happen until like January.
Well, it's like I don't think the setting is very interesting altogether. I think a lot of the villains miss the mark. Like they're at most serviceable is what I give them.
What about Mosquito Man? Do you like him? I don't remember his name.
He's he was whatever. Like he was a good physical threat.
I de-age and I get stronger.
I liked his age. I liked that he had different things based off his ages of previous years. I thought that was really cool. You
would think it's cool,
like
wouldn't you? No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, I would. Did you like Arachne?
No, she's mid.
Okay. Did you like? I didn't like Justin. Justin actually pissed me off.
Justin's also mid, and
I hated him.
Hated
him.
This is a
self-righteous fuck.
This is a petty thing, not actually like a writing thing, but I was robbed of Death using Death Scythe a single time, and I will hold that against the story. I don't care. I wanted it. I wanted to see this man use a weapon, and I was robbed.
He does it in the anime.
Yeah, what to say?
Which is really weird. Which is really weird because Death actually fights Kenshin in a full one-on-one in the anime. Like they have a full-on thing.
Shinigami Chop!
Him and the real Death Side actually fight full-on, and it's actually a good fight.
Yeah.
I think it's one of the few things about the anime that they did well. But yeah, he doesn't do that in the which is weird that he doesn't do it in the manga.
No, I agree with you, Omar. The anime ended when it went off rails wasn't good, but they did a lot of good. Like the music's good. I thought they animated it well. The fights looked nice and fluid. Mifune versus Black Star was good, but once they're like we're doing our own thing, they went crazy. But this is one of the few stories I would like to see get reanimated, like a Brotherhood, where they just follow the manga.
And I think the manga does that one part where the Frog Witch in them. I remember this because I was in middle school. I think I was like 11 at the time when I saw this. Because this was back when I think they still did it, but when Funimation had all like their full videos on YouTube. And I remember when they were going to put the black blood in the Kishin, that shit was nightmare full to me as a kid. Like when they were going through the hallucinations before they even like reached it. Yeah, I remember that moment when the Kishin jumps on in front of her and literally bites her face and like twirls it around and shit. I was like, what is this? I think they did a really good job of portraying madness, I think. And the psychoticness of it all.
What other characters did you take a liking to? Other than Maka and Soul?
Mifune. I always liked Spirit. Spirit I always liked.
I told you he's my second favorite.
When end of the story,
it wasn't close.
Yeah, and near the end,
really?
Yeah, because but me it's an entertainment value, but he has that thing where he doesn't say a lot of stupid things and it comes out as an idiot, but you know that he's like playing it up.
Yes.
For certain reasons, like he plays kind of like the extra dummy so people don't take him seriously, but you know that he's dangerous in his own right. That's why I like characters like that. It reminds me of Gintoki.
I like him and Stein together
Onizuma, too, and stuff like that. Like I really like that.
I think his best dynamics with Maka at the end. Mm-hmm. Like near the end of the story, I think Spirit really comes into his own. That's another thing. Like Kid, I didn't really give a fuck about for most of the story, the last like
Wow, hurts.
the last arc or two, he really steps it up in terms of character. Like I was saying, one thing I wanted from the story is that I wanted a character for him that was equivalent to the ones that Maka and Blackstar had gotten up until that point, and he got it after that point. I had issues with Blackstar early because of his gay outweighed his serious moments, which I thought was a poor move. That flipped again really after the second Mifune fight and stayed that way basically throughout the rest of the story. And I think Blackstar became a much better character for it. Just because Okubo kept the gag in there and kept it constant because that's part of who Blackstar is, but it wasn't overbearing, which was my problem with it in the beginning. So Blackstar is like I think he's in my top 5. Let me check again.
Wait, I don't like what anime did with Soul Eater. What was the guy with the book again?
You're talking about Ebifon?
With the 12 personalities, Noah?
Ibon? Oh yeah,
Noah. Noah. Oh, yeah. Never mind, Noah.
He's mid too.
I generally think I think he changed his opinion on Noah because I think Noah was definitely like they made it seem like he was going to have a bigger role, then I think he just scrapped it.
I literally
honestly
I gotta look what that is. It's not ringing the bell.
He's like kind of dark skinned. He literally looks normal. He had like different personalities based on the book, like based on like the 7 deadly sins.
This dude agreed. Oh, okay.
Yeah. It's the fucking. He has his little servant that he made that's like gay form.
You gotta know something about me, I guess. For me to enjoy a multiple personality character, you gotta really do a good job with them. It's one of those things that I naturally don't really like. It's kind of like Amnesia. And for some people, they're not a fan of time travel in their story or it's multiple timelines. I naturally don't like Amnesia. It's not to say that every instance is bad. I think multiple personalities is another kind of concept that I'm generally not a fan of. I don't like it. So it didn't move me here.
Yeah. Oh, I don't even think this was a good use of it, period. Like, he only really...
Because even if I think of a Sensui from like Yu Hakusho, and people like him, I'm not saying he's ass or anything, but I didn't care for the multiple personality and the gun arm. Don't care about that. Akashi, the personality, don't like it. I'm pretty consistent on that. I actually can't think of an example of one that I do like. Maybe if you list some that I know of, I could think of some. And it's not just, but I'm sure there's instances where it worked for me, but I can't think of any off the top of my head where I'm like, oh, multiple personalities in one body or whatever. I liked it. And I didn't see that movie, by the way. If we're ever talking about the guy who played Professor Xavier in the later movie, like First Class, never saw that movie.
Split.
Yeah, I never saw it.
Unbreakable's good.
I heard it's a good movie. That's I said it because I heard it was a good movie, and it's on my computer. I have no reason for not having seen it yet, but I'm just letting you know I haven't seen that. If that's something you're gonna bring up, so gun arm greenness. Yeah,
wait, Glam, what do you think of Stein?
He's good. I think he peters off near the end. I think he's much better in the first half of the story than he is in the latter.
Yeah.
Because it's just this madness, and then the madness, and just all.
I love his fight with Medusa.
Yes.
I love that fight. That's a really, really good fight.
What I want, I wish it wasn't like this. I wish he had a better fight with Marie, because I think that could have been really fucking good to see. Because his whole thing was throughout the story is that he was out of practice. He wasn't at his full strength yet. Never really got to see him pop off full strength up until really the end. But at that point, it didn't seem like it was because he was in shape again. It seemed like because the madness was letting him go crazy, which was like, nah. I didn't like that really as much either, because it kind of again shifted his goalpost in terms of a character goal that you could have done something with, and it just turned into, I'm going to turn this thing that's been holding me back against me, even though I didn't put any work to do it.
Mm-hmm.
That was really it.
I always thought a crazy thing.
I'm glad he clapped her though. Very glad about that.
I feel like when Chrono gave Medusa her just desserts in the manga, not that it mattered because it was what she wanted.
When Medusa died, I was like, oh, this bitch is different. I was like, ain't no way she literally killed herself to win. No fucking shot.
That's a real villainy.
Like, in Vector Arrows goes crazy.
I love it.
Fuck the Vector Arrows. The goddamn booster pads on the ground. Crazy.
Yes.
Yeah, those are
that's Vector Arrows.
Yeah, that's sick.
Vector Arrows is the shit she shoots out, like the snake shit. The pads or something else.
I don't I
Oh,
I
I
just
thought that was all
I
under the
just called
same
them
man.
all vectors, but
Yeah, I
maybe
did
you're
too.
right. Maybe there's some separation there that I
I
didn't
thought
know
her.
about,
I
but
thought
I
her
just
magic is called vector
just
arrows. In my
plopping them arrows, whether they come at you, you step on it, whatever, raw. Okay.
yes.
Vector arrows or accelerator? Yeah, accelerators.
Yeah,
Accelerator
I
is
think
different.
Okay.
also I'd
Well,
say I think Krona became very good in the last arc as well because Medusa's death served two purposes in my mind. It made her goaded, and it finally gave Krona agency over what he wanted to do as a character.
Mhm.
And I think that made him much better because of that.
I'm trying to remember.
That's crazy.
Krona.
Shooting the gun upside down with the pinky not moving you, eh?
It was cool. It's cool.
No, I'm just laughing because that's like my guy, so I'm just laughing. That's all.
I'm also grateful.
I really like Kid now. Like I just saying, like for the majority of the story, it was just like, I mean, he shoots stuff, I guess.
What's up,
I like
Tazi?
Kid was funny. Kid was funny as fuck to me from jump, so I always was interested in him.
My cousin isn't here. His name is Tansy.
One of my favorite episodes. When they're doing the test, they're all in the classroom doing the test. Black Star's Evan's trying to, Soul's trying to cheat. Depp can't write his fucking name. Patty's like making a giraffe. Like,
bro, Patty's
I'm
weird
like,
as hell.
Like, you guys are idiots.
I'll say Liz hovered around in my top 10 for a while, especially when they were in the book trying to save Kid, and they had the flashback of when they met him.
Mm-hmm.
That kept Liz around in my top 10 for a little while.
Did Liz and Patty not make the cut? Eventually,
They did.
Oh, okay.
They didn't. They did. They did.
I'm glad you enjoyed it though.
I don't think Tsubaki made the 10 by the end of the story either.
Yiddy's out.
That is true. The Yiddies are out.
I like Tsubaki actually. I also really like her thing with her brother.
I really like Tsubaki. She just didn't make top 10 because after the brotherly moment, it's just, oh, Black Star, here to help you, and then it's just that the entire time.
Yeah. I do like that her weapon style is like literally like being multiple weapons. I really like how that fits Black Star's thing.
To why that is her specific thing more, like it just kind of seems like, oh, she's a fucking, I don't even remember what the name
is. It's her clans thing.
Yeah, but it's like I don't even, why is it the clans thing? That's my thing. Like, I need the reason.
Oh, they're different.
Yeah, that's it.
I guess the way I took it, it's like since it's soul based, it's like your weapons kind of take
but
the base of your soul, and I guess since there's ninja, that means it requires all the ninja shit. I guess that's how I just took it.
That's another issue I had. It also seemed like that when Soul became a death weapon, he didn't really gain any new abilities unto himself. It just sort of amplified the ones he already had. Even though when Marie met him, she said death weapons get a lot of new shit that they can do. I was like, well, I want to see it. And then I didn't. And I was sad.
I'm trying to think. They got the wings so they could fly.
That was a combo with him and her, and him and Maka, though. That was
yeah, true.
Because Soul was a Grigori, which was like a weird random thing they just added in there.
Yeah, because he could already do the soul waveland, the sound thing before, but that just got way better.
Yeah, and it got way better because of when they absorbed Arachne's soul, which is the witch part. But that seemed...
Man, which one you like more?
Between Maka and
Nah, between both series.
Oh, well, I mean, pre-Fire Force reread, it's Soul Eater right now.
No doubt.
But post-Fire Force reread, I don't know. Because I might get fucking hyped up for the Shinra.
I won for now. That's all that matters.
No, yeah, same.
Glam, my final question for you is: do you think you would be a Meister or a weapon?
I'd rather be a weapon, to be honest.
I'd be a Meister.
Really?
Yeah.
You'd rather
what type of weapon?
Yeah, that was my issue. I'm like, I don't know what weapon that really embodies who I am. I'd probably just be a
Naya's your Meister.
Everyone's getting bodied as long as you know.
And one thing I will say, Kubo is so fucking elite at fight choreography, man.
Who? Oh yeah, Okubo.
Okubo.
Yeah.
Atsushi Okubo.
I fucking stopped paying attention and just heard Kubo.
What if I told you guys about that man's artistic storytelling? I've been saying this since Fire Force been out. I don't know why people act like I'm fucking lying.
You're not lying. You were never lying.
Because if you talk about the madness and insanity that he captures in that manga, I don't need any words. I could see it. Look at Frankenstein fighting for his life to keep his sanity over there. Look at it. Love it. I love it. He's so
say,
good.
here y'all go.
He's an incredible visual storyteller. I don't know why anyone tries to act like he's not. He's some of the best I've seen.
That was like some of them. To this day I go back to the fucking Fire Force panel when he sent the shit to the moon. Speechless, raw,
incredible.
I actually like that we got to see the death sides too, because we didn't get that shit in the anime. But yeah,
that random ass
we didn't
guy.
get shit in the
Oh
anime.
yeah.
Also, I don't know that. I don't remember that.
Also, Rob,
punch that man in the face.
Bro, the fact that we didn't get to see Enrique and Tezuka to have a fight together pissed me the fuck off. I was like, the gas this monkey was getting, I was robbed. I was 100% robbed of greatness. If that monkey,
funny as hell.
Also, Excalibur actually being broken, I remember me laughing that, oh, actually a good sword.
He's OD. He's the strongest weapon. Yeah.
I just remember when that was like a confirmed thing. I was like, this annoying ass nigga really is OD, but no one can stand talking to him.
Yeah.
It was just funny to me when it came full circle because I wasn't sure. Remember, I was like 18 when I read this. So.
Wait.
Also,
the monkey did the solar beam, right?
Huh?
Didn't the monkey do the solar beam?
No, that Tezuka did that by himself when he was fighting.
Damn.
Enrique did nothing. Enrique came in raw as fuck on Medusa and then did nothing afterwards. Robbery. Highway robbery.
This man's a death side to a monkey. That's really crazy as fuck.
The monkey was goaded. What are we talking about?
It's the monkey that took kid's arm. The fake kid.
Bro.
Boneless Magneto.
Bro, I'm sorry. Enrique would body Monster. Get that motherfucker out of here.
But can he beat Kerchak?
Yes.
Dodge roll. You see his dodge roll? When he dodge rolls through the fucking stampede? I-frame for days.
I'm just looking at the wiki and I completely forgot that the monkey did do a spin kick on Medusa. Yeah, he rocked.
He talking. It's so fucking raw.
I'm glad
and I also hated Justice because I liked Justice because he was like by himself and he was a weapon. And he was like strong like by himself. But I just hated his fucking personality. He pissed me off so much.
What's the black guy's name in Soul Eater again?
Dangu.
Which are you talking about the dude with the gloves?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought he was talking about the death weapon.
Fuck, I remember because his weapons is pop. It's fire and thunder, but I forget his name.
Killick is his name.
There you go.
Yeah.
He's aight.
I remember the black guy in Fire Force. I'm like, oh, he looks like the guy from Soul Eater.
Ogun?
Honestly, bro, Killick and Ogun fill the same role in both
Yeah,
stories.
that's exactly where I was going.
They're like the token semi-raw black guy.
That's a perfect way of putting it.
Except that, wait, did he have lightning powers? I don't think he did, right?
He fire and lightning.
Oh,
fire and lightning.
Okay, we got fire though, because they always give niggas lightning powers. Apparently, there's some reasoning behind it. I don't know. I don't actually care like that, but I just be laughing like, wow, he always got lightning or electricity.
It's something with like black. It's something with like black lightning way back in the day, and like, I think it was just like the success of it. It was something I don't know, but I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
It's either lightning powers or military background.
That's a fact. Ex-military. No, but I'm glad that you enjoyed it. You said you gave it a 7 out of 10?
Yeah.
What'd you give Fire Force?
6.
Oh, I didn't know that. I thought
6 because the ending wasn't moving me because I didn't like the prequel switch up, and also I just don't think there were a lot of plot lines that Akubo dropped at the end of the story, particularly Vulcans, which I was the most invested in.
That's kind of funny because your scores are probably similar to mine, but off by a point percentage. Because I give Soul Eater 7.5, and I'd probably give Fire Force a 6.5 to a 7.
I think on the reread, Fire Force will probably, because I had Fire Force at a 7 for a while, and then it fell off because of the amount of things that I just felt like dropped. But then I think it might go up again. I don't know.
Are you gonna read Soul Eater not? It just like slice of life Soul Eater with like other characters, but like the other ones are in there. You don't have to read that. I don't think it's enough for it.
Is
I
this
did
Soul
read
Eater
it, though.
not also take place before too? Isn't it a prequel or is it?
I actually don't remember. You could be right. I don't recall though. I don't recall.
I think it was a prequel. I could be wrong.
I remember reading it like
right
right after. Like right after. I'm like, oh, what's this Soul Eater or not? And I'm like,
I read a few
ooh.
chapters. I was like, I can't do it.
No, it was boring as fuck. But I think at the time I read it just to have all the knowledge that I needed. I was one of the people I need maximum knowledge of all my series, so I'd be the guy like, there's a light novel, and I'd roll my eyes and kiss my teeth, but I'd read it.
One thing I did find weird, I could be misremembering, but they literally killed Sid just for like these guys to take like this.
Yeah,
like,
I don't know how the
mission.
Fuck. Like there was some shit about he saw a goddess or did something to a goddess, and he died. And I was like, this shit doesn't. It was weird when it started. I just ran with it. It was like whatever.
I thought Stein killed him for the mission.
No, that was Cap.
Okay.
And there's literally, if that is the case, there's no reason for Stein to do that. Why?
But it's also one of that weird shit that they would do. Like, yeah, die for the mission. I'll just bring you back as a zombie.
Die for the mission of making these 3 kids. We don't know if they're going to be strong or not. Do a review course,
man. Hey, we know Shinra made this world, so like
that's
made this world super goofy.
We did not know that. That is.
I don't think he knew that when he made it the first time.
We know now.
I don't even think Okubo knew that. Keelik, Olgun, yeah, they're both the same nigga. He just copy and pasted the black guy. I'm telling. I'm telling the progressives on you.
He gave y'all Charon in Fire Force. That's a
Charon's. I like Charon. That's my guy.
That is one of the apostle whatever weird guys with the white, the strong one with the girl, right? Yeah, I like that. I like that. Yeah, I like them. He was pretty cool.
Mr. Charge, Mr. Ataken, and
Walk!
Mr. Dying.
Walk! That shit was raw.
My favorite captain was probably Benny Maru for the longest. But when
my second favorite character.
but when the bugs couldn't bite Obi because he was flexing so hard, he became the GOAT. Right? That was a moment he overtook him forever. I said Obi is the greatest. He just like me, he lift weight. So I was like, yeah.
That tweet you made about that when you first read it is why I started reading Fire Force.
Me?
That shit's funny.
Oh shit!
You made a tweet when you had first read it. I was like, I bet. Yeah, laughing?
Yeah,
I was like, laughing? Cool. I'm here for it.
He said, hydrate, Zodiac. Come on, I gotta get up. Give me.
All right, I gotta get out of here for D&D, but I'll catch y'all later.
All right, man.
Au revoir.
Mon ami. Yeah, he actually, it's so funny because he came in right when we started talking about Soul Eater. Like, it wasn't even like a thing that I brought up because he was in here. We brought it up, and like a minute in, he appeared. Have I read all of Fire Force? I technically didn't read like the last 6 chapters before the end, like before the last chapter, and then just read the last chapter. So
you're a fraud.
I agree. I'll stop putting. I'll get around to it. That's how I am sometimes. I'm like, I just want to know what happened at the last chapter, and I'll just read it. And I'm like, okay, I missed a couple. One day I'll get around to it. I say that, but I've still not done that with Niseiko, and Niseiko ended how long ago? Niseiko, I didn't read like the last 14 chapters. I did it with Fire Force. I said that already. Food Wars. I think there's like 9 chapters I didn't read. Is that it? Probably a couple more series, but that's how I am sometimes. When I lose interest in the end, I might just care about how it literally. I actually did that with Naruto at first too. I didn't finish it. There was whenever he did sexy jutsu or something, I just turned it off and I just didn't read it for like 4 months or however long until it almost ended. Then the last chapter sounded like
when he did it against Kaguya.
Yeah. There's a part of me that wants to be like, it's kind of funny that his first jutsu that he ever did, but I want to say that I kind of understood the point, but it wasn't moving me. I couldn't take that seriously. I'm sorry. I don't think he did enough groundwork. I don't know. It just didn't move me. But I think I understood the point of it, and I just didn't read it for a while. I was done. Bleach was the only one I think I just suffered through every week, no matter what. I read every single one till it was done, and then I reread it, and then I'm like, all right, I'm done.
One Piece.
What do I think about Rekka from Fire Force? Was he the guy with the stars in his eyes from the Thing division? I think I want to say first, not first.
Yeah.
He was alright. He was cool.
He's
He got packed up
trash.
pretty early though. Like he's not that raw, but I think he came back later as like a clone or doppelganger or something like that. But I don't know. He didn't leave
memory of in Homeboy head.
He personally didn't leave a big impression on me. Captain Burns was probably one of the antagonists that left a big impression on me because he was trying to get Shinra to like train up and be nice with it. I like Burns. Rekka didn't do much for me, but the fight was cool in the sense that like I like the choreography because them kicks was going crazy, and I remember liking the thing. Naya, why do you keep bringing out the Simi voice? I'm crying. Do I sound like Simi right now? Why do I sound like Simi? What did I do? Man, fuck all of that. Game's raw. I'm tired. That's how I don't talk like that. That's how Simi talks. It's like, Ugga Bunga Inga Dinga. And then I get on the train and family, son. Why this nigga picky? He knows. That's how Simi speaks.
It's really how he talks, though. That's crazy.
Listen, I talk to Simi and Vince like all the time, brother. I know, I know their cadence. I know how they story tell. I know when he's building suspense. And Vince, tears in my eyes. Zenith of the medium, peak fiction.
That shit's funny, bro. That shit really be Vince.
Townsy, since you're here, what do you think about the chapter of One Piece? I guess I'll bring it back full circle.
I enjoyed it. What's it called? I'm saying that Juan Nova. I'm here for all that. I'm here for all that. And I enjoyed it for the most part. What's it called? Sabo things. Emu out here wilding. I don't.
Do you think it's an ancient weapon?
Oh, yep, exactly what I'm about to say.
Okay.
I want to say it's something like it's an ancient weapon, but I've seen somebody in my comments. They just said, it came out the sky. It could be something Uranus related. They was talking about it possibly being maybe Pluton and Brago's stream, but nah.
Pluton is a ship though, a battleship, a great battleship though. I guess
I think somebody in the chat said that, and we was kind of like, of course, like debating, seeing what's up.
No, I guess
I agree.
I was gonna say, I guess the whole of what I'm saying is, who said it was did it say it was a naval ship or just a ship in general? Because the Death Pia Arc Maxim is still a ship, but it's in the air. So
I know Tom said it before, but I don't know if Cobra said it first, or if Cobra said it at all. I don't think Cobra said it at all. I think Tom said it, but nonetheless, even like if it was a battleship, I mean, we know now we've seen multiple ships that can fly semi, at least. What Enru's could, ours can semi fly. What if they got something really out there hovering? I've seen other things talking about. I was even thought about it myself. The who was it? When Gang Beige got destroyed by whatever it was when they entered the New World. We don't know what that was.
It
still.
was like a gravitational force, I think, if I remember correctly.
That
I could
looked
be
like
completely misconstruing that, but that's a good point, I guess.
But even in that was just something I saw. Not really, more so something a hill I die on. Because I would even say, for that purpose, it's like if y'all supposed to be completely.
Good night, mother.
Island, but I guess I don't know. I don't think Sabo dead, so people could probably survive it. But
I was saying that I think that what will be the thing is he'll be the only survivor, and he'll have survivor's guilt because he, as a revolutionary, he wants to help make the world better, overthrow the government, freedom, blah blah blah. And like Louis said, not let people go through what he went through, and the fact that he could not do anything against that, I think it's gonna bother him deeply.
I agree. I definitely can agree with that. with
Naya, are you keeping up with Mid Hero Academy or nah? I'm actually like pretty, as all things considered, I'm actually kind of caught up to all the things most people care about. I know I said I haven't really read Juju Badu Dudu Bada Budu 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 Banda Beat Dadu, but I kind of be reading it sort of. Like I skim.
I haven't read My
I be
Hero.
keeping
I
it
haven't
pretty
cared
good. I ain't
since
read
the
My Hero
Hakari stuff though.
long
Like
ass.
I'm not gonna lie to you. I don't give a fuck about Maki and Rosenin Klein or anything like that. So that's just not moving me. So that nigga being a whatever cursed womb is just lame. I just want it to be over with. Whenever it's done, I'll come back, I guess. But
I'm dead.
I've heard all the controversy of people really being upset at the Bakugo thing, but it's just such a normal Shonen Jump thing to me. It's hard for me to get mad at it, even if I don't think it's the greatest thing and it's a fake out death and it's kind of lame that they do it. It's so Shonen Jump that I just don't know what to tell y'all.
My
Like,
Hero,
I'm so
been
used to it.
lame. They should have been used to that, man.
I've been telling people My Hero's not that good. But people didn't want to believe it till now. That's why I don't care about My Hero fans. They're unserious.
I don't know. I mean, I have like if I'm being like no K-fob, not playing it up. I don't have any heat with that series, but I don't have any love for it. So, like my
I
cape will
think it
not
had a
flow
lot
in
of
the wind.
potential.
But again, if the characters that I like stay prominent, if what's true about this chapter coming out with the character that I like and what he does, it's not moving me. So
yeah,
I'll just leave it at that. So
I think that, unfortunately,
because that is technically my favorite character in My Hero, and I just don't know what's going on with him. So what can I do? Cheeks out though, I guess.
I don't. Okay, I mean, okay.
It died the second that Green Bozo ate the air. Who? Deku? You mean the hair? Oh, the hair. I saw air. I can't read.
the funny as hell.
Dude, I don't know who the fuck thought Bakugo was gonna be dead. He's number one at every poll. The only manga that doesn't care about their favorite characters is Chainsaw Man. Look at the top 5 and tell me how many are alive at the end. No, there's stories that will do things that are like bad to the like. I say bad, but like will kill off the main cast and characters that matter, like JoJo and stuff like that. Like they'll do things like that, but I don't think My Hero set the precedent that you should expect that. So when I saw the thing with Bakugo, I expected him to either get saved, live, or like evolve in some shape or form. Personally speaking, I didn't expect it to be dead. Again, I like I told East, it would have been ballsy if he did it, but I had no reason to believe he would. It's one of those things. Sometimes people are like, "Oh, Naya, I just think that season 2 of Tower God is just gonna be so much better animated," and I just go, and I'm like, "All right, fair enough." What the fuck have you seen or heard or read that makes you think that? I just think they'll try harder. Well, nigga, that's not moving me. What the fuck are you talking about? Get out of here. That's just literal wishful thinking. Out of the crease of your ass, you decided it's gonna be good. I got copium and hopium. No, I don't work that way. It's not logical. Never understood that. Yeah, people have told me that for real, straight up. But they just think like, what do you think? Like, I think I put out a video where I said I finished the anime, and one of the comments was like, I think something like, this second season will be good. I think the first season was more of a test run to test the waters, and now they're gonna pull all the stops out. And I'm like, what the fuck have you seen that made you even think that? And then I asked a question, and they go, Inga Dinga, dig out my butt. And I'm like, fuck off, man. You waste my time with this shit. My time is valuable. I hate reading dumbass comments now. I won't lie to you. I would say since Florida, I do not go through my comment section the same way I used to. I literally speed run them. Every like 4 days, I speed run them.
Yes, sir.
I used to read every comment in great detail, bro. I promise.
Sir.
And now at this point, I speed run that shit. I look at people I recognize, you know, stuff like that. You know, but other than that, I don't not be reading them the same because y'all be giving me fucking headaches. And sometimes I go in there, Miles yelling at them, Vince yelling at them.
Oh yeah,
Silly yelling at them.
nobody no more. I had that one time with that one
Yes,
girl. I was like, I
wow.
can't do this. I'm not fighting niggas on the internet. I can't do it.
She was so funny.
They're bots, bro.
It is a lot of bots.
They told me my theorizing ass should pack it up and go watch Game Theory because I'm looking too deeply into it. They're so unserious. Don't worry now. I'll never give you a dumbass comment without telling you it's dumb. That's all I ask. I was dancing that day. the Danny chapters were happening alongside with him. Danny, who's that? I don't know what that is. Oh, Dabby.
Dabby. Okay.
Like,
I said the same thing. I said, who the hell is
I'm
Danny?
like Daenerys. That's like Danny, like Daenerys. I don't know. But yeah, I know My Hero controversy because one of my closest friends are, I guess, on the online sphere is a big fan of it. East, so I already know. I'd be knowing. JJK I never loved like you guys love, so that was different for me. My Hero, I think if my characters again stayed prominent and stuff like that, I would have cared more. But you know, God hates me, so I'm glad that you pick up when I'm joking when I say something dumb. Of course. I could read the room and I could read with someone just, trolling, having some fun, shooting the shit a little bit, like I'm not an idiot. I think a lot of my fan base have a problem telling when I'm playing something up. Where it's like, Bam will do something and like I know it's like a small thing, but I'll just like be a dickhead about it just to be funny about it, and they're like, why did you give Bam that voice? So disrespectful. I'm like, bro, come on, dude. I can't have some fucking fun with this shit. I gotta just be like super stoic, serious,
People
no jokes. Like,
Stan.
Huh? You are Miyok Stan. What's your favorite character?
I'm not a man.
Naya, your favorite characters be getting slaughtered? I know they do. They really do. I got terrible luck with this shit.
God. That is really bad. That's why I can't have same favorite characters. I can't. My characters.
That's funny. There's people that do that at this point. There's one point. What series was it specifically where someone was like, every character you like gets thrown in the mud. You the Charles Barkley of like an anime character or something. So when you say guarantee, you just know to bet against. I was like, that's crazy. But I was like 0 for 9.
Hey, matter of fact,
I was like 0 for 9 at the point.
Hey, Naya, fact, stop saying you like
Crocodile.
If he moves shit back,
Y'all know, you guys can't take that from me because I'm the one who's he's my favorite character. Y'all can't take that from me. Suck my dick from the back. Y'all be like, he's my favorite warlord or villain. No, he's the GOAT. He's the best character. Okay? You're right, though. I'll be scared. Manually reread the chapter 4 times that stream and still couldn't believe it. I know I really couldn't. I can't let you go. Wait. God hates you. That's what the clock is away. I can't let it go. You were tweaking that stream, I swear. Which one? The Hawkins one? I just like, why did he do that to me? My problem wasn't that he even died or whatever. I'm like, why did you waste the situation that makes him dangerous? I'll never forgive him for that. And having Kid cut his hand off. I'm killer. I'm like, you don't know that Kid doesn't have you fucking loser. And I think what added the most, I think what added salt to the injury was Apu lived. Apu?
You don't like music, people?
Apu? Apu?
Hmm?
Why? Why, Oda? What did I do?
Who's wrong?
No. Not anymore. Not anymore.
You ain't see him knock out the future Pirate King in his right hand, man?
I couldn't believe it. I'm like, I see he's dangerous.
Real piracy.
Oh man. I don't know.
Real piracy. Sneak attacks and all, yeah. As you say, real piracy, right?
Mm-hmm. Naya, how often do you watch your old streams? I promise you were tuka. I don't watch shit.
Man, I'm telling you.
I don't watch shit that I do. I think when I was first starting, I had a tendency to rewatch streams or listen to streams the next day or something like that. I do not have 4 hours and 27 minutes and 53 seconds of my day to just dedicate to listening to my goddamn self be a clown on here. So, but yeah, not often. I would argue that every video that I put out on YouTube that's like anywhere that's 12 minutes and shorter, I'd watch once at least. Because sometimes I might catch something and I'll add like the pin comment, but streams, like an hour long. I'm not watching it. It's just too long. At the end, you suddenly pull on the lock cape. Now the lock cape has been coming for a while though. It's been flowing in my direction for quite some time. You got to give me credit. I've been kind of like fucking with Law like more and more since the rooftop stuff, I guess. So, well, that's a good point. I don't think it's time. Is it uptime? What's the command again? To check how much time has been going in the stream. Check
Uptime. It's like almost 4 hours and 30 minutes.
Yeah, it's like uptime. Exclamation mark, or is it exclamation mark uptime?
Exclamation mark uptime.
There you go.
Yeah, dang. All right, y'all. I'm gonna catch you on the flip.
I'm about to say it's time. It's time to wrap up, anyways. You guys have any final words for the people?
Big water.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Let's do the Cabrera thing tomorrow. Then we'll just do it tomorrow. It's fine.
Read real manga, Magi.
Hawkins should have lived and joined Law's crew because he's hard carrying the crew. Law really is a lone all-star.
He is
on a playoff contending team. All right, all right. We'll slide through if you're around, but y'all be safe. I'm just gonna wait 15 seconds till it's 4 hours and 30 minutes. I'll feel better. Final words. Play Honkai. Didn't your wife come out today? Lost. Honkai Impact. It's a Thursday, right? So she out. Oh, the time's up.